That's not how things work. Oh, wait a sec. I have no way to turn on these lights. Well, let me go fix that. Yeah. 1, 2M. Okay, yeah. This is the fastest I think I've ever had a BRV screen up in the morning. Yeah, okay, I'll be right back. This won't even take 2 minutes. Okay, cool. So, we can fix this using this app right here. So, good, 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 and good. There. Let's go with a nice green color. All right. So yes, hi everybody. I am very well prepared streamer, Adam13531. Longer than the time I was gone. Yeah, whatever. Whatever, it's done. It's done, Wheelie. So update the art tool. That's something I'm gonna do at some point. Yeah. So today we're gonna start off with update today. Oops. Oops. Clean up to-do list. What? All right. So update today. What does today currently say? Adam is going to be doing some art-related tasks. Okay. So we're gonna change this to Adam is back to working on infrastructure for the majority of the time. Priority number 1 is to finish getting multiple games working on the same VM. Type DevOps or infra for more information. Last updated now. Great. There. That's been done. Cleanup to-do list. Okay, so change the name of this is like remaining art tasks. Yeah, nice. So we need to attach primary and secondary colors to the cosmetic images. Yeah, that's another art thing. Put this here. And then this, if a player, let's put this here for right now. So if a player tries joining the same server twice, it should be disallowed. What is this section? Clustered game servers. It's gonna show up beneath the matchmaker stuff. Roadmap to do, yeah. Let me just put this at the bottom here. Okay, so that's done. Now we gotta clean up these things. I have run into this problem too many times. Yeah, this is task number 1 with whatever I start. So let's put this as a roadmap to do. And let's put a bookmark there. Go to the real roadmap to do. Just copy this thing up to here. And update the week to today is the 18th. Oh yeah, one of the other things I gotta share, and now is probably not the best time to do it, but Wednesday is gonna be a weird day. So I may start the stream, then take it down for 2 to 3 hours, then restart the stream in the afternoon. Yeah, Wednesday is going to be weird. And I'll talk more about that later. And I'll also probably, oh yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to do. Man, all this stuff is hitting me right now. So I wanted to say something about that over here in the channel feed. Hey Remy. Well, I'll figure that out in a bit. Okay, so what have we got left with clustered game servers? Stop not fully terminating servers. Yeah, so let's put this here. This marks the end of the clustered game server tasks. Yeah. All right, that's good. Been waiting in chat for 15 minutes. I missed it because I went to get some candy. Okay. All right, so let's archive this. Done. Art to-do list. Is there anything else to finish here? I guess just remaining art tasks. Remaining art tasks. All right, so let's mark this as done. And then finally, the roadmap. So let's just take all of this, I guess. And then this goes beneath here. Okay, and then is there anything that was already finished here? No. Yeah, great. Okay, not too bad. So then this is marked as done. And that's it. Great, cool. So the to-do list is only like 700 lines. That's fine. That's doable. True, Adam Pan. Needs candy. Uh-oh. This is sliding. That must mean that this fell off. It did. There it is. Look at that. It's the little rubber foot of the keyboard. And it's very noticeable when it's not there. I'm probably going to need to super glue this. Oh, for now, that's good, I guess. Yeah. Super glue rubber foot to keyboard. Okay. This is done, this is done, this is done. Alrighty. So update the art tool. Yeah, this is another remaining art task. Good, and then point VODs. Yeah, so this is a minor thing that I'm gonna just do right now, which I probably should have done already, but we have now a second list of VODs. I did this because I didn't like how, hang on, let me cut this off. I did this because I didn't like how there are only 100 videos that can show up in a list. So this is list 1 to 85. This is 1 to 85. And then there's another playlist now. These, maybe? Also, if I hit share, I think you get a shorter link. No, is that shorter than this? Nope, that's the same. I thought... Huh, okay, I guess not. Oh well. And then if I hit share on this one, yeah, we get the link there. So this is 86 plus. Do you actually read all those random notes later? I should, and I plan on it at some point. The problem is that I've been relatively busy after work, or I have felt like, I don't know, like exhausted. So I'd like to read through them. And this is where I think a lot of that can take place, well, outside of being on this computer. So I could like bring my laptop to the library or something. So I'm probably going to do that in the next month or so, I hope. Okay, anyway, let's edit this stuff. So I have here, Twitch VODs on YouTube. So what does this look like right now? Did I hear some dice? No, they're batteries, because I have an air conditioner remote control over here. Maybe add a to-do to read the to-do later. Hey, we're right. Yeah, that's a great idea. Okay, so currently this looks like this. Twitch VODs on YouTube. I'll just do it like this. days 1 to 85, and then days 86 plus. Okay, so this gets pasted here. And then days 86 plus, we take this. Okay, now we hit submit and then refresh this page and we should see that correct. Try it out. Alright, so days 1 to 85, link to the correct thing, and days 86 plus, link to the correct thing. Great, perfect. So that's good. Now there's only one other thing to do, and that's update the VODs command. Although there's a whole bunch of aliases for that. How do you... Oh, this is what's absolutely silly about this. Actually, I wonder... Let's take a look. PhantomBot. And actually, I'm glad I have that air conditioner because I'm probably going to be setting it up today. It got to be... Actually, let me check. The weather today is supposed to get up to, oh my god, 82. And that's Fahrenheit, by the way. But, yeah, that's probably the warmest it's been this year, I want to say. Maybe like one other day to come close to that. So I will probably need to turn the air conditioner on. The reason I keep mentioning this is because it's going to be roughly 4 feet from the microphone, and I hope it's not too loud. So I'm going to have to figure that out later. You should set up the web GUI. Yeah, that was on their unstable branch, though. But that probably would help out a lot. Yeah, there's no way for you to tell what's alias to what without just looking in the database. It's just... I'm just not happy with PhantomBot. Aliases. Okay, so I want to see what it is that aliases to VOD. It's just VODs. Okay, so if I just change VOD, then that should work. Okay, so add com VODs. There are 2 playlists. So we take this one and this one. But now if I type VOD, does that work? No. Alright, how do you do aliases in PhantomBot? What was it? Alias com? Yeah, alias com. VOD, VODs? Is that how that works? Man, they really make this very annoying. Okay, what if I just change this? Yeah, that's just good enough. Okay, there, that's everything. That's all the administrative stuff. I think we're done with this, so I think I can close this out. And this, I guess I'll just cram this into the news section. Do you or anyone you... Yeah. Then this image, I'll just kind of save on my own list. Actually, I'll show you guys what this image is in case you're curious. But that was the whole, yeah, don't think about what can happen in a month. Don't think about what can happen in a year. Just focus on the 24 hours in front of you. So the reason I had this here is because there's a lot of work and it's going to take like 2 months before I'm finally done with the infrastructure stuff. And it's been a bit of a letdown. All right, let's take a look at the code base. See where we stand on that. What is this? Oh, I know what this is. I can't use recursive logging. Yeah. Well, let's revert it. I'll just say here that so remaining art tasks. No, as of, it was actually, It's actually before this, but I guess I'll say as of 4/16, I had to manually specify recursive as false. So it wouldn't work. There. Okay, I run into too many problems with uncaught exceptions, and Restify at the very least do this. Yeah, so this is pretty important. This is that error I was running into where, and I've been running into this in a lot of places, where the REST server has a problem and just sends it to the client without ever logging it on the server. And I have many of these servers, so I've got to make sure I'm doing it in the right place. Let's think about this. Also, at some point I'm going to need this running, so I might as well start it now. Okay. Hey, Tempura. Huh. What was the last one of these I was running into? I think it was the Overseer. Okay, let's load up these projects. I don't really care about this. I don't think I care about any of this. And then let me also load up botland modules. I don't know why I put that on another screen. Alright, so there's everything. Now let's take a look at the Overseer. Anything that uses, let's see, this, I guess, Overseer REST server. And this inherits from botland REST server. So I think I should really just put this into there. Let's take a look at that. This makes a Restify. Do I do this anywhere else? In fact, do I use Restify anywhere else? I must. Which is not a good thing, I think. But I have a feeling this is going to come up with results. Yeah, actually none of these are needed, are they? Huh, they're all listed, but I don't think any of them are needed. I think we can just delete this. Let's do it correctly. So npm uninstall Restify. Okay. Does it save it from the package, Jason? I don't think it does. Can you do uninstall -- save? Yeah, cool, you can. Okay, that's what we got to do then. So I removed it from there. Then we have test and we have rest test. Why is this here? Restify is never used. Okay, so it's just test. BLT npm uninstall save. Okay, there we go. So Restify is not included anywhere except for in my module. Now if that's the case, that means that we only need to install the error handler here. So what is this? This. We put this here somewhere. Server, use, server, blah, blah, blah. Let's put this here and hope that we have logger. We do. Yes, we do. Okay, good. All right, so this .server.on uncaught exception, rec res route e. So I need to make sure to test this, that's all. Got an error. Internal error, this isn't going to work. Yeah, this won't work. Well, and that's fine, I guess. I don't know why they put true in parentheses here. I think we could just say rest.send. No, but sending anything is going to be. Yeah, new rest.send 500. I guess I could just put the message here. So, internal server error. I don't want to put too much information. Uncaught exception hit on. Actually, no, I don't want. I don't want to do that at all. I just want to send a 500. I'll say don't send any details since this is a generic module and we don't want to leak information to callers in production. The important part here is that we're logging it to our own log. And we probably want to know what the route is. Got an error on route. I don't know what that's going to look like. Let's try that out. Oh yeah, and Mike, I did fix that. But thank you. I'll still give you a point for being vigilant. Okay, so if I do this and then I publish this and that's all a waste of time. Let's just copy paste this into the code base and then try something out. So let's go into the overseer and we have this REST server. I'm going to try to make this as close to real as I can. In fact, let's try this right now. What's going on? That took a long time. So if I run this, what happens? Does it succeed? I hope it succeeds. Hey Davey, how's it going? 1,310 points. Why is this taking so long? What's going on with my computer? Like, what? Is it doing anything? Oh, ooh. That's something. That indicates that I haven't done an NPM update, but I did, didn't I? I don't actually know. If it updates infra constants, then the answer was no, and that's a good thing. But if it doesn't, oh, it updated it. Okay, fine. Well, there's no if it doesn't clause. We'll just run this again. It should work. Did the Spartan sprint? What is the Spartan sprint? Was Botland bot running over the weekend? It's a good question. It wasn't, but if you have way more points than you expect to have, then point accrual may be off. And by off I mean incorrect, not turned off. Yeah, Tembroya, is that way more points than you expect to have? Hey, Zine. Seems accurate? Okay. Okay, cool. So Mike just doesn't know how he inherited all these points? Okay, so this part about Ansible, I really should fix that. I don't think now is the time to do it. So let's just get rid of this for now and then rerun this. There we go. Okay, great. So now, great. Oh, that's working. So let's run this. Does it connect to the overseer? That's the important part. It doesn't even run. Okay, well then we need to... Why does this... Register with overseer error not found. What? External IP address found for internal API. Oh, that's not even true. Hey, Judge Bacon. Also, wait, oh, it's a 5-mile run with 20 plus obstacles. This is me. Oh, cool. I did something like that. It was called the Warrior Dash, but it was 3 miles, and I don't know how many obstacles there were. Also, what is that in the background there? Looks like a coliseum. Judge Bacon, Tembroya. Hey, Spurtman. Found an awesome GL lib. Tiny WebGL helper lib. Wait, I've seen this before. Huh. Well, cool, Spurtman. It's nice that you like it. Okay, so what was I going to do here? I was going to figure out why this thing's failing. So external IP address found for internal API. I believe this is coming from the base REST server. Yes, it is. Look at that. Which means this is probably totally broken. If is undefined and it starts with 10 or 192. Or I guess 127. I never checked for that. If remote address equals : 1. Wow. I guess I also checked for this, huh? But then the converted one, yeah, fine. So if it's that, or if remote as IPv4 equals 127.0.0.1. Yeah, that should fix this, but that's going to involve another push. 13 miles and 34 obstacles. Oh, man. See, the problem I had with the one that I did is that I was okay at running, but I'm like terrified of the obstacles. Whereas I was running with a friend of mine who I said was basically Spider-Man afterward. I think he was not so like comfortable with the running part, but just treated it like there weren't obstacles there. There were these giant like triangle things set up. I mean, triangles are two-dimensional, but you know what I mean. So you had to climb up this way and then kind of like use the rope and slide down this way. And like I said, he just treated it like there was no obstacle there. Just whoop whoop. Meanwhile, I'm at the top, like slowly lifting my leg over, trying to make sure I don't fall and die. Hey, Jan. Welcome back. So yeah, I didn't like that. I don't think I'll ever do another race like that. Okay, so at the very least do this. Yeah, so, whoops. All right, so I need to publish this anew in order for this to work. Let's put this at version 1.1. I don't know if there's any rhyme or reason to me doing this stuff. And then let's publish that. So modules, REST server, npm publish. Then I update both of these things, update. That should pull in the new one, good, and good. And now we run this. And then I run this. It should work this time. Okay, cool, that did work. The code wanted to terminate that, but we prohibited now for testing. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so now we need to call an API that intentionally has an error. What happened? Oh. You had a team for this? Wow. That was bonkers. We didn't have a team. We just ran this thing. You should really turn that off, Adam. What? Turn what off? And Spurman says, what does Restify do better than Express? It's just smaller than Express. It's everything that I need for a REST server without being anything extra, I think. Okay, so yeah, let's have this error. Now, where do I want to do that is a good question. I guess in register endpoint. So let's get this as ridiculous as possible here. Let's go into endpoint monitor and put the error in there. Oh, I see. Does on mean it's allowed or not allowed? Long message filter enabled. I think I want it off then, right? Filter disabled. Davey, can you try resending the same message you just sent? Because I know for sure it had just timed you out before. Now it shouldn't time you out. The code you don't run doesn't take CPU time? No, it's more memory that I'm concerned about. Like, I think that both of them would probably perform about the same. The differences are the API and the footprint. So I got to put this here, right? Long messages off. This will allow people to type really long messages without getting timed out. Well, if someone doesn't mind who's not a moderator testing this out by just typing a really long message, well then yeah, let me know. And Twitch actually stops you from sending messages that are too long. So see this? This is my form of chat. So I can't, if anyone has tested this and Twitch stopped you, then I can't see your message. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. It didn't ban you. Cool. All right, so points give Judge Bacon. There we go. Thanks, Judge Bacon. And what else did I miss? Have you actually measured that? No, I haven't, but this is something that Restify claims on its own site. Why use Restify and not Express? Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe it's not the best. And it does work. Great. I run into too many problems with uncaught exceptions. Let's go back to here. I was gonna, and register endpoint. That's what I was gonna do. Register endpoint. Let us just put an error in here. So I'm gonna try to use a variable that doesn't exist or a function that doesn't exist. Foo bar. There. Next, and it's possible that that doesn't work. In fact, let's just do here this way. We'll do it that way. This dot foo bar. Okay. Now when we run this and then we run this. This is going to get an error. Internal server error, perfect. And now it should log it over here. So what do we have? Got an error on route object. So that I got to fix. Bar is not defined. Reference error, bar is not defined. So okay, e.message I don't need. That's pointless. So let's get rid of that. From here? Yeah, from here. This dot server dot on. So we just get rid of e.message, and we got to figure out what it is that route represents. I don't actually know what that is. It's an object, but what does it contain in it? It's probably got a name and a function, maybe? I'm not sure. Uncaught exception. So what is route? What? It doesn't tell you what route is. The route parameter will be the route object that ran. What is that? All right, whatever. Let's just look at their code. I'm not going to find this in their documentation. Just go to route.js. No. Possibly this. But no, probably not. No. Come on, it's got to be here somewhere. Is this a Node.js concept? Okay, let's just inspect the object. I think that's the best way. Yeah. Inspect route. Okay, now we gotta npm force publish this thing again. Cool. Hey, Tupperbox. I was terminated? Good? More time for Adam's stream? Bad, less nachos? Does that mean fired? I took that as a joke to have something to do with the Terminator, but then I realized no, Tupperbox is probably being serious here. Job, yeah. Wow, that sucks. Did they give you a reason why? Also, this update didn't work. I probably do need to bump the version number here. I don't want to do that. But fine. I'll just copy paste this over to the overseer. This isn't stupid. This is totally reasonable. So we go into here, and then into here, and then paste this here. And now we'll know exactly what's going on. So let's take a look. Okay, so the route has methods, name. Whoa, what? There's 100 in here. Post register 100. I think what it did is it took the version number. No, that doesn't make any sense. Why would it cut the periods out of there then? Path/register. Method post. Versions object. Versions. Oh, we should probably leave that how it is and just inspect it. Okay, what I'm laughing at is not what Tupperbox says. It's Mike's reaction to this. Zine is like, oh man, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. And Mike just openly laughs. Wow. Anyway, I hope that wasn't super awkward. Alright, so do I want to inspect this every time? I have a feeling this might be undefined at some point. But I don't know if that'll ever be the case. And short of just looking through their code, I don't think I'll ever find out. Uncaught exception. Remy says, Adam, please. Oh, Alright, I'll just stop laughing. Just give me a minute. Alright, this route. Does this always exist? Because here it apparently doesn't. Event after. Note that when you're using the default 404, 405 bad version handlers, this will still be fired, but it could be null. I don't know if that applies here. I don't think it does. No, Mike, it's fine. It's fine to have the reaction. And maybe I would have laughed even if you hadn't. I just... it's just funny to me. Oh, man. Okay, let me finish making this. So I do want to inspect this when it exists. What happens in Node... So inspect exists by default, right? No, it doesn't. What do you need in order to get inspect? Oh, it's util. Oh, right. Oh, util exists by default. So util.inspect null should print null, right? Perfect. But it says a string. That's fine. And if we do something like A, B, C, 5. Oops, I forgot a parenthesis or something. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, wait, that's right. What? Oh, whoops. That's why. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, that worked. So the only question is, do I want the depth to be set to 1? Where did that go? There's an index.js that I should have open somewhere that I don't see anywhere. Here it is. So let's just set depth to nothing and rerun that code. Okay, so now it's printing everything in... Well, it should be printing everything in versions as well. It is. Okay, yeah, let's just leave it like that, I guess. That's probably fine. Alright, yeah, let's leave that as is. So that means that I need the node util. So const util. This is... I'll say node util equals require util. Because I don't ever use this anywhere else. Oops, this is the wrong code. Wait, is this the right code? No, this is the right code. It's just the wrong spot. Yeah, okay. So we put this in here. And then here what we can say is util.inspect route e.stack. I think that's all we need. I think this will be perfect. Let's try that. So we put this down here. Good. Get rid of this, and rerun everything. Okay. Rerun. And rerun. Alright, so got an error on route. This stuff. Should probably be some new lines in here, but whatever. Method post. So we're posting to /register. We don't have the request. We probably are going to want something there. Right. Yeah, we're probably going to want the request as well. I don't want to do this. Alright, let's try that out. Uncaught exception handler in REST. So we have this, and we also probably want node util.inspect rec. Got to be careful about this one though, because this is going to be, probably a lot. Hey Nico. So what else is this? Yeah, Tupperbox, I think you were saying that you were really busy, right? And you know how they say there's a silver lining in every cloud? And like you said, you have more time, but that you don't have as much money. Alright, so this has a bunch of stuff in it. I don't want all of it. Like, I like that the route is printing out here. But then... And there's something weird happening. Then the request should be printing, but that printed on a... something's wrong. What is going on here? What is all of this? This should be the request, right? Yeah, route request. Oh, does the request have a route in it? Oh, that makes sense. Okay. So the stuff that I want is... maybe it is just the route. Alright, let's just print that out. Hopefully this isn't going to be too bad. Yeah, so this is the thing that I want here. Let's just try this. I just want to make sure this is perfect because this has caused so many problems in the past. So we can do this. Great. No, try it one more time. There we go. Okay, so now here's what this is going to look like. Uncaught exception in Botland REST server. Route. We are posting to /register with these versions. Great. And reference error bar is not defined. And if I were to actually click this, I get, yep, perfect. Okay, that is exactly what I need and should have done 4 weeks ago. But didn't, and then lost a bunch of time as a result. You live and you learn. Wait, you stole the nachos? then earlier, when you said, good, more time for Adam stream, bad, less nachos. Maybe you stole them from work, and now you can't go to work. Hey, Original Pepper. Morning, Adam. Do you ever feel like a user? What does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean? Okay, let's check this in. This comes from here. And I should probably like re-force publish this thing. So 2 things. Installed an uncaught exception handler in the REST server. And 2 was I'm now explicitly checking for an IPv4 address 127.0.0.1 in case localhost isn't represented as : 1, which was the IPv6 address that I was checking for. I spend way too much time on r/tales from tech support. I am actually subscribed to that subreddit, but I'm still not totally sure what you mean by that question. Okay, and then the other issue here is that I wanted to comment this. So let's do that. If you don't explicitly install an uncaught exception handler, Restify will use its default, which sends the error back to the client, which makes no sense. Okay, done. Perfect. So now we need to force publish this. So commit, push, okay again, and then force publish. So we do this. And then we need to force update, which is going to be a little bit harder. So let's do it this way maybe. How am I going to do this? Maybe just by deleting botland rest server. Will that work? And then if I do an npm update, it'll determine that it doesn't exist and save it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we do that there. And then we also do it here in Matchmaker. Delete and update. Man, DV, what? Okay. Run this. Yep. Yeah, looking good. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're in good shape. All right, so next, I just need to commit this stuff, which really nothing should have changed here, so I shouldn't commit anything actually. Yeah, so let's remove this, because that's an intentional error that I obviously don't want left in. And it's done. Yeah, cool. All right. I just saw an error, did not read an error, and just thought my Linux install is broke. Yeah, good. It's always nice when an error turns out to not really be an error. Very rarely happens in my case. Turns out that it's really 10 errors. There should be a feature where chat can vote to time someone out. Yeah, that doesn't sound exploitable at all. What if they always vote to time you out, Mike? What if soon you just become one of the sheep and you time yourself out? I'm not calling the rest of my chat sheep. I'm saying that if we were to have timeouts, that it would, like I said, be exploitable. Okay, so stop not fully terminating game servers. I removed that check for the sake of testing. It would actually be pretty nice to have this be toggleable. Yeah, this was... Okay, so I'm saving all the game servers to a database. Then when the overseer starts up, it reads from the database, and it says, are any of them zombies? If so, I'm going to terminate them. Well, for the sake of testing, I made that not happen. I've got to make it be controlled by an environment variable. I can time out MCS Mike without voting. That's an abuse of power. Spurman may be snarky, but he doesn't abuse power. Can I transfer points? Alright, so if we go into the overseer, the endpoint monitor, we have fully terminate right here. So these are the 2 lines of temporary code I added. Note the code wanted to terminate it, but we prohibited it, and then we just return immediately. So I want to make this sometimes happen. Hey Jason, how's it going? Oh, we should really make an environment variable for this then. So if we go into overseer state, I guess we can just put this in here. And we'll assume it's true by default. And if you specify it as false, then I guess it's false. Yeah, so assume this is true by default. I'm writing that down. I'm going to delete this comment afterward. I just don't want to forget that I wrote that. So this dot terminate zombie game servers equals true unless the environment variable is set. If process.env.terminate zombie game servers equals false, I guess we could, yeah, no, I think that's fine. Then this dot terminate zombie game servers equals false. So I guess let's just do this. If it's equal to false, then make it false, otherwise it's true. Okay, and then let's just write here, this is a Boolean. If true, zombie game servers will be terminated. It's helpful to set this to false for testing. If true or not specified. There we go. Okay, so now let's use this variable in endpoint monitor. Instead of these two lines, what we'll do is we'll say if this dot overseer state dot terminate zombie game servers. Or let's do this. Note, yeah, the code wanted, but we prohibited it for now because terminate. Oh wait, yeah. Terminate zombie game servers is set to false. That's not entirely true. Get it? Because it's false? No, it's not entirely true because they're not necessarily zombies. There's a reason that's specified here, and the reason is totally irrelevant to this, but it's potentially that it's a zombie game server. I mean, we have this right here. Oh yeah, I just remembered I gotta do something later. Hang on, let me write this down. Okay. Alright, so let's just rename this to allow game server termination. No, what do I call this? Man, this is why they say names of variables are so hard. But I'm not going to focus on this. Let's just call it, yeah, allow game server termination. Whoops. Okay, I don't know what I was just thinking right there. What I meant to do was this. I meant to take this and replace it with this. Then it's just find 4 instances. Yep, perfect. Good and good. Okay, there we go. So the code wanted to terminate game server endpoint, but we prohibited it for now because allow game server termination is set to false. Yeah, that sounds great. So if true or not specified, game servers will be terminated. I'll say it this way. If true, we will be able to fully terminate game servers. Okay, good. Then in our Ansible scripts, let's set this to false, even if it's in production. Because, no, is that a smart idea? That's probably not a smart idea. Maybe we override it so that it's, I don't know. I don't know. I guess let's just do this. Allow game server termination true. And then in dev.yaml, we'll set it to false. And then in my prod script, we'll just pass in extra vars equals is false. And I'll write a comment here. Thankfully, well, I'll explain the thankfully part when I get to running this. But I realized I could be doing this a little bit faster. So even in prod, override this to be false for now, since it's really tedious when testing a feature and a game server disappears. Okay, now the weird thing, this is where things get icky. What I was going to say about the thankfully part here is that I can just copy paste this into bash. But now I don't think I can because there's no backslash at the end of this. Right? What happens if I try to do this? If I'm in bash and I say echo and then a slash, or like hello space slash world, enter. It says hello world, right? But now what if I did this? And I said test. Yeah. So I need another slash. No, that doesn't work. No, none of that would work. So I just can't put comments in the middle of this. Let's just not do that. That's fine. It's not like that's a big deal. I'll just write this up here. And then I'll just delete this. There, perfect. So even when in prod, override this to be false for now, since it's really tedious when testing a feature. When testing... Wait. What? How to English. Even in prod, override this to be false for now. Let's say when you're testing a feature and a game server disappears. Oh, that pushes it onto a new line now. Well, whatever. I'm just going to deal with it. Yeah. Okay. Done. Okay, so let's test it out, I think. Right, so we just run this, and then we run this. And now it says, that right there, what is that? Oh, that's not good. This is definitely not good. Overseer main. That's where this is coming from. Overseer run. There are no environment variables for this? No, this is the wrong file. Oh, I'm in the wrong... I wonder sometimes. Okay, so we gotta do this here. We gotta do this. Let's set this here. So set this equal false. You know, I've never seen any of the Terminator movies. Here we go. And there's... Oh, let me find this GIF. Wait, I think I found it. Okay, except for... Hang on, someone... I want to find the better version of this GIF now. Alright, I am... Alright, I'll just link this. I can't find the better one, but I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on this. Copy address. Yeah, there we go. Oh wait, that wasn't even... Okay, there were like many GIFs that were better than that one that I could have linked from that same thread that I just found, but whatever. That has to do with Terminator, trust me. Take it from a guy who hasn't seen the movies. There was one where it was blue filtered and they had the actors from... Anyway. If someone can find that, that'd be nice. So this is done, and I have tested it. So it says, note the code wanted to terminate it, but we prohibited it for now because it's set to false. Sounds good, unless this check happens all the time, and then it does not sound good anymore. I think it removes it from there. Fully terminate. We stop tracking it? How does this work? Endpoint monitor, fully terminate. Here. Remove from the database. Okay, I guess. Yeah, we remove the endpoint here if it fails a health check. Okay, good. Wait, is this the one? I think this is the one that Remy linked. Oh, this is almost the one, Remy. There was one where they filtered even the dog in blue. So this GIF was blue. That was the best one. There. Yeah. You got it. You got it. Well, there's some like weird flashing going on, but other than that, yeah, it looks good. I think someone just followed, but my bot didn't call it out. So thank you, mystery stranger. Oh, there we go. Swag attacker. You're no longer a mystery. But thanks for following. Okay, cool. So I think this is good. Let's take a look and then check it in. So that part's fine. This is good. This needed to be changed. The Ansible scripts needed to change too. Yep. And then allow and allow. Yep. Great. So there is now an environment variable that can be specified for the overseer. And the name of it is what again? Allow game server termination. When unspecified or when so it defaults to true. When true, you will be allowed to terminate game servers. When false, it will simply log a message instead of terminating a game server. Cool. Like, I think you're the first person to ever type that. I don't think people even knew it existed, even though it showed up. It showed up a few times. Actually, my posture is pretty good right now. All right, so there's now an environment variable that can be specified. If false or true, when true, you're allowed to, yep. Yeah, cool. Well, that was pretty fast. So check that in. Okay, so ignore the messages that show like this from presumably PM2 in the cluster master. This is something I've never tested out, and we're about to test it out. So let's figure out what I'm doing here. Go into here, and we do cluster run. That's not how you, that's how you do it. Okay, good. So, oh, I gotta close these things. There. All right, let's see what's going on. So Winston Long has begun, game server, good. Oh, what? Unexpected error, connection refused. I guess, oh no, everyone died. Okay, well, let's fix that. So cluster run, rest server port. Oh no, where's the starting port? Oh, it's in run.js. Port. Can I just specify this here? No, that doesn't even matter. No, none of that matters. What matters is these things should be code wanted to terminate. Initializing. Connect to overseer was not specified. So then why did this fail the first time? Connection refused. Something's wrong. Something is afoot. Whoops. Strange. Okay, I want to figure out what caused that to happen. Oh wait, no. I'm misreading this. It said, oh no, I'm misreading it. Never mind. Yeah, this is a bug. All right, let's fix this. Cluster master. It wasn't even in here though. Why is this? Huh, hey folk. Also, okay. Yeah, let's go to test connection. Where is that coming from? Here, I guess? No, this is the unhandled rejection. Darn it. I need more information from this. Okay, let's close out all these things and go to test connection. Game server right here. What's this? Is this failing? Oh, it's the account server that doesn't exist. Oh, REST server port is 8081. That's not even, oh man. Okay, I should write what that was for in unhandled. So unexpected error from test connection. Yeah, this test connection to the account server. Yeah, that's what it was saying didn't exist. Connection refused on 8080. And that's even kind of strange. But let's set this to 8085 maybe. And then we'll run the account server on there. So where do we specify a port here? There it is, 8080. Let's change this to 8085. Then I'll run the overseer and I'll run the uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, okay, I see you, Jason. And hey, Skill Bubble. This should work. I should get Restify. There, no, that worked. Okay, great. Cool. So let's try running this again. And... okay, no, that all worked. The REST client connected successfully. Yeah, I need to specify what that is, because that's going to be the REST client. Ah, here. So, connected successfully to the account server. And then what else is saying? Is this saying? Connection manager is not listening for connection. Created a REST client whose root URL. Yeah, that's another problem. Root URL is a local host. Created a REST client. Where's that coming from? Created a REST client. There. We don't know what this is connecting to here. This is a generic function. Well, maybe that's fine. I guess I'm not that good at watching Adam's stream. Yeah, you know what? I've been streaming for about 1,000 hours at this point. So I'm 10% of the way to becoming a good streamer. I think I rank somewhere between like bad and mediocre at this point. And soon I'll become a master streamer. The best. The Ash Ketchum of streaming. I think I fixed this. And I also wonder, this is not what I was even attempting to test here. It was this, running from PM2. Alright, well let's mimic how I do it in Ansible. So if I go into gameserver main.yaml, all I'm doing here is what? PM2 start this thing. Yeah, this is pretty easy. Actually, this is very easy. The hard part is specifying all of this. But it might already be in the environment. Let's just try it out. Maybe it'll work. So this changes to this. No, it doesn't. It changes to this. So then that's going to fail, I bet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it failing 16 times in a row. That wasn't just one failure, that was 16 failures. And Ivanus, thank you for following. Yeah, by the way, you guys who followed, you'll get a whisper from Botlad soon. And you can use that whisper to control my lights if you want. Alright, so figure out, I guess, need to figure out how to do this first. Well, we can look at the logs and see what failed. Unexpected token import. That's not right. That's definitely not right. Cluster main 7 import. Oh, I know what's going on. Okay, never mind. No, that's reasonable. What I need to do is run this from the dist folder. Dist/staging/game-server/source. Yeah. And then what was that thing called? Cluster main. That's right. Got it. Okay. Now there are 16 errors, but they're slower. That's progress. Oh god. Alright, fine. PM2 logs. Also, I gotta grab some water. I'll be right back, actually. What do the points do? Points are only for two things. One is getting access to Botland, and the second is getting onto my lunch screen. You'll see what that means at lunchtime today. But yeah, Ivanus, there's the command, and there's also points help. So there's points help. Oh, let me. I guess just move this way. There. And Den in Studio, thank you too for following. Got 3 followers so far today. But I can only get on to one more lunch BRB. Okay, let's see what we got. So something's failing from here. Start port must be specified as a number. Yeah, it should be. That it should be. So let's go into cluster run. There's no start port. Where am I supposed to specify this? Also, how did this work if I never specified that? Run m cluster m. Maybe I just never updated this. I think I was working on this on Friday. There's start port. Oh, but it's port. Oh, so it, oh yeah, that was the wrong error message. That's potentially dangerous. Also, what is this start rest port? This has never been defined. This will always fail, won't it? Oh, come on. This is never said anywhere. This can't possibly work. Start rest port. Oh, and the reason why it's working is because I'm checking to see if it's not a number. An undefined isn't not a number. Okay. Yeah, that's a mistake. Where you live? Because I'm in Germany and now it's dinner time. Oh yeah, I'm in Washington State. So my current time, actually, there's a way for you to do this. You can do streamer time. Yeah. So it's 10:08 for me right now. I've only started the stream about an hour ago. So yeah, lunchtime is usually 3 or 4 hours in. So it's 11:09. You mean in Germany? Is that even true? I thought Germany was 9 hours ahead of me. Time in Germany. 7:09. Yeah, it's 9 hours ahead. 18:09 here, and I'm GMT. What? Alright, never mind. I don't. Whatever. All I know is it's 10:09 here for me right now, and you guys can figure out your own time zones related to mine. Yeah, 19:06. Yeah. Okay, great. So this is wrong. Is this ever used in the code base anywhere? No, it is not. All right, well, that's why it was wrong. So we can just remove that. So then port is not defined. I find that hard to believe because, oh, wait, no, maybe it's easy to believe. Where do I do this? I guess I set this here. Yeah, there it is. Game server socket port. Okay, what if we just set that ourselves? So then this becomes, let's write out the whole command. So there's set port equals 3000. It's just going to keep complaining to me. I wonder if you can specify the number of restarts that are allowed so I don't have to keep waiting 16 times. PM2 key metrics. Oh man, I can never find out where they have their command line arguments on here. I just want something titled command line arguments. Programmatic API. Whatever. Process management. Start any process. Jason. No, come on. They're supposed to have it here. I wonder if the commands are helpful enough to tell me what it is that I'm looking for. What am I looking for? No auto restart. Oh, there it is. Oh, that was easy. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad, VM2. So let's try specifying that. It'll fail once. Nope. Nope, that's definitely failing 16 times. Maybe I should have specified it in the other order. Hey, White Angel. And thanks, Ivan. Ivanus. Alright, let's do PM2 list. They should be... Wait, that one's online. Oh, that means it worked. But it didn't work. Need pre-beta auth password set. Yeah, none of this stuff is set. Let's just take it all from run.js. I'm pretty sure it's these variables. I'll just set all of these and we'll make it pretty easy. So this will be batch. We'll just do set this equal to this, and we get rid of the quotes, and we get rid of the commas. There. Let's try that out now. Aha! No auto restart worked. Script already launched. Add -f to force re-execution. Okay, I can do that. Oops, oops. There we go. Alright, now where do we stand? Address in use, 8081. That is probably as a result of me not doing PM2 kill. So let's do that. That probably terminated the log process. It did not actually. That's pretty neat. And now we rerun that. Whoop. Is it going to work? Yeah, it worked. I think. Right? Yeah. Yeah, and these are exactly the errors that I set out to fix here. This is what I wrote down on my to-do list. AXM monitor, AXM option configuration, and this one. So let's take a look at what these are exactly. It's this message. So these are monitor messages. They have a type in them. But then somehow I'm just getting node version with nothing else in it. Hey, Rosu. I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome. And also, hi, SQ. How many games per VM at most? It only depends on what the VM can handle. So if I'm running on like a, oh, what are those things called? T1 Nano or something like that, then the answer is 1 because the CPU is capped at 5% usage. And if I'm running on, you know, their beefiest one, then I don't actually know what the answer is. But what I'm aiming for is roughly, I think it's like somewhere between 10 and 15. So if it can handle that, then great. If not, then yeah, maybe we have to tone it down. Well, so we'll see. I think it can probably handle, you know, 13 or 14. We'll find out. This is so interesting, yet I have no idea what's happening. Well, hi, Panda. And if you want to take a look at what the game is about, you can check that out. Oh, and I actually answered Rosu's question before it was even asked. Take that, Prescience. So, yeah. This is what the game is about. I can show it to you guys if you want. The video actually does a pretty good job at demonstrating what the game's about, and it hasn't changed too much since that video because I've been working on the infrastructure. But I'll kind of cover a lot of... Oh, wait. No, maybe the game isn't working. Oh, that's wonderful. I guess I can't show you guys. You found the keys to the time machine? Never. Prescience? You, Bing. Can't tell you how many times I get that every day. Okay, well, Botland's down. That's really not all that surprising. Let me go try to start this up on my other monitor. Where does this exist? Actually, is there a way I can count.bot.land? Does this work? Slash health slash. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, let me try this out. Maybe I can get this up and running. Does he? Is he? Oh, because of import from future in Python. If that's what you were getting at with that, then that is quite a stretch. Okay, well I can show you guys. No, I can't. Never mind. All right, I gotta figure out why botland's down. Well, that becomes priority number 1 now. Bug, figure out why botland is down. Oh, what? How? What? Never seen that command before. Host this? Oh, wait. Is this something you have your own bot set up for? Okay, that must be it. I'm like, that's not a command that I have, right? Bodie McBoatface. I remember this. I'd never actually read the other ones here, though. Hussein Boat. Oh, man. Okay, that's pretty good. Alright, so something's wrong. I still can't connect to this thing. Connection timed out. Oh, this probably means I think Azure restarted my machine. I think that's what happened. The IP doesn't seem to be the same. Alright, I gotta figure out what's going on then. This is probably gonna take some time. There have been numerous times when a feature's been requested only to be responded with already coded that. Oh, okay. That's actually even more of a stretch, I think. The to-do list is pretty long. Oh yeah, you bet. This thing's been going on for a long time. Although it does end here. So if I just fold this, that's how long it really is. So not so bad. I cut out about 200 lines there. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do. And QR4A, thanks for following. What's wrong with Azure? It's probably my code that's wrong, not Azure necessarily. I'm not really sure how I would debug this now. I think I'll look at this later because I'm already working on some bugs and some features here. So for now, yeah, just not so bad. Stop lying to yourself. Yeah, for now, just go to that YouTube video that I linked earlier. So when you sit down, do you have to adjust the table's height? Yeah, I do. I have commands for everything here. Let's see how many times I can respond to PP090999 with just commands. Nothing custom. Okay, yeah, so this is something I'm going to have to do later. So ignore the messages that show up from this. This is something where what I could do is only reply. There are a couple of things. Let's write out the solutions. So solution 1 is only log messages or only handle messages that I'm actually aware of. Solution number 2 is keep trying to handle PM2 messages. And try not to spam chat too much with those commands. I don't mind if you're noodling around every once in a while, but don't exhaustively go through the list. You're quite the prepared streamer. Thanks. You upgraded? Yeah, I did. And White Angel says, question, I might have asked it before, don't know. I know HTML and CSS and JavaScript on a medium level. What do any of you suggest in order for me to get a job as soon as possible? Well, White Angel, this may sound obvious, but in order to get pretty much any job in tech, I'd say make a resume, practice interviewing, and then interview. So I think it has to boil down to those 3 steps unless you know someone and they can get you a job. And there are other parts of that. I don't know where you live exactly, but at least here, if you want to sign up for a LinkedIn profile, that can usually help. And then And then the more specific answer is find your where you think you need to work on. So maybe it's coming up with algorithms and then work on that stuff. Hey, Wouter. What? Want me to send my last message? I understand chat moves fast, but want to know an answer. Oh, wait. Did you... Adam, got a question about your infra. Do you only have one database server? Or are you going to have a slave in case the primary goes down? I only currently have one. Eventually, I'm going to rework the whole database system and probably use Persona or Percona. I don't know how it's pronounced. It's this thing though. Percona MySQL. Yeah, this. And it'll probably be master-master replication. So either one can handle writes. Yeah, I don't really like LinkedIn, but it does help sometimes. It's a somewhat necessary evil. That's how I look at it. Okay, so keep trying to handle PM2 messages. So try to account for any non-botland messages, e.g. AXM and node version. So this could result in not handling botland messages and then never knowing that I'm not handling them. And this could result in noisiness down the line from messages that I don't know about. So both of these have cons. I don't think there's a solution that I know about here where it's like, oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, there could be something else here. Solution number 2B. Try solution number 2, but only print each unknown message once. It's not entirely possible, though. Then the problem becomes figuring out which messages have already been seen. This is easy enough when the message has a type. But what about node version? Also, where is this even coming from? Maybe I could just disable it at the source. I guess that's solution number 3. Disable the messages at the source. PM2 in this case. I'll have to figure that out. Hey, Lukey. Also, whoa, what else have I missed? Chat's moving like super fast today. What would you recommend for learning advanced programming? I want to learn how to do stuff like this. I even took a look at Node.js, but it seems pretty advanced. Panda, I don't think Node.js is that advanced. I think there are some concepts you definitely need to learn, but if you know some JavaScript, definitely just get started with Node. And then so I've been working on this note now for a little while. Hang on, let me go find it. I haven't shared this out with people, and this was more targeted at people starting to learn programming. So I have this thing about setting expectations. So if you were already at the point where you tried Node.js, then I'm assuming you know sort of like intermediate programming. Afterward, I think it all boils down to, where do I have this written? It's pick a project and then go do that project. And the project should try to expand your skill level a little bit. So if you've already done a basic game, then add features to it, or code in some shaders or something like that. Do something that'll push you just a little bit, and then use all the resources you have to try to code it. Yeah, what else am I missing? I love your keyboard cam. Thanks, Lukey. Smallest text adventure, which is pretty fun. Yeah. Yeah, and then like from there, for example, if you wanted, turn your text adventure into maybe a point and click adventure. Like the old LucasArts games, or what's that thing called? Grim Fandango. Things to learn ASAP. What was the first one? Oh, how to say please? Well, there are a lot of people who come in and chat and they're like, help me with this. And I say, wait, what? Like, I don't even know you. So for you to be that demanding at first, like, I don't mind helping strangers. I don't want to, not your servant here. And Tasted Pegasus, thanks for following. Okay, so what solution do I want to go with here? One of the things I want to figure out is, if I search for PM2 AXM, what is AXM? What is this? AXM monitor. I don't know what this is. Very useful answer, thanks. Okay, that's sarcastic. Unitech closed this. 9/11, never forget. Okay, well, that's not helpful for me. what is this exactly? And do they have their GitHub on here? Here it is. PM2, let's search for AXM. Because I don't know what this, require PMX. What is that? There's a process.send in here somewhere, and that's what's sending these things. AXM monitor. Hey Gert. And Shafili says, Adam, help me with this. I have a strange growth on my cabbage. What are my impressions of React? I'm actually using React. I like it. I haven't gotten fully used to it. It's a very different paradigm from like jQuery, for example. I assume you worked as a programmer, how you worked and where. So Justice, I haven't been answering too much of that stuff. I did work at Microsoft for a while. I also have this thing here. Yeah, the thing that Remy linked in. What's a good project to start with if you barely know? If you know barely anything, please tell me. So in that case, I'd say the project, it's not a project. It's just learn a programming language. Your project should be whatever tutorial you go into and start there. And if you know enough, if you know a language and you're comfortable with for loops and if statements and variables and control flow, then I'd say work on a console-based game. So something like, and not like Xbox console. I mean like this kind of console, where you have something like guess a number from 1 to 10. I think that's a really good thing to do. And then you type in the number, 2, and it says echo too low, something like that. I think that's a really good first project. It'll solidify all the programming basics you've learned. I think for now, I'm going to go with this solution because I think it's really easy, and I don't think there's too much that can go wrong here. I think if there's no, actually, I take that back. I kind of want to go with this. It needs to have a type. Yeah, let me look through this then. So where does this happen? This is in here, cluster master. Yeah. And I have message handlers right here, and then I use these handlers right here. So if there's a function for that, great. If there's not a function, then here's where we're going to do things a bit differently. If there's no type, I think we're just going to ignore it completely. I'm a Linux master at the moment. I got a 72. I don't know what that means. So let's look. Well, okay, here's the problem with doing things this way, which I didn't write down over here. If I do this, then every single time I start this program, I'm always going to see one error about AXM monitor and one error about AXM configuration. And even that's not fun. I guess I just ignore those messages. Okay, fine. Let's do that. This dot message types to ignore equals. So AXM monitor and AXM configuration. Was that what that was? AXM option configuration. Basically anything that starts with AXM. I think I just hard code this. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do things this way. I'm just going to get rid of AXM stuff and that node version thing, if that's all it contains. Yeah. Okay, I'll try that out. So message handler, handle message. So there's an unrecognized message. Ignore everything that starts with AXM because that comes from PM2. Hey Vognar, how's it going? So what else did I miss? 72/100. How does Botland communicate with the account server as a socket? It's TCP. So it's all taking place over, it's really HTTP, which is backed by TCP. So yeah, it's REST servers and clients. Mac is greater than Windows is greater than Linux. Hey, BioAim. And Gert, the icon in front of Rosu's name was Twitch Turbo, which means Rosu paid, I think, $9 a month and doesn't get ads. Yeah. So oh, got it, Gert. Okay, yeah. I didn't realize. Is that good? A 72 here would pretty much mean that it's not good. but I know you don't live in America, so perhaps that's a good thing. Who knows? All right, so if, let's save off the type here. Const type equals message object dot type. Put this here, and I'll just say that that might not exist. And then over here, if type equals, or no. If underscore dot is string type, and type dot to lowercase dot starts with AXM, then we just ignore it. Just don't do anything. Ignore it. Is there anything else though that I want to ignore? There's the only other thing is that node version 1. I guess if that exists in here, I want to ignore it. But then, okay, yeah, if type doesn't exist. So if, do I have util here? No, that's fine. So I guess if type, if is undefined type. So if there's no type in the message, then we'll do this stuff. So then else, I guess type has to be a string at that point. I understand you've used Sublime for a long time, but have you looked into Atom? I looked into it very briefly. I got a little frustrated. Well, that day I'd been working for 8 hours already. It's captured on a stream somewhere, and I got a little frustrated with how the key bindings are done. It's not that they're bad. It's very different from Sublime, and it's not the kind of thing I expected to try out when I wanted to use Atom. So I will probably give it another shot at some point, and I might actually switch to it because Sublime is probably always going to be paid, and eventually I probably won't want to use Sublime 2 anymore. I'll want 3, but I won't want to pay for it. So yeah. All right. Anyway, if this is undefined, then let's check to see if it contains node version, then ignore the message. I'm not actually sure where this message comes from. I'm not sure if we can get where that message comes from. Also, unexpected token, where's that? Where is that? Did I? Oh, right, there's no, got it, all right. Not actually sure where this comes from. So if message object dot node version, let's just do this. If then ignore it. Otherwise, so let's say let ignore message equals false. So we'll ignore this. And we'll ignore this. So this is where type is defined. Okay, and then here we'll say if not ignore message, then yeah, I think that's good. Okay. Let's try that out. So now when I restart this, so before we had all these no message handler messages printing out. I'm gonna stop this, stop all, and I'm going to restart it, and we won't see those print out any longer. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. That's really good. So those have all been stopped. So anything that starts with AXM will be ignored. And if it contains just node version, it'll be ignored. All right, not bad. Hey, Wraithy. Okay. All right, not bad. I think let's check that in. But we don't need it. there's an unrecognized message. Wait, also what? The node version it was printing out is, yeah, 591. Okay. I thought it was 56. I thought that's old, and that means that something is erroneous there. But I think it's fine. There's an unrecognized message. Ignore everything that starts with AXM because that comes from PM2, and we don't use those messages here. And what are these messages exactly? Loop delay, ag type, alert. I don't know what this is. Like, I don't know if I should be doing anything. Should I just turn this off? I don't know. But it's this PMX thing. I'm not going to worry about it. Hey, Bukhar. When's the sub button? I haven't applied again. Yeah, I haven't applied again, so I don't know. Google it, Adam. Google what? Oh, also speaking of, hang on a second. There's something I want to check for you guys. Is Noob for lunch here? Yeah. Okay, so is Noob for lunch here? Oh, Google the errors. Oh, I'm not. Hang on a second. Excuse me. All right, I'm not super concerned because these aren't error messages. They're just log messages. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with this. I think I'm going to check this in. Also, this doesn't come from this repository. Why does this have changes? Oh, Ansible running. That's fine. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you, Skilled Bubble. Okay, let's get rid of... So that doesn't need to be checked in. This is actually a little bit messy. So I'm going to clean this up. This is all... Yeah. We're going to change all these things at once. Okay, so minor cleanups. One is removed restify from package.json where it was unnecessary, unneeded, I'll say. And then here was improved some logging about which REST client I am making and which REST client was made or had errors. And then the other thing was, I already forgot. Let's just click it again. Oh yeah, got rid of an unused environment variable from cluster m.js. This wasn't actually producing an error because I was checking not underscore is not a number on like this .rest server port, but it was always undefined. Asserting. And then as long as I'm here, let me make sure that that's the correct thing. It's not. It's this .start rest port. As long as undefined, so it wouldn't fail the assert. Adam, what are your thoughts on Anonymous? I don't think now's the time to share my thoughts on Anonymous. There are some times when I don't mind going off on tangents. I think now is not that time. I've got some good momentum right now. And that's actually also why I haven't really been paying attention to the conversation in chat other than monitoring that it's not like people aren't getting like furious with each other or something. Otherwise I'd chime in on that. Okay, I think this is good. But this is only one of the commits. I need to make a second one. And then I really should lint all of this. Let's check this in. So that is ignored. That is ignored. And then this is the real thing that I just changed. Yes, good. So when running the cluster, the game server cluster through PM2, there would be some messages in, what is it, process.send. handle network message. This is on here. Working on message, yeah. Working on message. Be some messages sent via process.send from PM2 that I didn't want to handle. Because I didn't handle them, Botland was logging, well, I was logging an error, and it was very noisy. So I've put some rules in place to ignore AXM star messages. You know what? I'm out of here. I'm not going to hang around and debate like this. You can have freeloaders in your chat if you like. Wait, okay, maybe I should read through this whole thing. Oh man, why is chat moving so fast today? Twitch does get money from Turbo subs. Man, I don't want to... Oh, man. Okay. Okay, so first of all, Turbo subs... I mean, you pay to get Turbo, so that does provide money. Second, ads that would have shown to a Turbo member still count as revenue for the streamer. I mean, Twitch already made money off of you, so they wouldn't get money for the ad. It's not like they're tricking the advertising companies. The other thing to consider is that, like, I am currently an advertiser, and I guess I'm kind of also, I don't know how to say this, like a channel for advertisements. So when you guys watch my stream, you get ads. I don't get any money from that stuff because I'm not a partner. And the ads are for something totally unrelated to Botland. Like, you're probably seeing, fast food stuff and games and whatever else. But like I said, I'm also an advertiser in the sense that I have a Facebook campaign running right now to try to pull more people to the stream. And I think all of this it's definitely a kind of a fine line, because there are ads that are intrusive and also potentially just surfaces for viruses. And those are obviously really bad, and everyone would probably like to avoid those. And then there are ads that support people or services. And if, let's say, I don't know, I'm intentionally not trying to take sides here, although I didn't read the whole conversation. But Rosu, I'd be sorry to see new people leave because of, I guess, unpopular opinions. I imagine if you brought this up in most people's chat, you'd probably get similar opinions, though. Like, I don't think people here are relatively different from the norm. Also, speaking of norm, hi Norm. How many people do you think actually come from Facebook? I don't know. I don't have that information. If you're not a partner on Twitch, you don't get traffic source information. Okay, I'm going to commit this code. Let's close out of these. So this is done. This is done. Change how the overseer tracks states of game servers. Yeah, this is the big task for today, I think. And then kind of partitioning all of this out. Yeah, hi Norm. So change how the overseer tracks states of game servers. So all references to that are bad. There were some to-do items I had to clean up here. Concept of num-ready game servers needs to change, so the cluster is reporting its own number. Okay, so let's write all this stuff down as to-do items. Something I can act on. And let's close out of this stuff. This I might want to keep around. I'm not sure about that. We'll find out. Or maybe there should just be a run through PM2. Hey, Moose. Weren't you considering applying it? Considering, yes. I'm not sure. Like, I really want to consider it as what are the benefits to you guys, not what are the benefits to me. I don't want to take your money, not yet, from Botland, that'd be great. But I don't want to take your money from the stream, which is why I've never enabled donations. I'm not getting money from ads. And so the benefits for you guys are transcoding options. The benefits for me, I guess, are extra traffic source information. But then I get a subscribe button by default, and I don't want you guys to subscribe. I'd rather you spend your money elsewhere and just be entertained by the stream. Okay, let's change how the overseer tracks states. So the first thing was this. Clusters need to report the number of ready game servers in their health checks. I think that's a good idea. I'm not positive about that. But the overseer is, I'm not totally sure. Yeah, there may need to be an intermediate state for between ready for game and running game, where it's something like staging people into game, and it may fail. Alright, so there's that. There's fix the to-do items in game server endpoint. Where is this? Endpoint. Oh great, I don't know where this is. Game server endpoint doesn't exist? Oh, right, no, this is an infrastructure code. Game server endpoint, there it is. Okay, great, so there's a to-do item, change this. Yes, that needs to be changed. But there's another to-do item that I added relatively recently, and let's just find the to-do items in here. There's actually not that many. Alright, so minor to-do items, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Why is this here? Oh, okay. I'd argue that that doesn't matter right now either. Stop using this in the code base. Okay, great. Sure. Change API so they don't need to require an endpoint specifically. They're only needed right now for logging purposes in their host address. Provision game server. I'll need to look at that too. If num server's revision is too large, yep. Change this so there's better state tracking. Yeah, this was the other one. Ensure server's up to date. Okay, yeah, I gotta write this stuff down. Fix to-do item in game server endpoint. Fix the to-do item in ensure game server's up to date. It's already up to date, or it's not in a state where we can update. I think those are the only ones that I wanted to change here. Also, let me run a giveaway. Can you notice this message apart from all the debating? It's easy for me to pick out my name, just like how if you were in a crowd of people and someone said, "Hey, Gert," you could have, well, that's Bukhar said that, but you know what I mean. All right, let's run a giveaway. Congrats, Moose. Also, I think debate is fine. I don't mind that in my chat. It's when people get to be a little bit more toxic that then that's a problem. And that's only happened 2 or 3 times in the course of, what, 7 months. So I'm not too concerned about that. This is fine. This is fine. I already wrote this down. And what's this? Yeah, that's going to need to change. And then create game server. Cool. Okay, so I have marked all that down. I should probably change how this works. So there's that. And then I need to look through endpoint monitor. Yeah, cool. Okay. So endpoints by type, sure. Get number of game servers being provisioned. Why did I do this? This function exists because we'll periodically try making new game servers and we shouldn't discount the ones that are currently being provisioned. But I have all this in the database at this point. So I don't think this is necessary. At least I should have them in the database. At no point should these be untracked. I think I should just write this here. To do, this is perhaps, Well, not only is this perhaps unnecessary, but do I use this? Kit or provision game servers? I don't think this is good. We need an Adam rigged emote. I mean, if you come up with a picture for that, then maybe I could add it. And do you have a scary/loud follower alert so that we can watch you pop out of your chair? No, I have a follower alert sound, but my speakers are never turned on. So I don't ever hear even the normal follow sound. Adam, I have a key later on because it's obviously Moose's turn. But I could not control lights last time I got a link because I was on Xbox One. Yeah, sure, Bukar. Oh, whoa. Error timeout. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, so no one's been getting... Uh-oh. Okay. Let me fix this. So for some reason, this just timed out. When was this? 8:56. It was immediately when I started it. So the bot was never even running. Uh-oh. Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, that was a mistake. Alright, let's try it. Moose, can you test this? No, it timed out again. Oh, I know what's happening. Oh, it's because Botland is down. Uh-oh. Okay, so priority number 1, fix Botland. Yeah, whoops. So, let's see. So Botland is down. So the socket is timing out when trying to connect. So let's go load that up. Resume token node app. Let's close out of this. I don't need that open anymore. So the socket that it's trying to connect to is this thing. Botland is down. Yeah, Botland is down. It's this. This thing is failing. And when it errors, it just... Yeah, this. But it doesn't... Error timeout. It throws an error too. Oh, connect error. Process.exit 1. Error connecting the Botland play.bot.land socket. Yeah, I'll just cut out the process.exit part for right now. How about we do that? So then I say for var I equals 0, I is less than 100, I plus plus. Let's just print out this error a whole bunch of times. Actually, let's just print it out like 25 times. Because I'm not going to stop execution on this. How is someone changing the lights then? Well, Moose is changing the lights, but it's a race condition basically. So that worked, but it would not continue to work for other people. I just followed. How can I control the lights? Wait, I thought you followed a while ago. But either way, you should get access at some point. Let's take a look. Token node app. No, why do I keep doing that? Are you in the ode list? No, you're not. I'm not sure. Okay, anyway, we got to get Botland back online. So I've got to do this somehow. Let me go to Azure portal. Okay. I don't know what account this is on. Azure 2 main account. I probably would have done this on the main account. Whoops. I never got that link. Okay. I gotta do this on my other screen for just a sec, and then once that's done, I can show it on screen. Okay, that's really, really weird. It says I have no resources whatsoever. None of them. What happened here? Look at this. All resources, none. I don't know if this was... Yeah, weird. Nothing's showing up. That's very weird. So, main app, no servers whatsoever. Hey, Rino. And Ivanus, when you follow, you get a link to control my lights, but... Oh, this is going to keep erroring, isn't it? In chat one. Yeah, this thing is... Oh, man. I gotta fix Botland. I don't know if this was even supposed to be where the account existed. This is very problematic. Like, this server ceased to exist. I wonder if that's just an Azure glitch. I don't know. Also, why do I have to choose this every time I start Firefox? Great, don't care. Alright, let me try this one out. So Azure 2, I guess. Can I suggest moving to a different host? I'm in the process of doing that. I'm coding the infrastructure for it all now so that I can move to AWS. But in the meantime, I'm hosting the just always on server on Azure. And that way I'm not paying any money and people are able to still play Botland. That obviously only works when everything's online. Okay, yeah, everything's gone. That's very strange. This is where Sinopia is hosted. Where the art tool is hosted. Is Azure free? No, I have BizSpark, so I got a certain amount of credit for free. Wow. Wow, this is too bad. Okay, well, let's just work on this, I guess. I lost everything though, but how is that possible? Is there some way there could have been a mistake here? I don't know. Let's just make a new one, I guess. It's very weird. DevOps plus test cloud solution. Oh, whoa, this is what's wrong. This must not be my account. What is going on? What is going on? Alright, hang on a second. I'm guessing you studied lights in school or something? No. If you want to find out how my lights work, you can check this out. How do I do this? Where do I go? What do I sign into? How do I figure this out? When should I get the link? I mean, that's a good question. Let me open this up again. Are you on here? Yeah, you're on here, which means that as soon as I fix this bot, it should happen. It's like people are getting it apparently. Oh, Moose just got it again, I think. It says lights enthusiast. No, that just means I like them. There's about lights on the street. Alright, I'm trying to do this off screen for a second. There's a lot of... Yeah, so... I have to do some of this off screen because of the personal information it's showing. Where is the rest of this? Go to my account. Is this not working? We can't find any subscriptions that are linked to your account. If you have it, then you can use it. If not... Oh, this is bad. Is there... Okay, let's take a look. Is there a problem with Azure right now? Azure status? All services are working properly. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Because I don't have any explanation for why this is failing then. What happened to my account? And yeah, Raytheon did. I updated Phantom Bot. I don't know what to do. Do you have a backup of the website and also maybe you ran out of credit? It shows that I don't even have a subscription. Like, it would be possible that I ran out of credit, but if you look at this page right here, it says you don't have any subscriptions. And that's where it would show this. Do I have a backup of the site though? Yeah, that's all just my Git repositories. Wow, I don't know what to do. Okay, let me try something else, I guess. I have my Sinopia. Sinopia is still online. That thing's working just fine. And let me check something else here. User profile SSH button. I have the REST server here. Is this still online? I think this died too. Yeah, I think this died. It's gone. Well. Yep. Do you use a script to automatically connect an SSH connection? And do you use Debian because of the automatic package? I do use a script, yes. And is my Azure account my Outlook account? I have different accounts for that. And do I use Debian because of the automatic package downloading? I just use Debian because I made some decision a while ago that yes, that's what I should try out. And then I'm now sticking to it because that's what I have all my notes written about. What type of music do I like? I mostly like classical music. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Yeah, I don't know what to do. All right, I'll try one more thing off screen and then that's it. I've run out of things. If it says I don't have a subscription, there's only so many things I can do here. I guess I could host it on a different machine maybe, but I don't. What do I even type in here to try to find this? Yeah. All right, so let me turn off this camera for just a sec while I try to figure this out. I don't even know my password. Okay, I can turn this back on, I guess. Let me show this up. Your Azure account set an Outlook email. Yeah. No, that should be correct. Oh, hey, I found it. Oh. Okay. So I found the game server. I just don't know what's happened to it now. Let me take a look. Did the IP address change? Okay, so the IP address is dash. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to be dash. Oh, subscription disabled. Uh-oh. That's why. Yeah, I think it's pretty much what Dat Sparrow was talking about. So subscription disabled. How is that possible, though? Oh, that's how. Starting credit was 150, and current credit is 0. Okay. But how is that possible? Premium storage. Others. What is this? Okay, I'll show you guys this picture because I don't like keeping you guys out of the loop for this. I want you to at least be able to see this. So here's what all the spending was. And these are probably, you don't need to look at this. I don't know if it's even personal, I don't really care. But compute hours. So I made it almost to the end of the month. Cost 55, cost 54. Premium storage, that's the problem. I don't want premium storage. That's $40 that was pretty much just wasted. Yeah. I gotta cut this out. What was I thinking using this? Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. That's the issue right there. I gotta figure out how to stop premium storage. Okay, well I think Botland's just gonna be down today. How is Adam going to say that follower's name? What follower? Oh, that's actually a name from Rick and Morty. You should add a pattern link. What were you using it for? Premium storage? I don't even know. I probably just said use premium storage to back this instance. Oh, a Patreon link. Yeah, I've thought about it. I'd rather not for now. Do I like photography? I don't like being a photographer, but I like looking at other people's photographs. All right, the billing period is actually until today. 4/18/16. That's today. Spending limit was reached. How do I? Okay. Well, I think tomorrow I can fix this then. So botnet will just be offline for that time. Hey, Deck Attack. All right. Well, it's too bad. All right. Well, let's add this to my list of things to do tonight. So, remove premium storage from my main act a star. For my main account on Azure because it was $40 I didn't need to spend. How many days are in the billing cycle of, how many days are in March? There are 31, right? Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think I'm like right at the brink of being able to spend exactly enough. And I think the problem is that March had one extra day. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? No, it does, because February would have been the shortest. And then the last time I probably ran into this issue was January. Because I ran into it, I think 2 months ago. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, sure, car if you want to do that. And Ivan has thanks. Let me see. Okay, I'll have to do this and then set up the servers again. So until that point, let me just make one other quick fix here because this socket.on connect error, this is just going to continually happen. In fact, I don't know if I can stop this. I definitely can't now, so I guess let's just comment out this thing and then save and restart there. Okay, so is everyone else? Huh. No, this won't work, will it? Socket.on. That's all going to fail. This is all going to fail. What camera do I use? It's a Logitech. I don't know. Does it say on it? Yeah, it's like the cheapo Logitech one on Amazon. Logitech webcam. Yeah, it's this one. What is this? I don't see a model number or anything. C310, that's probably it. Because it's whatever shows up when you search for just this basic thing. Yeah, it's a C310. Okay, so is this working finally? No. In chat, 0. So my bot is broken in many ways right now, and I don't know if it's worth fixing. So let's just... There's no way to do this. Sorry, Adam, it's more exciting to watch when a disaster occurs. Why Bing? FPS, you've been here for long enough. You should have seen this before. All right, let me sit down and then work on real bugs and features and mostly this stuff, which I hope to get done by lunchtime. No, I think the issue isn't Bing's quality, although I do have issues there sometimes. It's that its public perception is not great. So people generally, they ask about every Microsoft product that I use. Okay. So need to report the number of ready game servers in their health check. This is the cluster, oh, what's this called? It's in the game server. This. So there should be a health check here somewhere, right? No, it's in the server. Where does this take place? Rest server? Yeah, get health. There it is. Okay, so we should have cluster M. Good. And cluster M should contain the number of game servers we have. Perfect. Good, good, good. So let's make a get num ready game servers. Turn this dot. Let's call that from, what are all these untitled things doing open here? Oh yeah, I was writing a bunch of notes. Let's call that from here. Let's do num-ready game servers. This dot cluster m dot get num-ready game servers. Maybe Microsoft is a sponsor. I don't have any sponsors. This is a good start to the week. It's actually not that bad. I mean, Botland is down, but it's not because of any technical issue. It's because of a money issue, which I'm totally fine just waiting another day and then fixing it when the billing cycle starts again. These are things that probably won't happen in production. Like, I might have a spending limit on Botland, but it might be something that's much larger than it is now. It might be like, $600 or $700 a month. And if I hit that limit and it just stops creating new game servers, then yeah, I don't know what would I do. We'll have to figure that out when the time comes. Okay. So that's reporting it right now. Now this needs to be tracked somewhere. I think I need to design this a little bit better right now. Let's try game server. Now it's tracking clusters. This is all endpoint monitor stuff. And where is this even going to work? I think I just need to look through this code. Okay. So all of this comes from right here. Create game server. Create GERM server. Create game server. We do this dot endpoint monitor dot get or provision game server. So I think changing this is a good idea. This dot get ready game server. Find non-critical endpoints. This is ready for game. And is game server up to date? This is still actually the same, except for how this works. This is get ready game server cluster. We should probably just return a game server from here, which means communicating with this to figure out which one it is. What's the checkbox plugin? Decatech linked it. In the future, if you're ever curious about it, I have this entire Sublime command here, so you can check out all the different plugins that I use, or most of them at least. So I think this should return get or create. We should get the number of ready game servers maybe. It's this, but this isn't totally correct. We need to know exactly how many are there, which means the overseer needs to track this information. The endpoint monitor should track exactly the number of game server instances that are ready. That's going to be important. And there's a way to do this. That means that every time a health check is done, we know that. And then we update it. Okay, so this means that somewhere in the endpoint monitor, we need to... Wait a second, I have this too. What am I talking about here? It's right here. Num-ready game servers. This. You need to start this out at something. I don't know what. Maybe 0. And then health checks updated. Yeah, document how num-ready game servers works. Any idea how many lines of code Botland currently has? My estimate is 25,000. I don't know how much it really is. People have asked about this enough before where I should just go download clock. Although, I might have it. Let me check to see if I have it already. Downloads clock. Yeah, I do have it. Okay, so I think we can just run this. Let's try this out. So first of all, if I ran clock here, what does it do? I forgot how you're supposed to run this. List files. I think there's an include directory or something like that. There's exclude. Match, not match. Wait, where's the rest of the usage here? clock options. So star.js. This is not even botland code, but I just want to see how this works. Okay, so now let's go into botland code and try the same thing. But I've got to ignore a whole bunch of things. Exclude dash dir equals directory 1, directory 2. So equals node modules. Is that? I mean, even this is going to be wrong. Comma vendor. Let's try that. That didn't work. I want it to be recursive. Is there a recursive option? I don't know. I don't know how to use this anymore. Yeah, let's just look this up online, I think. Clock listing. Let's follow links. No, I think that's for symlinks, right? I've used this before. It's like I want to match a pattern. I think I just want to say dot slash, and then somewhere here I say a pattern of just JS files. I'm just not sure where. Match this probably. Only count files and directories matching the Perl regex. Okay, let's try that. Dash dash match app. This didn't work. Quantifier follows nothing in regex. Excuse me. I think it's a Perl regex, so I got to do this. And then this is, I don't know, whatever. This isn't worth it. Can't open dir. No such file or directory. I'll figure it out some other time. Out of curiosity, I wonder if I already made the command that I used to use for this. No, I don't know where it is. Yeah, sorry. Whatever, I'll try to figure it out at some other point. Alright, but about this. So here's what I'm thinking of for number of game servers. So the overseer creates at some point. Let's write this over here. Now that we have the database. So let me look at new game server endpoint. There is, what is this? Ah, okay. Register game server right here. So when we register it, we won't know how many game servers are free. Or will we? What if in register, that's what I passed in? Yeah, that would work fine. Okay, so that's what needs to happen then. Also, I need to go use the bathroom pretty soon. So on registration, a cluster should report how many game server instances are running and ready for a game. Then overseer will use extra params JSON. Where is that thing? Here. To store that value in the new endpoint, it should be taken in through the constructor. Yeah, Bukhar, I'll give it to you. Bukhar. There you go. Should be taken in through the constructor. Then we store it and we look it up each time. Yeah, I think after that it should be pretty straightforward. So I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. So on registration, cluster should report. So how about I just close out of these things, and actually this entire thing and this entire thing, and let's just open it up here. Desktop botland backup slash to do, and I guess ps.txt. Great, great. Close that, and let's write these things out. So on registration, it should report. So that's done. Clusters need to report the number of ready game servers in their registration call. That's actually probably all we need to do. I can't, unless something, could there be a discrepancy here between what the overseer thinks and what the game server has? No, I think having it in their health checks is fine too. I just need to make sure what to do in that case. Figure out what to do if the number of ready game servers from a cluster's health check does not match the number that the overseer is tracking. Then there's something else here, right? Overseer will use this value and then set that in the new endpoint, take it in the constructor. Yeah, pass it in through extra params JSON, take in the value in the constructor. What else do we have here? Game server instances already. This is already the case. Update this in the endpoint itself. And then that's going to get fixed automatically. Whether or not it's up to date, we'll need to figure that out. And then I need to just run through how this is going to work. So alright, I have some game server endpoint, let's say. It registers and it says I have 5 game servers that I can use. So I'm going to store that. Okay, great, whatever. Now I say I want to use one. And it's at 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So I've used all 5 at this point. Now game server endpoint reports that health check reports 0 at this point. I have 0 game servers ready here. I wonder, let me try something. NVM remove -g Perl. What I've got to make sure is that, actually maybe there's no issue here. What am I even trying to come up with? Hey Nuclear Donut. It's a funny way to say hi, but hello. Oh yeah, it was what if it doesn't match? So I guess I need to replicate data anytime a game is being used. Or does in health checks have that figured out? Figure out how this works with replication. 2. Is there any time when an overseer can start up and not know about the number of instances? Also, how this thing gets serialized is going to need to change, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Change how game server endpoint gets serialized so that it includes the number of ready game servers. Okay, so let's do this part first. Reporting something through the registration call. The only place this is used right now is here in register account server, and we get the instance ID. So let's go on to the account server side, and how do I specify that? Oh, I say extra params, and I just stringify it. So let's do the same thing then from the cluster side. Cluster client, game client. This right here. Extra params. Oh, we just don't have any params. Okay, so now we specify it. We say num ready game servers, and I believe we have the cluster env here. Yeah, we do. Okay, so we go into cluster env and we say get num ready game servers. Couldn't you just ask the game servers how many games they have left? Yeah, I can, and that's actually what's going to happen in the health checks. Also, hi Deadbringer. So there are going to be two places that this occurs. One is on registration, so the game server will tell the overseer, I have 5 game servers. And then every time that the overseer asks, what's the health of this game server, what's the health of this game server, it'll report, okay, I've only got 3, or now I have 2, or now I have 4. And even that shouldn't be necessary, because if I know what the original number is, and I know every time I need to use one, then I should just be able to decrement or increment as necessary. So, and it may not make sense to take in the number via health check, since this is a sort of proof by induction. Well, because I know the starting value, and I know anytime it changes. I don't think it could hurt. I mean, at lobby time, do an API call to inspect. Yeah, that could work. I need to figure out what way I want to go with exactly. All right. So I was working on this part. Report the number of game servers, and then in endpoint monitor, when I say register a game server, I need to take this in. So const num ready game servers equals extra params num ready game servers. Good, and then I'll pass that into here. So right now we have version, host address, host port, the state, and then I guess we'll just add this on at the end, number of ready game servers. Something like reserve game, which either reserves a game or excuse me. Something like reserve game. Well, the way I was looking at it, like, yeah, I guess that's fine. Because I will need to tell the server, give me one of those things. And that's actually kind of the next thing to do. Have an API that the overseer uses to request a game server instance from the cluster. It's at this point that we would be updating the number of ready game servers. Alright, but this is created in many places, so let's go take a look at all of them. This one is totally made up, and I guess if this thing isn't specified, that we allow it to be nothing. This is where I should probably switch to using params for these things. Yeah. I think I'm going to wipe that out. Ever thought of applying to get partnered? I did apply at one point. I got rejected, and I don't really want to apply again. I don't think it provides you guys much benefit. You get transcode options, and that's about it. Which, granted, that is actually kind of big, because I'm sure there's, what, like 5 or 10% of the people who come to the stream and are like, I can't buffer it, or I can't stream without buffering. And then they just stop watching. So, yeah, that part would be nice. Also, I don't know what kind of contract you're under once you're a partner. And I know they probably say you can't discuss your advertising rates, but are you bound to the platform at all? Anyway, I'd have to find out about that. Alright, I think I'm just going to wipe out this whole thing. Take in params instead. Whenever there's more than one optional parameter, and I'm not using full ES6 yet, then I want to take it in this way. Yeah, so super params version, params host address, params host port, master state master, endpoint types IDs game server. Great. Let's format this line. That never works. So that's good, that's good, that's good. Alright. I don't buff on your channel. What mini panda? Panda? Also hi. can't stream on Twitch and another platform at the same time, but you can stream on other platforms. Yeah, I need to look into all of that. And that's part of the reason why I was very slow to do it the first time. Currently playing back at around 2K, that's pretty low. I am, but there have been complaints before about people who are on mobile or on their college networks. And that's unfortunate. So const game server state ID equals this. Or, and I think these are just numbers, so I'm pretty sure I can't do this. Game server cluster state. Yeah, they're just numbers, so I definitely can't do that. So let's just do params.that. Yeah, that. Okay, that looks good. And then I wanted to take in the number of ready game servers, so we'll just take that in for params. Params or 0. This is the one case where I can do this, I think. Let's make it more explicit. I think _.get low-docs. They have a get command, and I think you can specify a default value. Yeah, you can. Yeah, so let's do that instead. Oh, do I have underscore here? No, I don't. Where are we though? We're in the overseer, so we can just require it. All right, so let's do this. _.get params game server state ID, and it'll be this if it's not defined. Good. And then this one will be _.get params num-ready game servers or 0. Great. Oh, buffering the stream. I see. Got it, Mini Panda. And see you, Bukar. The timer is pretty precise. I wonder if the seconds are correct. I doubt they actually... Let me take a look at that. They don't change by the second, do they? No. I think it just happened to store your time at a certain time, and then every 1 minute it's going to update. So FPS, for example, I think yours are always going to end in 30 seconds. Oh, I'd take that back. Oh, it's gonna be roughly 60 seconds. Yeah, so that's what's gonna happen because it probably has a check every minute. That's my guess. It doesn't really matter. I don't care if it has seconds or not. Okay, so this is done. So then every time we specify a new game server endpoint, that all needs to change. Yeah, that all needs to change. Okay. So let's do this. This is going to be version made up, host address, and the port is, I guess, made up. Good. Yeah. All right. Then the next one is here. So we're going to do this too. Let's wrap this in an object. I don't know why that got tabbed in like 5 times, but let's just push that back. So version, host address, host port. Now state, that needs to change. That's game server state ID. Yeah, great. And then there's this one, of course. Version, host address, host port, state, num-ready game servers. Sounds good. And there's one more, and that is the serialized form of this, where we also need to pass this in correctly. So this is game server state ID. Yeah, all these are correct. So all we need to do is this. Good. And then we need to serialize the number of game servers as well. Yeah. Okay, and then we need to pass that in here. So serialized endpoint dot that. Perfect. Not far from 1,000 hours. Yeah. Although that's not entirely accurate, because I'll start the bot maybe a couple minutes before I start streaming, and sometimes I'll forget to end it for sometimes an hour or two. So yeah, it's not totally accurate, but it's pretty close. And if you think of my average stream time as being what? I have 121 days. My average stream time is probably like 7.5 hours. So that's 908 hours. Yeah. And then there's the extra stuff that I streamed, like Mario and Hearthstone and Minecraft. That doesn't count. Oh, you know what? You know how has a better way of doing this? Twinge actually keeps track of this stuff exactly, I think. If you just click here and then click here. Yeah. So here we go. So game development, 553 hours, and creative, 367. And then these other ones account for like nothing. Success. What? Oh, average viewers. Okay. Dead finger. Alright, so they need to report that. That's done. Figure out what to do if the number of ready game servers. Yeah, so I don't think the health check does need to report these. I just don't see a reason for it. Is there any case after registration? There needs to be some way to fetch it. I guess a health check makes the most sense for that. I think the health check is valuable if a secondary overseer gets promoted to master. Trying to think. I either need to replicate all the number of instances that have changed per server. That's fine, I guess. Or yeah, health check is valuable if an overseer ever gets into a state where it can't rely on its replicated information. That shouldn't happen ideally, but it's good to have checks, just explicit checks, to make sure that it doesn't matter whether it happens or not. Yeah, it should always match. But I'm not doing anything with it right now. Check health of endpoint. So there's this reported version. I'm going to have state. This is incorrect. Oh man. Okay, so I'm guessing this particular file, like 2 commits ago, used to pass in the state. Yep, there it is. Okay, well that no longer happens. But it does pass in the number of ready game servers. And since this thing should definitely know how many it has, I guess we can just always trust that. So I could say this instead here. And then set game server state. What we could change this to is set num ready game servers. Don't I have a get here? I apparently don't. Okay, fine. Alright. That's done. So we can do set num ready game servers. Num ready game servers. Except for that has to be a number. Parse int 10. Yeah. All right, yeah. And this would have already been set somewhere. I don't know if there could ever be a discrepancy. We check the health of something. We should always know what this is supposed to be. Oh, I guess a game could finish. Yeah, that's something I didn't think about. If a game finishes and a health check is performed before the finished game is reported, then the numbers will be mismatched. I need to figure out my own load balancing if I'm doing this though. Like I want to distribute a, yeah, that's what I want to do. I need to do my own load balancing for this. Balancing based on the lowest load makes the most sense, but it also makes it hardest to scale down. Actually, no, I don't know. I think I'm going to do it this way. I'll just need to work that in. Okay, I think this is fine. I think I'm just going to cancel this. Conclusion, I don't think there's a problem with leaving reporting and health checking. It's potentially extra information, but it serves as a course correct in the case of desynchronizations. So change how game server endpoint gets serialized. That's done. Have an API. This is the hard part. Okay, so load balancing. I want to just pick the one that has the fewest amount of, or sorry, I want to pick the one that has, how do I say this? Let me think about this. So let's say we had game servers of different sizes. So game server A is running like 0 out of a potential 50 games. Game server B is running 0 out of potential 10. And game server C is running like 5 out of 1,000. Just making up numbers here. So game server C is probably the beefiest machine and should probably get game servers routed to it first. So I think we base this on percentage. I mean, in these cases, this is 0%. So they should probably get games. Yeah, I think we base it on percentage. I think we balance load based on percentage usage. We could later do this on CPU or something, but for right now, I think this is a pretty good metric. So when a game server was registered, we should probably keep track of how many games could potentially run on it. We'll know that based on the instance, actually. Yeah, that's something that... For now, I don't think we worry about this. So we're going to have some number that we can schedule on all of these, because we're just going to use the same computers for all of these. But then eventually, it needs to know the size of the instance backing it. Okay, so get or provision game server, get ready game server. Is this called from anywhere else? No, it isn't. Returns a game server that is ready to have a game played on it. It's also up to date. Also, what is this returning? An IP address, I guess. IP address and port. And an endpoint. Get ready game server cluster, maybe? Get them. Let's do that for right now. Let's just change this to this. And change this to that. And probably change all of this stuff too. Oh man. Alright, cluster, great. Change these things. So how's this going to work? Something's going to call into this. Something will call get ready game server cluster. We just want to do the load balancing and return that cluster, knowing that it has a free slot on it. After that, we can query the cluster itself to figure out the port of the free slot. Yeah, that should be pretty straightforward. Okay. Yeah, all right, let's do that. So then how does this work? We go through all of these. This is not a good idea. We should filter. Yeah, we should filter. Okay, let's try this out. Infra node ld equals require load dash ld dot filter. So if we have something like I didn't mean to do that. Let's just do this. Servers want to see something cool. What is this? That does look pretty cool. Not for Bene says, don't know why, but I really enjoy your programming sessions. Well, I'm glad. Yeah, because I like it when there are people of all different types in here. There are programmers, there are people who are just into the game, there are people who probably don't care about either one of those. I'm not sure why those people are here, but it's nice. It's nice. Revising for my computing exam. What's bootstrapping? In the context of computing, must be the key bashing. It's usually something that starts itself up. So I don't know. You'd have to give me a little bit more context. Or can we just look this up? Computing bootstrapping. Self-starting process. Software. Wait, that's booting. Where's bootstrapping? Supposed to proceed without external input. Yeah. Before we're into Adam's shirts. So I don't ever really use the term, so I can't tell you what your professor probably wants you to know for that. It's possible that they're referring to it just in general, because I don't think it's exclusive to the OS. Okay, anyway, what was I doing over here? Servers equals, let's come up with an array of like ID1 status, or ID1 free true, ID2 free false, okay, there. So we got a bunch of servers. Now let's do ld.filter servers, server, and we'll just do server.free. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, so filter works exactly how I'd expect then. So we can do that here too. We can say const clusters with ready game servers equals underscore dot filter this dot non-critical endpoints, and then the rest of this is all the same. So return, so it's got to be an endpoint, a game server that is ready for a game and is up to date. Perfect. So that's all of those. Next, now find the one that has the fewest games running on it. We're not actually even tracking that metric right now. All I know is how many are free. I don't know how many are running. Probably I should keep track of that. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't think of this before. I need two metrics. I either need to know how many could run on it and then how many are free, or I need to know how many are running on it and how many are free. So I guess I'd just take in a capacity somewhere. The capacity could actually be stored here for right now. Yeah, let's do that. So game server endpoint, we'll just set the capacity here. I have a feeling I did this somewhere, but I don't know where, and it would have been the number 2, I'm pretty sure. No, I know where I did it, in Ansible. Aha, so we go over to here, infra.yaml. Yes, this. Right there, num game servers to run. Where is this being used? It's being used in cluster. Oh, wait a sec. No, we know what the capacity is. It doesn't scale. Yeah, we gotta do this. Game servers. That's when starting up a game server, though. We need to know what the capacity of this thing is. I guess at registration we know. No, so we do have this information. I just need to pass this in. This dot num total game servers equals _.get params num total game servers. And if that's not specified, I guess we set it to 0. And then we serialize this so that we can replicate it. And then here we put this into, let's do this way. All right, but now this needs to be reported, and it needs to be reported on registration, and that's currently not the case. So let's go update that. In registration here, we're also going to say num total game servers. This is going to be this dot cluster m dot num ready, sure, but what about num game servers? That's right. Num game servers. And we don't have a getter for this, but that's fine. It's just an environment. In fact, I'm not sure why I did things this way. Okay, so now that's reported, and now we have the number 2 and how many are free. Now when we get back to here, now find the one that has the fewest games running on it. So there's probably just a way to sort. Yeah, there's sort by order. I never use this in here. Oh, they changed the name of the function. It's order by or something like that. I'll just look at the documentation. There it is, order by. Also, someone just, oh yeah, not for Benny. Thanks for following. Thank you very much. Order by collection in reorders. Okay, so all we care about is, let's try this out. So what if we specified that our servers would look like this? So now, in addition to this free parameter, let's also put in something that says like num. And we'll say 0. Actually, let's get rid of the free parameter entirely. There. So num, whatever, 5 are going to be free here, 3 here, 7 here, and 2 here. Okay, so we save this off, servers, and then we do underscore dot order by. We don't really need order by though, do we? Are there? Also, what's the default order? Is it descending or ascending? If order's unspecified, they're in ascending order. Okay, got it. Hey, lol beginner. So if I do order by servers, and then I take in a server here, and I just have it return server.num, and then I say desk. So what we should get is ID 3. Order by is not a function. Okay, that was unexpected. It's right here. Am I using a different version where this doesn't exist? Require Lodash. What version is this? 4.6.1. This is 4.11.1. I don't think order by. Oh, right. Oh, I know what I'm doing. It's ld.orderby. Yeah, what am I talking about? Okay, there we got it. ID 3. Yep, so that's sorted correctly. All right, so I got to do this over here too. All right. So this here, it's underscore though. So when I say clusters with ready game servers, I take in the game server. And this is going to be an endpoint. We have the number of ready ones, and we have the total number. So let's say get utilization %. Hey again, Ivanus. return this dot num ready divided by this dot num total. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So we'll just do game server get utilization percent descending. So const. Oh, we want to sort this. We want to sort this ascending actually. So let's get rid of this. Law beginner. I'm just warning you. You shouldn't carry on with this. So const. Let's say like ready clusters by usage equals this. All right, and then when we return something here, we can return the 0th one of those. Yeah. Yep, okay, that should work. All right, not bad. Yeah, perfect, okay. All right, so that part's done. But then how I get this thing, that needs to change. So that's the last thing to do. All right, so after calling this, make sure we have a way to return the IP address and port of the ready game server. Update the number of ready game servers on both the overseer and the cluster itself. All right. Update the number of ready game servers. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it's just a matter of doing these. Also, what's this? I don't think this stuff matters. Yeah. Yeah, that's the part that I'm on now. All right, not bad. Make sure we have a way to return the IP address and port of a ready game server. Now, which one we pick doesn't matter. Once we have one that's ready, get or provision game server. See, this isn't used anywhere though. We probably want to get it or provision a game server instance. Return. All right, rate limiting is going to come into effect at some point. So this function, this doesn't do what I want it to. Never mind. Please say when you read that message. What message? The Ivanus message? Or what Law Beginner said? If you're trying to measure delay, that's relatively unreliable. Unless I'm staring at chat waiting for messages to come in. Also, I wonder if my bot has finally... No, it only thinks 12 people are in chat. So if those 12 people were on the owed list, then they get their follower reward. It's just a little broken right now. So let me think of what the flow is eventually going to be. The matchmaker will ask the will ask the overseer for the IP/port of a game server instance. It doesn't care about the cluster in this case. So there needs to be something that replies with this. It needs to reply eventually. I guess we could just return for now. Well, FPS, I don't mind treating these things on a, like, as they happen, I'll just mention it basis, because chat usually isn't scrolling by so quickly that it's a problem for me to moderate. And while I would consider that to be a rule, I also don't think it's worth advertising anywhere. I'll just tell people to stop if they're doing it. Okay. Yeah, and then if it doesn't exist, I guess we just return that for now. Dot then. So here we do promise.resolve null. There isn't one. So we're very likely in the process of provisioning a game server cluster now, but we don't have one ready, so resolve with null. In fact, it makes no sense for this to be a promise, because this is synchronous. Yeah, I don't think this needs to be a promise. I think we just return that ready one. Otherwise, we kick off a promise and return null. Okay, then this returns question mark game server endpoint. Ivanus, the latency is different for different people. Well, at least that's what I've noticed when I'm using the iPad app. So this is totally wrong. Well, no, it's not totally wrong. I take that back. This, I guess, needs to be done. So that's fine. So then, where do we call in from this? Oh, we don't do anything like that. Okay. So what I need is something like get game server instance. Get, well, a ready game server instance. So here's where we're going to do something like this. And if this does not exist, let's just return null immediately. That's not even how this works. Yeah, and then if it does exist, then, or promise.resolve null. Yeah, let's do that, because this will be asynchronous. And if it does exist, then let's get the game server from it. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, FPS, that happened earlier too. It went from like 50 down to 35. I don't know why that happens. Also, the number of chatters is 62 in here. There's always like 15 more people in chat than there are viewing. I wonder if chatters counts bots. Like, I bet it does. Okay, now here's where things need to change. The cluster, which is here running as a server, when we say something like get ready game server instance recres next, we're going to say rest.send 200 and then the thing. But that's only if there's something ready. So let's do this. Const get num ready, or whoops. If num ready game servers is somehow less than or equal 0. You'll never find them all. Okay, I'm not sure what HTTP status code to return in this case. Kind of want to say 404. Oh, that's client error? No, I guess it's server error, right? Doesn't really matter what I pick here. Yeah, I think 404 is fine. .404 else. Let's figure out which one is available and then use that. So I believe cluster env keeps track of all these. Yes, it does. Perfect. Okay. So we'd want to go through all of these and figure out which one is ready for a game, then mark it as not ready and return it. I don't know if this should be the thing that does that. Maybe the environment should return that. But then that seems a little bit wrong to me. Get ready game server instance. All right, so we iterate over all the things in here. Let worker ID in this dot game server instances. Game server instance equals that. And then if game server instance dot What is this? We need this state. Okay, let's just duplicate this. Change this to a get. Get rid of this. Return this. Alright, so if const game server instance state equals game server instance dot. I should probably have just called this get state. It's probably a much better way of doing this. Is it me or are the webcams not synced? Yeah, they're probably not synced. Wait. I'm guessing you're going based on off of what I'm saying and what I'm typing. That could be the case. Always testy. Having a bad day today. Oh. Well, it was worth reading. So if the state is, what are we going to call this? So game server instance state.data. So the ID of that, we need to get the ID. And I don't think there is a get ID function. I think I was just supposed to use it directly. So if this .id equals, and here's where we need to include this, game server instance state. So let me take that here. Good. Put this up here. Good. And then check the ID of it. .ids or ID? I don't know. .data. I think it's IDs. Yeah, there it is. It's IDs. And then it's ready for game. Okay, those are the only things we care about. Let's do that. So IDs.ready for game. Then return game server instance. Otherwise, return null. All right, now we can use this in the REST server. Now there's some things here that, for example, there's no reason to iterate over all of this if we know that there aren't any ready instances, but I think that's up to the caller to decide here. So in this particular case, we'll say ready game server instance, right, equals this dot cluster m dot get ready game server instance. And this particular instance should contain a port. We don't have a port. All right, well, fine. Yeah, we need a port. I crammed it into ID tag. That was not the smartest thing I could have done. Yeah. Okay, I gotta fix this. Oh, this is never used anywhere. Isn't that wonderful? All right, well, where did I try to use this? I made an ID tag somewhere. Let's just search for ID tag. Yeah, here. And then whenever I log something from here, I'm pretty sure I just use its toString. Yeah, that's probably what I do. So handle log message, game server instance. Yep, that's toString right there. It also kind of makes no sense that I'm not using string interpolation here. They're much cleaner. What does one do? You can just ignore him. I mean, I think that's all that can be done. And I'll just preemptively ignore him. Although it doesn't matter because the account was created today. Yeah, there's probably a report to Twitch feature somewhere too. Also here, I might as well save this. No, I think this is fine. Let's leave it. Yeah, I'll leave that as it. Okay, so the ID tag is never really used in that way. It's the toString that's used. Whispers has a ban button, yeah. Actually, this is kind of strange if blocking someone didn't actually block them, huh? Yeah, you can just report. Okay, so where am I going to do this? I guess when I construct this thing, I'll just put a port in here. And yeah, I have the cluster worker. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's just take in the port. Listen port. TCP port? Yeah, TCP port. So, hey, Andre. Alright, then let's move this down here. I'll eventually comment that better. Here we'll just say param number TCP port, the port that this game server instance is listening on. And then when we make a new game server instance, we'll pass that in instead of an ID tag. So now ID tag is going to go away. We'll just take env port here. We'll take this back over to here and eventually store that thing correctly too. In fact, I could just do that now, I guess. So cluster worker.id and then TCP port. Okay. This is just short identifying information that will likely print alongside log messages from this game server instance. Yep, looks good. And then this .id tag doesn't have to change, but get ID tag is not really needed. Cool. Oh, see FPS. Okay, so that's done. TCP port we now pass in, right? Let's go back to that thing. Right here. Yeah, that is passed in. Perfect. Yeah, okay. I think that's pretty good. So then in the server, when we want to return this, we can just query its port. We can say something like get TCP port. Oh, I need to save that off. Almost forgot. And then get TCP port. We can just return that. Then back here in the REST server, we only need to get the port. That's it. That's all we need to return. The IP address could be helpful, but not entirely necessary, as long as we're not getting an internal IP address, which we might be. But this thing wouldn't know its external IP address. Or would it? I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to figure out how that works. Port ready game server instance dot. Not what this is called. All right, there. Now what? Now I figure out how IP addresses will get sent between these two endpoints. Okay, let me log into AWS. Boy, I sure have been struggling to set up my client server. What's wrong, DMAC? Okay, sorry, I got sidetracked for a second. AWS console. So I need my phone and my password. Let's load this up. Let's turn that off for a second. There we go. Okay, so I'm in. Now let's load up AWS. And there are a couple things I need to do here. Actually, let me just close out of all this stuff. I can just start it up again if I need it. Let's do PM2 kill. Good. There. All right, that's everything. So we'll do create OV1. And then we were going to need an account server as well. I probably shouldn't be starting this stuff right now. I should probably be getting lunch. and then doing this after lunch. All right, I'll have to think about this. While I work in VB, well, you can still ask for help if you want. Works, but only want server to respond to the sender and struggle to figure out how to change it to make this work right. Yeah, if you want to ask any specific questions about it, feel free. Anyone know where I could get a decent and cheap server where I could dev and host my JS projects? Yeah, so Esku, there are a couple of things. There's one thing called coding.io, which apparently lets you have free servers, but only temporary. What? Billing only active, whatever. I'll link this to you. So there's that. If you did want something that was more dedicated, then you can always go with something like DigitalOcean. It's what I used to use, and I think it's pretty good. The problem is that their pricing starts at $5 a month, which is very different from $0 a month. And this computer you get it's not great or anything, but it's also not bad. So you might want to consider that too. Coding.com server dies after an hour. Yeah. So it all depends on what you're trying to do, SQ. If you were fine with that, then great. These servers wouldn't die. And then you could also go with something like Linode or AWS or really any number of other services. Wait a second, what was that? They have hourly charges? Do they actually let you pay by the hour? So if you turn off your machine, all right. So here's where we have to, to do query the cluster to find the port of the game server. These need to be a public IP address. Oh yeah, that's why I started that up. Okay, so let's do SSH AWS. Let's connect to, where's the IP address? Here it is. Let's connect to that. I gotta do this off screen. There we go. And let's just get the metadata about IP address here. So here it is. So there's public IPv4. That's what we want. That's what we want, but we don't want to have to get this every time. And I think it's going to get the private IP address if we don't do that. And we can't get the public IP address of another endpoint unless we... Yeah, okay. I know what I have to do. You want a dedicated one? $60 a year is kind of expensive. $60 a year isn't too bad, actually. Granted, the server you're getting for that is not very powerful. Alternatively, you could be your own dedicated host and just open your computer up to the internet or get a Raspberry Pi or something. I mean, the Raspberry Pi route would probably be the same cost after you factored everything in. Like, you need the Pi itself, probably a Wi-Fi dongle, an SD card, a power cable, I don't know, a bunch of other things. But then every year after that, it'd be cheaper. But I paid like $50 for my total Raspberry Pi stuff. Okay, so this. So I think the way this needs to work is the server needs to report its own public IP address to the overseer. I think game server clusters keep track of their own public IP address. Excuse me. That's what you're doing right now? Using my laptop and it's really slow, and of course I had to pay for electricity. Yeah, and bandwidth. And what is coding? Coding is another site where I'm pretty sure it's just like any other VPS site, except they have a free tier, but they might provide more than that. I don't know. Anyway, they go through it all on here. Interesting. Do you know any C#? Yeah, sure. Do you have a question? Excuse me. and then pass those to the overseer on registration. This is, again, the kind of information that needs to be replicated. And I'd have a way to get this. I have something about like cache local IP address here. This is taking place in the overseer. This is the local IPv4 address though. I guess what I'd want is the public IP address. I wonder if there's a better way to get this. I don't know. What does the require in your code? I'm not sure what you're asking, Kohler. I want to get this from AWS, but if I'm going to do this, then that means that game servers need to know that they're running on AWS in order to query things this way. Yeah, and then that code would need to happen here, which means another environment variable, more Ansible modifications. AWS, another, yeah. I can see all of this. There's a lot of speed bumps along the way. Game server clusters need to keep track of their own public IP address and then pass those to the overseer. Okay, if I'm going to do this, I need an is AWS environment variable specified. Ansible script needs to pass is AWS to clusters. Need to add get public IPv4 address to AWS util. Need to figure out whether I'm going to fake that information. npm publish at the end when we're not on AWS. What is the require in your code on top of the JS script? Oh, you're talking about this? So if you are talking about this, I'll just answer the question without actually seeing if you were. But these are all modules, and the way that, so I'm using Node.js. The way that Node works is you can specify in any project you're writing that I want to use these modules, colors, gulp, and this one, for example. And then in here, you'll be able to require them, and you'll get all of the code loaded into memory that those modules defined. You can also write your own if you want to, and those are specified with a / at the beginning. So this is just a relative path to where I am, pointing at socket endpoint, and now I will have this code in the other file as though it was just typed in another file. So it's similar in other languages to having like an include or an import. It's almost exactly like that. Okay, local IPv4 address. This was get local, which I believe is the private one. Metadata service, local IPv4, yeah. Yep. And I need the public one. I'm a beginner, but I want to call a method that just draws a circle from another class. But when I try to call, I get the error. There's no argument given that corresponds to the required formal parameter of G of target.drawGraphics. I don't know why, maybe you do. So, okay, target.draw, there's a function written that probably looks like this, void draw graphics G. And so this is the function that you're trying to call, and then this is your code. And you're doing something like, I don't know, imagine you have a main call or something here. You're doing something like target.draw something. The something in here is very likely not a graphics. Oh man, I can't stop coughing. Okay. So you just need to make sure that this is a graphics. And in order to do that, I mean, I don't know what your code is, but perhaps you want something like this, G equals new graphics, and then there'd be some arguments here, I'm not sure what, and then you specify G here. I don't know what you're using exactly, so this is perhaps not the right syntax, but in general, that's the idea. You have the signature of this function where signature is basically just what does it return, and then what are the types of the parameters. The signature of the function is calling for graphics, and I guess you're just not specifying it. Or you're not doing anything. Maybe you're just doing target.draw and you don't have anything being passed in. Okay, do I want to go this route is the big question. Do I want game server clusters? I don't know how else I would do this. So I think the answer is yes. How else would I get a public IP address? Other than just asking Amazon what it is. Okay, well then let's do this. Archboy says, I'm new to Twitch and just landed on your channel. How should I put a Twitch channel? Anyway, can I ask what you're doing? Yeah, sure. Yeah, and always feel free to ask even more granular questions than that. What I'm working on is a game called Botland, which I would normally be able to just show you on my stream, but I broke a whole bunch of stuff. So I have to just show you the video. But it's an online strategy game around automation. So, yeah, you can watch that video, find out more. And always feel free to ask what I'm doing. If you're wondering what I'm working on today, there's always the today command. There we go. Back to working on infrastructure. Yeah. So I think I'm going to do this stuff. This will take about half an hour. I think check everything in. You know, maybe we're going up to 10, 15 more minutes after that. And then I'll probably get lunch. Also, how do I end up doing that? Oh, weird. So if I were to just type hi, so Control-Shift-Enter adds the created time. Okay, so lint code, check in. Well, the fixing part is probably going to come in tomorrow. Part of what I broke is there's a website, play.bot.land, where you could actually play the game, but I ran out of money in the account, so it terminated my service for a bit. But thankfully, today's the last day in the billing cycle. So as of tomorrow, it should be online again, but it'll probably be at a different IP address or something. And Archboy, thanks for following. If my bot is working correctly, you should get a link to control my lights. Yeah, you should. Other people may not, because the bot is a little bit broken. So take a look. Here, it only thinks that 9 people are in chat right now. And then here's a list of people that it owes a light control token to. So when there's an intersection there, they're both owed and they're in chat, it'll send you a link. So it actually does see you, Archboy, so it should give you one. Oh, what am I doing here? Okay. All right, so let me just code this stuff now. It's just a shame. Just a shame. Okay, so game server clusters needing the AWS parameter. That means run.js should pass in is AWS. Is AWS of false? Almost definitely, because I don't think I use run.js anywhere else other than here. Yeah, great. So then cluster run should probably specify that as false as well. Cluster env needs that. Wait a second, no, only... No, I can remove that from here. It's the cluster that needs to know. Yeah. So we go into cluster env, and we say read env theirs. We get... That's going to... what does it default to in all of the other things? Is AWS. Is that even used? It's probably used over here. So it's true by default, but if it's equal to false, then we set it to false. So it's true by default. Got to do that then. So let's follow that same pattern over here. So we're going to go into cluster env. We're going to set it to true by default. This dot is AWS equals process.m dot is AWS. Well, no, let's do it this way. Let's do the same thing I had in the other code. How about that? That way I'm not doing anything completely different. Where is this coming from? Here. There. Cluster M. All right. And now instead of using this, let's say this dot is AWS. With DreamSpark, you get platform credit every month for Azure? Probably. I'm using what's called BizSpark. So yes, I get credit every month. DreamSpark is, I think, the student version of that. BizSpark is, of course, the business version of that. So if true, we're running on AWS. This is important because it changes how we get our public IP address at the very least. This is just a Boolean. This is not even where I wanted to write this. It defaults to true. Okay, so we have that. Now that's done. Ansible script needs to pass it into clusters. Yes, it does. So let's go into the Ansible script for game servers right here. We do not currently have it, but it's super easy to get. We just go into the account servers main.yaml and pull it from there. Done. And actually, let's put it in the same place. Probably right there. Whoops. Okay. So there, now we have that. All right, next up. Need to get public IPv4 address in AWS Util. Let's go into AWS Util. We have get local IPv4 address. Let's just copy paste this entire thing to get public IPv4 address. Oops, public. And then what's the API for that? So, oh, it's just public IPv4. That's pretty simple. Public IPv4. So obtains the public IPv4 address for the running instance, a promise that will resolve to a string. Perfect. Yeah, that's pretty easy. Now we just export this from here. So we get local IPv4 address. We also have public. Let's put that beneath it. Good. Let's try calling it, and let's also update the package version. So package.json is now going to be 1.4.6, and we're going to go into that and try it out. So modules star AWS util. Let's open up node, const AWS util equals require. All right, that didn't work. Oh, it did work. So we have get public IPv4 address. This is going to fail because I'm not on AWS. So we can try calling it, but it's not going to work. Console.log success. .catch. Console.error error. Now it's going to fail at some point. It should be pretty fast, actually. What's going on? Huh. That's weird. I wonder what the timeout on this thing is. Or did I just screw something? Oh, there it goes. Timed out. Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's kind of what I expect here. Okay. Well, at least I coded the function so that it doesn't just crash on runtime startup. Okay, so let's publish this. Right, yeah, right. I think that's fine. Now let's commit it. I want this code to be saved. So all we did was add get public IPv4 address. Yeah, the rest of that's all the same. Version updated and test.js. I don't need this. Added a get. Whoa, what? I copy pasted. Copy. Paste. That was weird. Added a get public IPv4 address function. Yeah. Push. Okay, so that part done too. Done and done. Need to figure out whether I'm going to fake that information when we're not on AWS. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. There are certain things like I can't even test this stuff unless I'm on AWS at this point. And eventually I could abstract this out so that I could test other things, but it's like I don't want to use my public IP address when I'm testing locally. So I'm not totally sure what I'm going to do there. But that'll probably be several days of work that comes in the future. How much credit do you usually use on Azure each month? Each VM is roughly $60, I think, for me. And I think I'm running 4. So I'm probably spending close to 240 of my credit, I think. Because I have Sinopia on one machine. I have an account server. I have the game server. I have the art tool now. And somewhere I have a client as well. I think that's 4 machines though. I think these 2 are on the same machine. Yeah. When are you planning on moving to AWS? That's something I've been in the process of for the last probably 2-3 months. That's Sparrow. So I've been writing a ton of tools for this stuff. I have this entire thing which sets up all of my different endpoints on AWS. I have, oh, maybe you're talking about just when are you planning on surfacing that to the public? And yeah, that's going to be, that's just a tough question to answer. Azure's expensive. Oh, I'm getting like beefy machines for this, or at least what I think are relatively beefy. Each of these machines is like 3.5 gigabytes of RAM, and well, I think I get 1 core of a CPU, and then apparently like premium storage and whatever else. If I wanted, I could cheapen this all down, but there's no reason to do that because it was all credit. I don't think I'm going to do this. Conclusion, not going to do this for now. There are too many other AWS specific things that I would also need to change in order for this particular decision to matter. Okay, so now let's have game server clusters when they start up. Clusters should determine their IP address during startup if they're on AWS. That should be saved in the environment. Cluster env. This .public IPv4 address. Have you thought of just using OVH? No. What is OVH? Have I seen this site before? Why are dedicated servers? What are the specs of this? I mean, the issue is that I don't know how many computers I'm going to even need. Also, what am I even looking at right now? Have I picked something here? Oh, here we go. So, okay, what's this? $80 a month for 4/8T. What does this mean? What? Okay. Well, this is interesting, but I don't I don't think I'm at the point where I'm ready to do this. I think starting with cloud and having everything kind of be scalable and in the same place is a good idea at first. And then if Botland is popular, and that is a big if it's popular, if it's making money, and I think making these decisions later, I can really optimize how I'm paying for things. Yeah. Yeah, I need to consider something like that eventually. Yeah. Okay, so public IPv4 address equals null. I'll just say that this is a string. Well, if on AWS, this will be set to the correct IPv4 address. In all other cases, this is not set. And Vlaslav, thank you for following. Oh, yeah. This is not set just because we have no easy way of determining it. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should set it to localhost in that case. Yeah, I'll set it to localhost in that case. 127.0.0.1. Wait, is there any fallout from doing this? it's going to be used for. I specified to there. So then clients try connecting to that. Yeah, no, there's no problem with doing this. Oh, and Riderino. Hadn't you already followed? Well, thank you. Anyway, switching away from AWS would result in a lot of wasted time. I think it all depends. I think if I switch away because I've got a rack of servers in an office location somewhere, then that could be worthwhile. Anyway. Okay, so this is not accurate. Alright, so now I need to set this. Right, Arena. Wait, how did you keep knowing that I was online then? Is it just the schedule? I was just surprised because you've spent a decent amount of time here now, right? Yeah, 12 hours, 12 and a half hours, and 10 seconds. All right, so in Cluster Master, what we're going to do is if we're on AWS, so after we've gotten the environment set up, where do we set the environment? Here. Then the next thing we got to do before moving on is this dot, actually I guess the REST server can listen, that's fine, right? Now let's do this dot cache public IPv4 address dot then return REST server listen. Okay, cool. So now cache public IPv4 address. In order for this to work, we need to this dot cluster m dot that equals whatever we get out of this. Oh, what chat just scrolled up a lot. B4 Nanan, thank you for following. I used to check the stream by your ID, so if you're online, I would watch. If not, do something else. Wow. Interesting. I'm laughing at whatever Weedley's about to say. Where's that quote? Is this it? No, alright, fine, I can't find it. I'm not going to keep trying. Alright, so we need AWS util. Let's go get that. BLGA npm install save AWS util, botland AWS util. This? Does this work? I mean, probably. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, that's done. So let's go into the game server, no, the central server. AWS util, got it. We go into cluster master, import this here, good. And then in cache public IPv4 address. So now here's where we've got to call that particular function that I made, this one. So AWS util.get public IPv4 address. And what does this return? Probably the IP address, right? IPv4 address. Okay, let's do that. So if this dot cluster m dot is AWS. Now, was that supposed to be a function? Do I have something like account server state? I don't. But I do on the overseer. Overseer state. Where does this exist? Okay, I can't find this. I'm a little confused right now. There it is. Is AWS is a function. Because it inherits from endpoint state, and endpoint state inherit. Yeah, that's different. So what does endpoint state use then? Is on AWS? Yeah. Okay, well, let's mimic that here. So if I go into cluster m is AWS, we got to change this to be is on AWS. Yeah, there. There we go. Okay, cool. And then we just specify a function here on AWS. Return this dot is on AWS. All right. What else did I miss? It's not a joke. You actually have a problem. Do you use CMD or is CDMD universal? I use this. I use Conemu, but it's just a front end for CMD. So yes, I use CMD. However, I have a bunch of custom tools. So CD exists on basically every shell, on batch, on bash, on just everything. Everything has CD. Then after that, yes, things start to get different. I do have LS here, despite that I'm on Windows. I also have dir, of course, because I'm on Windows. I'm not sure if that's actually answering your question. Well, Sperman, oh, God, I can't say anything without being torn apart. All right, so it is on AWS. Let's go back to cluster master, and then if this is AWS, then return this. Otherwise, actually, let's do it the other way. If we're not on it, then just return promise.resolve. And if we are on it, then return that. Wait, Weedley, when you did that knock-knock joke a long time ago, did you have a question then too, and then you fixed it yourself before Spurtman answered? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right? Alright, so cache IPv4 address. So if on AWS, this will cache our real IPv4 address by using AWS util. Not on AWS, we'll just cache localhost. Actually, if not on AWS, we'll just end up using localhost. And then this returns a promise that just is resolved when finished. Wait, what joke? Oh, the knock-knock joke that you had. Let me find it. I've got to go into the database to do this because I don't know what the quote number was. Oops. Quotes. Where is it? I sorted by the wrong thing. This one. Quote number 30. Yeah, that one. Oh, wait, no, that's not the right one. All right, I don't know. Never mind. Whatever, I'm not going to look this up anymore. Okay, so that's been cached. So that's done. And then finally, clusters should pass their IP address to the overseer somehow. This should really only happen once, and it should be serialized. I know it wasn't a question. Okay. What changed in here? This. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I don't even know. Where should we pass this in? Oops. What am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah, so I think this should just happen once on registration. But that's not possible. Huh. But then I wouldn't know. Oh man, then I would need to store the public IP address in the database. What do I want to do? Or I could take the easy way out and just query it. Oh, wait a second, I can do that. Oh, ha! Problem solved. Okay. Nope, the last thing I need to do then is just finish the to-do item in this function. Finish the to-do item here. What am I? I'll just write the to-do item out. I don't know what I'm talking about. So have the overseer's endpoint monitor query the cluster for the IP and port of the game server instance that is ready. So let's do that in here, and that's gonna probably be a promise of I don't know. Let's take a look. REST client. Do we have a REST client here? That right there. Yeah, this. Let's put this over here somewhere. But instead of checking the health of the endpoint, let's do. Also, what is this returning? What in the world is wrong with this stuff? Okay, instead of check health, it's going to be reserve game server. We're going to take Deadbringer's name. Reserve game server. No, do I like that? Maybe I don't like that. What's this called? Yeah, that's fine. So I need to go code this function. Also, wait a second, what? Alright, so what needs to happen in this? This needs to mark the game server instance as running game. Update the cluster's game server endpoint so that there's one fewer game ready. Yeah, game ready. What else? I don't know, that's pretty much it. So I have some API here. Get ready game server instant. This is more like reserve it. Reserve game server. Reserve game server instance. Something like that. What's the checklist thingy? There you go. Also, hang on. I gotta use the bathroom again. I don't know if it's been a weirdly short time, but I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, Archboy said, after you finish your project, you should transfer controls to Arduino and make it so people can use the game, not just on server. I don't know what you meant by transferring it to Arduino, but when I finish the project, I plan on making everything live, and then it'll be sort of like, any other public game out there. So that probably won't happen. Oh wait, you're talking about Esku, aren't you? Oh, This is why I should read all of chat before responding. Okay, never mind. Okay, so reserve game server instance. This is something that's going to have to be here too. Get the number of them. If less than 0, return 404. Otherwise, get the ready one, get the port, and then get the IP address. Public IP get public IP address. Return this dot public IP address. Okay, so the port and the IP address. I think that's really all we need. Hey, Andorn. I'm doing well so far. There's been some kind of unusual changes in chat today. People were way more talkative at first for like the first 2 hours. Then the amount of trolls went up. And now we're back to normal. The level of chat that I like, which is people talking to each other about productive things. Nice. Okay, well, this is good. IP address and port, and that's if we get a proper response. If we get a 400 back, I guess we just ignore that. All right, let's take a look. What do we have here? So I need to write this function, REST client, and that's the Overseer's REST client. This needs to reach out to a particular endpoint. I guess for the sake of this endpoint, we have that endpoint there. Now I should shield all of the implementation details here. So we want to do something like this, and there's a lot to do here. Then over here in the REST server that we have, reserve game server instance, we need something going over here. Reserve, I guess. Internal and then reserve. And we want to post to it probably. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so then on the Overseer side, we make it a post. We make it reserve. The rest of that's all fine. So this is the reserve API URL. Is it easier to work with WebSockets with Node as opposed to just the browser? I guess what I'm asking is easier than what? If you're just asking is it easy, then yeah, I'd say so. But it all depends. And it takes some getting used to anyway. I control if it makes you feel better. Oh, and Dre. Huh. So Weedley forgot the password. I can't help you there. Also, should there be a timeout for this? I don't know if there should be. I don't think there should be. I timeout on all these other ones. I guess just normal request timeout. All right, and then that's it actually. That's all we need. So then we need some checks here. What do I do for this? Return game server instance. I guess I do this. Return request.then. So we're gonna get a response here. And the response is gonna contain, oh God, what is it gonna contain? Oh, let's just try it out. Maybe I can just try it out. I really hope I can just try it out. Let's go into the game and just run a game server. Will this work? Ooh. Ooh. Not good. All right, let's try again. Got it. All right. So there is, oh, there's no REST server listening. Oh, I need to do this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Uh-oh, where did I put that function? Oh, no. No, 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 no. No. Oh, it's on AWS. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, cool. So now we have some REST servers running here, right here. So let's go to that IP address, localhost 8081. Good. And now we're going to go to reserve, but this won't work. I need to load up Postman. I struggled so much with Postman the other day. I couldn't figure out. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's the problem. I'm glad I put this on another monitor. I couldn't figure out how to get rid of my authentication token, which was showing up. In fact, let me hang on a second. Yeah, it appears to be gone. But I'm going to just type this over here just to be sure. And then if it works, I'll show you guys. Yeah, okay, it did work. Check it out. We got IP address and port. So I'm pretty sure this is resp.body. Then we have this stuff in here. Okay, hey Olson. Then other web development languages I was meaning. Oh, yeah, I think so. I can't comment on all of them. I think it's pretty easy though. Okay, so we got this. So let's do return resp.body. This is going to contain at least an IP address and a port. However, in the catch case, we're going to get something. This is where things get a little tricky. Yeah, actually, pretty tricky. What do I do? Because if the error has a status code, I guess, like, if I just keep doing this, what happens? Yeah, it's just never gonna, there's gonna be a lot to figure out here. Okay, so in the case that we reserve an instance, also what happens if the reservation isn't picked up by anything? There's a lot of edge cases here. Figure out what would happen if the overseer crashed right after reserving an instance. The cluster would assume that the game server is in use, but then the game would never finish. I think this is an argument for the intermediate state. Hi, Programmer D. And the return code of 404. Let's just inspect the error for right now. I've got to set up this scenario on my machine. I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. I guess. Yeah, this is going to be hard. It's just going to be hard to do. I'd like to learn Python, but I don't know where to start. School teachers. Only my head with all the languages changing. It's difficult because you know. Let's see. Done it for 1 year and stopped. This year we did Java. Well, yeah, and Spurtman is probably going to suggest automate the boring things or automate the boring stuff. What was it? I don't know. Automate the boring stuff. Yeah. This is what he suggests for learning. And DMAC, you should link to that course. It might be helpful. Okay. So what I got to figure out here is how I'm going to run this. These game servers need to register with the overseer. Does that even happen? No, it doesn't have a connect to overseer set. Maybe we can just set it. Maybe that's all it'll take. Cluster run. Connect to overseer. What if we just set that to true? Then we need overseer rest host equals the local host and overseer rest port equals 8080. Will that work? Did it? Successfully registered. Wow. Okay, so far so good. Okay, good so far. So now all I need to do is have this thing contact. Yeah, I think we can do this. It'd be a little hard to do though. Something has to call into it from here, which is what? get ready game server instance. Okay, so let's do a dot then. Final rep val. I don't know. I'm not gonna be too careful about this. What happened? No, did Sublime crash? I think Sublime crashed. This very, very rarely happens. Okay, well, I don't know what I pressed in order for that to happen. So let's just close this out, I guess. Oh, I don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this. So this is a free online course, right? I gotta close this. I just gotta close it out. Great, well, all of Sublime was terminated. Hopefully I didn't lose a whole bunch of code. Take a look at this. Yeah, this is where it failed. So let's try again. And I'm going to be very careful about what I type. Yeah, that worked. Huh, weird. Okay. Well, Riderino, try breaking down the issue. So first, it's have a goal in mind for what it is you want to implement. And in your case, it sounds like you want a certain kind of game, right? So then what I'd start with is chat. Chat is sort of the foundation for any human understandable communication protocol. And the way that game messages work is pretty similar to chat messages. You either have a whisper where you send it to one person, or a broadcast where you send it to pretty much everybody. Once you have those basic things, it's not really very different to send a chat message than it is to say, this person attacked this person, only tell people in this zone about it. And I'm generalizing a bit, sure, but what I'd say first is, yeah, just get a message to send from one place to the other. That would, and I don't even know if I'd start there. I might just make a single player game instead of a multiplayer game. But if you're doing client server, I'd say the very first thing to do to just kind of make sure you're working this correctly is just send any one message from either client to server or vice versa, from one endpoint to the other. That's the first thing I'd try working on. And then maybe just send a response after that. Second thing, send a response. Then after that, yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can go, but this is the start. So here I'll just say logger.info, done with get ready game server instance, final rep val. I guess we'll just inspect final rep val. And then here we could say logger.error, error in get ready game server instance, and just inspect the error or print out the error plus error.stack. I need to understand that exact thing better and decided a few days ago to make game work as single player first, then I'll tackle the server aspect. Yeah, I think the only issue you can run into there is that sometimes I think in any sort of professional game, the networking stuff was baked in from the beginning because there's a lot of different ways you can handle things. However, I definitely think for personal projects, unless you're specifically trying to learn networking or you are trying to eventually make money off this, just stick to single player games, because otherwise you could get in over your head pretty quickly. And yeah. And when you do try to learn networking, I'd say start with a smaller project. Archboy, those are for commands. Anything that starts with an exclamation point in chat is typically a command. Okay. Yeah, so let me try this out. Actually, no, I can't do this yet. What I need to do is the whole, where is this server cross? I gotta do this. This is what I have to do. So let's try it out. Let's do just a /test, and we'll make it a get, and we'll make it this test. This .endpoint monitor .get ready game server instance, and then we'll just do a rest.send 200. Okay, then let's restart both of these and see if everything works. It's just going to be a little difficult to do all of this, that's all. Okay, let's push these to the end and then start a new one right here. And here I'm just going to do curl localhost 8080/test. And that should kick this off. It did not do anything. That's not good. Test return hello. What? Do I have /test already? Maybe I should call this like debug. Okay, let's put a console.log calling into get ready game server instance. All right, there. Let's try that out instead. Adam, do you have a donate button? No, I don't want your money. So calling into this and then nothing happens. Isn't that wonderful? That's too bad. Okay, time to debug. So what do we have here? Get ready game server cluster. It's probably this that's failing. In fact, no ready game server cluster. Let's try that out. I have a feeling that's what this is. Yeah, that is what it is. Okay, well, let's figure out why that's happening then. So this is go through all the non-critical endpoints. The only way this could work is, oh, if registration succeeds. So we need to run this. Then I need to run this. Wait for registration to finish. Did that work? Added an endpoint, yeah. And then we run this. Oh, there we go. Check it out. Error not found. Perfect. I mean, not really, but kind of perfect. So here's what I have. I have an error.status of 404. Assuming I have, or error.response.status. I guess that's what I care about. If that exists and it's 404, then it means we should have never queried that server. It's not just that I'm scared of trolls donating and doing chargebacks. It's also that, like, really, I'm here to make a product, and as a secondary reason, I'm here to entertain you guys. And in no part does that involve taking your money. Once the product is finished, if you guys wanted, I think just sharing it on Facebook or Reddit, that would be great. If you feel like spending money at that point, at least you'd be getting something for it because you'd get items in the game. Should have used Bitcoin. Actually, that's interesting. And if someone found a way to donate to you, what would you do? Probably try to return the money. Or just, yeah, probably try to return the money. And I don't know, I might change that stance, although I've been saying that for the last 7 months. I'm not sure. Okay, well, we got a response here. So let's take a look inside of REST client. Here, if we say, so const, or no, wait, do we have underscore here? Why do I keep asking if I have that? I should just use it if I don't have it. This is coming from REST client. Yeah, let's just use it. There. So here we'll do const status code equals underscore dot get error comma response dot status code. Otherwise, we'll just say it's null. And then if status code is not equal to, or underscore dot is number status code. No, I don't even want to check that. I just want to check if status code equals 404. That's the particular thing I want to check for. But what does this mean? This means we called into something that had no ready game servers? I guess we just want to return null at that point. Logger.error. Error in reserved game server instance. Got 404, meaning endpoint had no ready game server instances. Yeah, that's it. That's all we can really do here. And return null. Otherwise, we got a real error. Logger.error, error in reserved game server instance. Endpoint returned error. We get something when we spend it on Botland. Adam won't feel like he needs to give you something. Also, when you get money, you feel obligated to stream. Some kind of a have to feeling. Well, and I think it changes the tone of the stream a little bit. Although a lot of people have told me that no, it won't, Adam. But the word sellout is thrown around a lot on Twitch because people start off small, right? You don't have sponsors if you don't have an audience, and then as you build it up, you get sponsors, you take donations, you start saying, "Oh, here's the top donator for today," and maybe some years from now, I turn into that person, but for right now, I'm not. So I feel like it would kind of change the tone a bit. All right, I'm gonna delete this. Let's test this out now. So what this should do is return null, and actually here too, I want to return null. Either way, I want to do that. I just want to change. Let's do it this way. There. Do you do Botland development on any other device? I only use this computer, and every once in a while I use my laptop, but that's for side projects with Botland, like tools or something. You can't sell out more than you already are to Microsoft. Okay. All right, let's try this out. So I'm gonna run that. I'm gonna run that. They should get the registration. Yep, good. Okay, and then we run this, and hopefully everything works. Logger's not defined. That is definitely not working, but we can fix that. So const logger equals require botland logger. Let's try running that again. This needs to register again. Great, great, and cool. Yeah, so it said this. In, let me close out. In reserve game server instance got 404, meaning this had no game server instances. Now, why is that an issue? There should be ready game server instances. There should be 2 of them. So why are they not being reported? External IP address found. What? That's not even external. Oh, I got to do an npm update here. Oh, which means 404 is... Oh, this is not what I thought. Oh, man. No, that should be a 500 error. Oh, no. I don't know what's happening. All right, we got to go into REST server here and look at internal only middleware. What does this return when it fails? Is it 404? It is. The holy grail. I found the answer. What if I want to send you beer? No, I don't think I'd accept anything at this point. You can send happy smiles my way. Kirby Superstar. I don't want to use Windows Phone. I'm only using this because I'm too lazy to get an Android phone at this point. But I'm like sick of this thing. Oh yeah, I think I fixed it. I think we just rerun this, because see, we updated REST server. And now we run this after, yeah. Oh, let me put a cooldown on commands. There we go. All right, so this registered. Let's try again. Oh, check it out. Okay, so we got 1. Now we should get 2, and now this should fail, but it's probably not going to. Yeah, it didn't. All right, well, we can make it fail. You ready? What we have to do is... Oh, man, I'm super hungry. I'm, like, having a hard time focusing, actually. I'm going to fix that pretty soon. As soon as this is reserved... Yeah, this is... I might need to just take lunch. We'll see. If and when I'll be a millionaire, I'm going to buy a hacker group. It's going to hack my Twitch username. That's a good idea. He stole your idea like it was his own? Well, that was my plan. I mean, okay. Here. Points give MCS Mike. Done. Here, let me give you a light token. That's actually better than a point. Oh, there you go. Have fun. Go hog wild, MCS Mike. Deadbringer, is that regular licorice? Or is it... Oh man, is it Dutch licorice? There's some absolutely horrible licorice I had. It has a special name. I don't remember what it is. Oh man, it's the... it's salt licorice? But there's a... Yeah, this. Yeah. I cannot stand this stuff. I tried it and I thought it was a joke. Like they sell this fish gum or something like that. I thought it was like that. Are you eating that? Second image, the coins? These things? Oh man. I can't do it. Okay, so I gotta answer this question. Figure out what happened if the Overseer crashed right after reserving an instance. The cluster would assume that the game server is in use, but then the game would never finish. I think this is an argument for the intermediate state. Is there any way the cluster itself could detect that not everything was okay with the game server? Maybe if no one ends up joining it within... Yeah. Okay, that's what we could do. We could have a message for when it's marked as used. Then if no one ends up joining within, say, 15 minutes, then we mark it as ready. Yeah. Did Wikipedia say you were on a blacklist? I don't know. Try these jelly beans. That's a bamboozled thing. Yeah. Yeah. When I eat licorice, I expect it to be sweet, I guess. I couldn't even stand black licorice for a while. Now I don't mind it, I guess. But I had Twizzlers when I was younger, and those are just pure sugar. So I think it's fair to do this. I think there should also be some communication here, so I should really write this down. Make sure the cluster is marking some extra state in the game server instance. I'll write game server instance so I know I'm in a class, so that it's more resilient to failures. This isn't even for the case where the Overseer has the wrong information. It's also for if the game just doesn't get started correctly. How do you handle sessions to link a user to a game? That's not been done yet. I have a plan for that. What is this? You linked something that, oh, it's got a parenthesis that didn't get put in correctly. What is this? Tar flavoring? Okay. Don't ever send me that. What was I going to answer? Oh yeah, the sessions thing. So let me show you. I don't know if this is going to be old news or not, but here's the architecture diagram as was planned so far. The part that I've kind of worked on was this entire section here, and then this entire section. And I'm not done with this yet. The next parts after this is connecting everything. And the matchmaker, like, there's still kind of a lot to do there too. So what I'm hoping is I can get this stuff done by the end of next week. So yeah, April 29th. And then test it, make sure it's like rock solid, actually get this stuff over and transitioned, and yeah, I'll work on it. Okay. So getting back to this, if a game server crashes, I guess we don't care. So here is what I need to do. I need to go into cluster M. This should keep track of how many game servers are ready. Yep, we do. We have that. So we probably also have a set num ready game servers. No, we don't. I don't know. Change num ready, or modify num ready game servers amount num ready game servers plus equal amount. So I'm gonna have to write this comment out, of course. But for now, that's good. So let's do this inside of here. We'll do this.cluster m.modify by -1. So we just consumed one of these. Now let's try again. So I'm going to restart all of this. They should register. Good, perfect. Okay, I'm going to use 1. I'm going to use 2. Both of those should work. Now I'm going to use the third one and it should fail. Perfect. Got 404, meaning no ready game servers were there. Great. All right. And I got IP address and port. Yeah, okay, everything's looking good. Okay, all right, yeah, let's go back to here. Get ready game server instance. Where is this? Here. So this is game server info, or I'll just say server info. And this contains IP address and port. It's just a JSON object. And we should probably print some stuff out here. Then this error, there actually, no errors will be bubbled up to us. Yeah, no, this is not how things should work, I think. Where's the REST client? Here, in catch, I just return null. I guess we can handle that. Yeah, let's do that. So catch is meaningless here. No, maybe we shouldn't do this then. Ooh, throw error. Yeah, we can do that. I'll just say catch. No, the error will have already been logged. But we may have something else that we want to do here. So we could retry this or something, or return to do retry the request, or return that it's failed. Get ready game server instance. Well, right now nothing's connected to this. We need to return something though. Return null, I guess. Maybe it's just that's fine. Alright, but this will definitely exist because we're not in the catch. And what do we do with it? I guess we mark that this thing has one fewer game server, right? So game server instance endpoint. Num ready game servers. Yeah, there's a set here which I hope is never used because I'm about to modify it. No, it is set. Isn't that nice? Okay. Well, let's do the same thing. Modify num ready game servers. This num ready game servers plus equals amount. We're gonna do the same thing here. So in the case that it worked, we go into the cluster and we mark it as having one fewer. And then something needs to be done here. I don't know what. We got to return to the matchmaker and then keep track of this stuff. Adam will hate you for that. No, I won't. I don't think, like, licorice is not my favorite kind of, I consider candy, but it's not my favorite kind of candy. So the other thing I need to do is when a game server instance is requested, I need to keep track of who is in the game. How far through your Honey6 supply are you? I don't know if I'm comfortable sharing that. I'll show you a bag that's representative of the leftover supply. So there used to be 50 in here, and now there's like 15. Please don't go figure out what my burn down rate is on that. I don't want to know it, and I don't want you to know it. Game server instance, I need to keep track of who's in the game. Yeah. Alright, well, this is done. This is done. No, this isn't done. Oh, whoops. Okay, yeah, no, gotta go fix that. So here, we say What do I do here? Ready game server instance. So we got to set the state on this. Game server instance. Set game server instance state. And we've got to change the state so that it is .ids .running game, I guess. Okay, and this needs to be included here if it's not already. All right, there we have it. So mark that we have one fewer game server instance. One fewer game server. Yeah, I'll just say mark that we're using the game server. That's both of these things. The program I'm using for the checklist is a plugin for Sublime called Plain Tasks. I think it's really helpful. Void Dreamer suggested it to me a while ago. Okay. The other thing I gotta do is comment everything, then check in. That's gonna probably be after lunch. So this is now done. This is done. This is done. Figure out what would happen if the overseer crashed. Yeah, there's gonna need to be some extra check there. Make sure the cluster is marking some extra state so it's more resilient to failures. Yeah, fine. Okay, Zodakar, thanks for following. I don't know if the whispers are working. Also, Mike is saving his late token. I should just close out of my bot to prevent that from happening. My bot thinks that 14 people are in chat. Is Zodakar one of them? No, so that's not gonna work. Oh well. Figure out what would happen if the overseer crashed. So I think this stuff is mostly done. Nothing ever marks them as ready again. I'll write that down too. If something needs to mark the game server instances as ready once they're done running a game. Don't do that, please. No, Zodakar, I know you're in chat. What I'm saying is my bot doesn't think you're in chat. But the bot's just been having issues. I don't know why. Anyway, what you're supposed to get is this. I'll just send it to you manually. There, you should have gotten a whisper from BotLad. So, have fun with that. Alright, so I think have this, update the number of game servers. Yeah, that's done. Both those things are done. And then fix the do item, game server endpoint, and fix it in ensure game server's up to date. Yeah, so this is done, right? To do, yeah, that's finished. And then this is the last one. Oh, what? What's going on here? Did I accidentally hit function lock? Oh, I must have. Weird. What's your bot using to check who's in chat? I'm not sure. Oh, why do I keep doing that? In chat. Where is this? Whenever someone joins, I push them into chat, and whenever they leave, I take them out of chat. So it must not have gotten join messages. Although this is also formed at the beginning of the program. I don't remember where. No, maybe it's not. No, I just get a bunch of join messages at the beginning. That's what. Oh, that bot is different from the other bot. Also, Zodakar, I don't know if I ever said hi. I know I said thanks for following and that you just got a whisper from BotLad, but yeah. Okay, so there's still a lot to do here. And then the big thing I got to figure out is, do I want to support the update process yet? Probably not. So I think I want to get rid of that for now. What else is on here? So I think this thing is done. Then figure out. I need to get some of the end-to-end parts of this working. Also, terminate AWS instances. Can't forget that. Figure out the overall plan. This is gonna be after lunch, so I'm gonna do this then. Figure out the overall plan. Am I going to get the matchmakers up and running next? Will I turn game servers into a shell that will wait for players before starting up? Not sure how I'm going to do this. No, when I reserve a game server, the game server needs to know who's supposed to be playing on it, and it needs to know based on like account ID or something. Game server. When a game server is reserved, it needs to know who is playing on it. Account IDs. Wait a second. Okay. Then it needs to do some validation. That's where pusher would also come into play. Oh, cool, B4. I'm glad it worked. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's still a lot left to do. So I think this week will be pretty good progress toward fixing this problem. Well, it wasn't really a problem, it just hasn't been coded. And then the next week for kind of tying together loose ends and then testing everything. So yeah, this will probably take through all of May, I'm assuming. So then June, I'm hoping to start working on UI and art. DMAX says, I'll be watching this closely. Oh, good. Yeah. Okay. So then here's what's going to happen. I am going to go get lunch, and when I come back, I'll be back for about 2.5 hours and finish up whatever I can from this list. So yeah, let's go do that. So I type lunch into here, and I get the list of people who are on my lunch list. Perfect. There we go. So thank you all for watching so far. Like I said, I'll be back after. I've never actually taken the full 45 minutes, although I'm going to refresh this page before my little speech right here. And when I get back, it'll be like 2:30ish my time. So yeah, I'll be back for 2.5 hours. Okay, cool. See you later. All right, I'm back. So I gotta remember to host Zeef later. Don't let me forget. Host Zeef. How would I do this? I'll just write this down. Host Zeef at the end of the day. It's a promise. All right, so what did I miss? Oh, Void Dreamer's here. All right, what else did I miss? Let's scroll up. All right, so let's take a look. Live dangerously, take the full 45. Oh, also, Noob for lunch. You weren't on Turbo before today, were you? Oh, hey, Pandoria. I don't think I've ever seen you type here before. Alright, I'm gonna finish reading through the chat. Yeah, greet is probably turned off. But yeah, hey, Void Dreamer. And this is a late lunch. Also, I now have this wonderful concoction. This is berries, apple, orange, spinach, flaxseed, and something else. Oh, a carrot. I put a carrot in there. Oh, and iCarly. Thanks for following. Wait, that was 14 minutes ago. I don't know if they're still here. I was AFK. Did I win again? No, you only won once. I don't know if you're hearing this, but because my bot wasn't working, I gave you a second one. So I guess the bot is fixed now. Let's take a look at info. Nope, it's totally broken. It thinks 4 people are in chat. Well, I don't know. Tomorrow. Yeah, no, tomorrow's not going to be a thing. Alright, see you, Bukak. Yeah, Programmer D. I've done that to many people before on the stream where I come back and I'm like, hey everyone, and they're like, yeah, who is that? A whisper with your name in it? It was probably Botland Bot talking about Lunch BRB. Were you in the lunch screen? It's probably on my clipboard still. Oops. Yeah, that's what the whisper was about then. Let's get back to this. Is that chocolate milk? No, it's a smoothie. Why did you choose OneNote over something like Google Keep or Evernote? So I tried Evernote. I used it for about a year and a half, and it was the worst. Like, I had a bunch of problems with it. I've talked about them on stream before. In short, like, I just didn't like it. I don't think it's worth going into all the problems again. I've never even heard of Google Keep. So I made this transition like 2 years ago, maybe. And some people personally recommended OneNote to me. And so I figured, okay, if it worked for them and they're not having issues, then fine, I'll try that. And it worked totally fine. I'm very happy with the program. There are a couple of things that are missing from it, such as double click drag. You just can't do it. I'm dragging right now, nothing's happening. But in every other program, double click drag will select by word. Dude, that soda, don't lie. I don't think soda would like stick to the top of the glass like that. Those are fruit particles. Okay, cool. I don't ever follow a recipe for these smoothies. I take whatever fruits I want or vegetables or anything and just throw them all in arbitrary quantities, and it always tastes fine because you can't go wrong with fruits and vegetables. Okay, so this is not going to get checked in. This part of it's going to be checked in. Yeah. would just not check it in. Fine, we'll take cluster run and save it off into another one. Alright, let's do that. I am nearly positive I just hit copy and then paste, and it somehow didn't work. It's chemically engineered soda. I just thought of something funny. But we'll see if I let you guys know what's funny or if I just keep it to myself. Okay, so I gotta refresh that at the end. Package.json, yep, good. This is not good. No, let's get rid of that. What's this? So that's fine. This stuff, I don't really think it's worth commenting that. Modified game servers maybe, but even then, I don't know. Okay. Something has happened. Actually, should I? I'm whispering Judge Bacon right now, but I'm wondering if I should just tell you all about this. Okay, I just sent a really cryptic message to Judge Bacon. No, no, I'm not crazy. Alright, this is... I don't even think it's worth commenting this, to be honest. I think this is definitely worth commenting. Returns the first game server that is indeed ready for... that is ready for a game to be played on it. Game server instance, or null if one was not found. If I copy a piece of code from Stack Overflow, how should I credit it? So you should look up how to do this, because Stack Overflow, you actually can license your code on this site, I believe. They're licensed under CC BY-SA, so your code must be under that as well if you want to copy snippets, and your code probably isn't. Yeah, so you should just look this up. Oh. I have a question. What would be the most efficient way to check if a range of numbers overlaps with other ranges of numbers? For example, min 50, max 300. I need to find if that overlaps with that. Yeah, you're basically just checking to see if two lines collide. And the best way is, I mean, you could max 300, min 250, max 500. So you could just call these like min 1, max 1, min 2, max 2. You could say if min 1 is less than or equal to max 2, or min 2 is less than or equal to max 1, or, wait, is that all you have to do? Does this cover everything? Yeah, I think this might be all you have to do, then they're colliding if they overlap. I'm not crazy. I'm laughing because of what I'm whispering to Judge Bacon right now. He might reveal it to chat in a second. He may not, though. You guys will find out really soon. Judge Bacon's onto something. Oh, he'll type it in chat when he's ready. And then you'll all see. I just find this funny because no one actually discovered this on their own. But you're about to see, probably. Okay, cache the IP address. Yep, this stuff looks good. I changed that around too. That's good. ID tag is now done away with. You know, most of this code is already pretty clean. This needs to be changed a bit. Game server instance. All right, Judge Bacon got it. So now he's going to surprise all of you. Alright, so where was that code I wanted to comment? Oh, in game server instance. And that is not this code base. Just Saul says, hey guys, kind of stupid question. If you have a script running in server and you don't know all exceptions that you'll encounter, your script will. Is it a good idea to put all code in between try-catch blocks just to make sure the code keeps running? No. There are a couple of... Oh, it didn't work. Wait a second. Wait, it's supposed to work. Did it work for you guys? What? It's not working for me. Come on. What's going on here? I'll answer your question in just a second, just Saul. Let me write this down. But wait, is this working for you guys? How do I get it to work for me? Is there a way to do this? Mod icons. Yeah, sure. Oh, I want this to work. Can someone take a screenshot? You have to turn on global emotes. They should be on already. Oh man, okay, let me look this up. Global emotes, where's the setting? Adds extra cool emotes, GIF emotes. This is on already. What about this emote menu, JTV monkey emotes? No, what? How did... Reload? Okay, let me see. Does that work? Chat should show up here. It didn't work. But there's an image here. Ah, there they are. Look at that. Look at that beautiful face. Man, oh, there we go. There they are. Okay, so I gotta... Oh, so it doesn't work in whatever was in the chat log. But yeah, now we got the emotes. Okay, so now I'll answer Saul's question. So yeah, what Spurtman said about you could have some other service handle this for you, that could work. What I have running in JavaScript right now is there's a process.on uncaught exception, and then you can give it a handler. So you give it a function of like an error here, and you could say something like console.log, an error occurred that we did not catch. Now, there's a problem with doing this. And just Saul, this is something really important to keep in mind. If you ever run into a case where there's just some random error, it could be anything and you don't know what it is, which means that your program might be in a state that is unrecoverable and you might still try doing things. So for example, what if you tried making an object and you ran out of memory and now that object doesn't exist, but some data structure thinks it does, and then you just say, okay, well, I'll just ignore the exception. That's why you should be really careful about this. If you want to read more about that, I'll link to you uncaught exception. This is really good reading, just Saul. Wait a second. Why are you not in chat? Right, that was just Saul. Okay, well, I'm gonna try linking this to you. I don't know if you're still in chat now, but hopefully you are, because otherwise I responded to nobody. All right, well, you're not tab completing. That's weird. Yeah, so I know that article is not for, I don't know if you mentioned, did you mention a language? Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned a language, but this is good reading regardless of what language you're using. Okay, cool. Did you refresh your chat? Yeah. So it's working for me now. So now I have Adam Art and Adam Troll. Someone make the emoji. It's just so funny. Alright, so I just want to comment this and make sure that I'm doing it in the right class. Game server instant. Yeah, but the tab only checks people who've typed in chat. Oh, interesting. And thanks, Noob, for lunch. I actually submitted them, I think, like Saturday. Look at what Judge Bacon said. When I said Adam Troll earlier, I wasn't guessing the emote. I was calling you a troll. Yeah, great. Wow. Alright, that's done. These things are fine. There are just 2 more files to check. This one's actually pretty easy. And this one is the last thing. And there are some things in here that I'm going to need to look at. Then, actually, that's not it. I'll do some more after this. Whoops. Reserves a game server instance out of the target. Oh, wait, what? What is this? No, something's wrong here. What is this indeed? Oh, yeah. The overseer calls into this API when it wants to reserve a single game server instance out of our entire cluster. Don't care. Alright, so that's good. So if we don't have any available, just return 404. The overseer will know what to do with this. Note that this really shouldn't ever happen, since the overseer should know how many game servers. Actually, I should return a 404 and then tell them how many game servers we have available. But I'll just say this for right now. Doesn't have red thingy. Yeah, I took that out. I didn't think it. Yeah, it is censorship. It's actually ever so slightly different from the art you guys saw me make on stream. Because the art that I made was this. So I had to redraw it. But whatever. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. Okay. So then get the port, get the IP address, mark that we're using it, send it back. Looks good. Okay, yeah, this is a good file. All right, so let's just do this. Gulp lint. Yep, that's all you have to do, programmer D. And it tab completes too. So if you type Adam and then hit tab. Oh, that's actually probably going to screw people up who are trying to type my name. Because if you want to type Adam13531, oh, maybe I just can't tab complete my own name. Okay, never mind. Wow, linting passed too. That's pretty incredible. Okay, so now I just need to mark down what finished here. What did I do? So game server clusters now report their public IP address to the overseer when running on AWS. Okay, I see. Yeah, it makes sense. Prefer names over emoticons. All right, that's good. This is also fine. Yeah, that's a minor thing. I'm not going to comment there. This is fine. And added the /reserve route, which will report the IP and port of a ready game server instance. This will also mark that instance as running a game. But note that nothing will take it out of this state, i.e. it will never be considered ready for game again. Nah, I'll say it this way. Noob for lunch, you just sent me a whisper. You should send it as an email instead, because that's the kind of thing that I can't really respond to in front of everyone on the stream. And see ya, Gert. Or alternatively, you could ask chat, but I probably won't chime in if you're asking chat. And in fact, I'll probably only chime in for a couple of sentences if you email me anyway. Okay. Okay, so that's done. And it was linted and everything's good. Pretty good. So next up is the infra code. Hopefully there's not a ton of this. Well, it turns out there is. So too bad for me. This is not going to get checked in at least. That's good. To do, perhaps this is no longer necessary. Get ready game server cluster. Let's go into endpoint monitor and take a look at this. Get ready cluster. Returns a game server cluster that is ready to have at least one game played on it, meaning it's also up to date. Okay. Why am I pink? Are you talking about the lights changing behind me? That's someone viewing me doing that. That was B4 Nanon. Yeah. Yeah, when people follow me, they get control over my lights. Get ready game server cluster. Okay, so get all of the clusters that have ready game servers. Then find the one, then do some load balancing. That way we're performing simple load balancing. No, you shouldn't be sorry. I like it. I'm glad people are using it and having fun. Hopefully you had fun. I know it's only 45 seconds, but it lasts for much longer. Try following Adam too. Just wanted to see what it was. No, that's totally cool. Like I said, that's why I did it. If it bothered me, I'd turn it off. But I've actually thought of adding to it. I have a Wemo switch, and I wanted to put a string of Christmas lights behind me and have you guys be able to control those too. You will get a sketchy looking link. Gets a specific, gets a single game server instance. Also, I never return this, do I? Yeah, return server info. Now, game server instance is not the kind of thing that I have available here. It doesn't, I don't know, maybe it does matter. Whatever, we'll have to figure that out. More lights? Yeah, maybe at some point. I don't know. The thing is, the Wemo switch we're currently using for a fan, and it's nice to be able to control that fan from our phones. So I'd have to convince my wife. Actually, yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll do it. It would take work to set up too. I'd have a lot of programming to do. So it gets a single game server instance. Yeah, that's fine. And it's going to return an object, a single game server instance, instance or null if none were available. This is not the kind of thing you should call unless you already know that there are game server instances ready. The problem is that we're not tracking all potential ones. Get another switch. Oh, I don't want to spend money on that. Hey, Death. Let us use our points to control your lights. Yeah, I've just never automated that. I never got around to it. There is a lights command, but it costs, I think, 40,000 points. It just doesn't work. Don't even bother trying it. It's not worth it. Okay. So this is fine. This console.log shouldn't be here. So we'll do logger.error. Get ready game server instance was called, but there are no clusters with ready game servers. That shouldn't ever happen. Remember, it's 40,000, not 4,000. So even if you had 4,000, it wouldn't be enough. No, wait, no, it doesn't even exist anymore. No, right. Noob for Lunch is right. I upgraded Phantom Bot and then that deleted the command. Yeah, I'll forget it. Okay, so reserve game server instance, good. Contains IP address and port. I'm just gonna write these things down since I'm not doing anything with it right now. No, I'll say this here. This object will contain IP address, a public IPv4 address, and a port. That's important. Get it. Next, the error, note the error will have already been logged. Retry the request or return that it's failed. I think the caller will know just by us returning null that it failed. Now what else changed here? Game servers being provisioned. We're very likely in the process of provisioning a game server. So this returns a game server cluster, which is not really important for us. So we'll change that, and we'll also change this. And go back to here. Oh, here, I'll move out of the way. Someone just changed my lights to pink. Okay, that's fine. What else changed in here? This did. That was param stuff. That's fine. What else? I could just be using my diff, but I'm not going to do that. This is fine. There's a car alarm going off outside. Yeah, alright, I'll just diff this. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, what's up next? Fine. I should probably just write that on here. The number of game server instances, the number of games that can be run on this endpoint. Oh, come on, the car alarm just stopped and now it's going on again. I don't think the rest of this is worth commenting. Yeah, I think that's all fine. So REST client, reserve game server instance. Reserves a particular game server instance from the specified cluster. This is actually a game server endpoint. The endpoint representing the cluster. And it returns a promise. Good. Yeah, the rest of this is fine. Okay, cool. What's left? 2 more files. This is just a test API. I should really test it one more time, but then I think that's it. Okay, good. So let's run this. That should load just fine. Perfect. Let's run this. That should register itself. Perfect. And now, wait. No, not perfect. It didn't register with the overseer. But I turned that off. I think that's fine for now. Let's just check this in. And then, I can't do that though, can I? Fine. Gotta get rid of these things. There. Now it should be pretty much the same. The other thing, yeah, that's it. Okay, great. Then I just have to lint it. Okay. Linting time. Adam, do you live in a large city, medium city, small city, or township? So the most I'll probably tell you there is it's the greater Seattle area. So take from that what you will. I also don't understand Spurman. Akinator? What is that? Akinator the web genius. Oh, 20 questions. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's a 20 questions bot online. You know the old game where you'd say like, is it bigger than a breadbasket? And then it turns out you're guessing a breadbasket. So what did I do here? The overseer can now reserve individual game server instances from a game server cluster. Note that this isn't really functional. The APIs, well, this isn't fully in place yet. The APIs exist, but nothing is calling them. I think that's about it. Just curious how the random car going off is. Could you know whose car alarm is going off? I mean, I could just look out my window. The thing is, since I let you guys control my lights, I always have my blinds shut so you can see them, because otherwise it washes out. If you take a look, that's how bright my room should be. You see how it's much whiter than it is green? So there you go. Okay, I think this is good. The bulk of this came from here, reserve game server instance, and just kind of the contract between all of these things. Yeah. All right, let's commit and push. Oh, whoop, nope, I forgot. Oh no, I did. Whew. Okay. It's Barrowco. And Spurman, what made you pick 7.4 billion? Is that how many things that has in its database? Oh, 32. Oh, a person. Okay, never mind. Also, who was asking that question? MCS Mike? Did you figure out the whole 2 overlapping range thing? Did I help at all with that? Do I want this open still? I gotta test this at some point, but this has been checked in at least. Alright, so now it's time to sit down and ponder life, figure out what it is that's about to happen next year. Oh, it's pretty unlikely that I know. I don't know if I've ever been in such a place where hearing, I mean, like, even if you're in a small neighborhood, if you just hear a car alarm go off, how would you know whose it is unless you've heard the car alarm before? I guess if you know the direction and you only have like 2 people in your neighborhood. Okay, so figure out the overall plan. Am I going to get the matchmakers up and running next? Will I turn game servers into a shell that will wait for all players to join before starting up? Well, the whole thing that's trying to use these game servers is the matchmaker, which is just eventually for players. Players are going to connect to game servers. I need to figure this whole thing out. So much to do. Figure out what would happen if the overseer crashed. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Game server instance is requested. I need to keep track of who's in the game. Something needs to mark the game server instance is ready once they're done running. Document how this works and how it gets updated. Fix the to-do item in this, which is preventing game servers from being updated correctly. Make sure this assigns a state to a cluster where it knows not to schedule more games. That we can update. Yeah, this is the same thing. Created a REST client. Yeah, there's a bunch of error handling and a lot of edge cases, but I kind of want to cover the first vertical here and just make sure this works end to end. There's so much left to do. Right, a standard in handler, modify the deploy process so the cluster folder makes it into botland builds. This is done. Modify Ansible so we're starting a cluster. That's done. Make sure log size doesn't exceed a maximum. That's actually already done. Yeah. So solution here was just to use Winston and set a max, since the cluster master is what's in charge of logging everything. Yeah. Update documentation about flow. For example, game server state was split up. Oh yeah, great. All right, well, there are some miscellaneous tasks here that wouldn't take very long. There's a bug here. There's this, and then there's this. So these 3 tasks wouldn't take very long to do. Hopefully. I can't really speak to this one yet. Smallish tasks. I'll just say that here. All right, what else do we have? That, yeah, I don't care about that yet. Configure the overseer so that there's an environment variable or something that lets me tell it not to expect Ansible to ever run. Oh yeah, okay, that's another kind of small task, right? I have this code here that's just totally commented out. I gotta fix that at some point. So let's put that up here. Okay, don't debug on the master in a cluster. Yeah, that's another thing I'm gonna have to do. Get this to work. Okay, so those are all the small tasks. Great. Next, make sure these scenarios are covered. Overseer starts and sees there are no game servers. It should be able to provision some. These are gonna happen like way at the end. Let's just delete this. Put this up here somewhere. Yeah, for right now. Okay, good. So then where do we leave off? Here. Get back to scaling up and down game servers. Track the usage rate. Make sure we remove the entry from the database when we terminate an instance. That's done. If we're at the maximum number of game servers, then we need to return that stat to matchmaker. Yeah, that part. I haven't done that. So what this really boils down to is make it so that the endpoint monitor knows exactly how many game server instances are available at any given time. God, why is there car alarms never stopping outside? The thing is, I don't know if a car alarm has actually prevented any sort of crime. I used to work at a grocery store a long time ago, and I'd hear car alarms go off all the time, and you eventually just start ignoring them. I mean, maybe you look over at the car. No one's ever breaking in or even near the car usually. Oh man. Okay. Does it make it so the matchmaker does not look for matches unless a game server is available? It sounds like what I was steering myself toward is working on the matchmaker. Yeah. Good thing I can't hear the alarm. Oh, if you guys can't hear it, then I'll stop commenting on it. I can just suck it up. Okay, so endpoint monitor. We have get num ready game servers. This returns the number of game server clusters that are ready, and this function isn't even called from anywhere. So I think what we do is get num ready game server instances, returns the number of ready game server instances that are ready to play games on. That's how cars are communicating. Yeah. Alright, so ready game server clusters is here. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. So get the ones that are ready for a game. This isn't even correct, is it? Point is ready for a game. It also needs to be up to date. Get all ready game server clusters. Let's just do this. And then we call that from here. So let's put this there equals this. And then put the same thing up here. Good. Then go through all of them and figure out how many, how does this work? Game server endpoint. Do we have, yeah, num ready game servers. So now go through all of them and call this. So this is just a simple reduce. Does Lodash provide that for us? I'd be surprised if it didn't. Reduce. Reduce collection to a value which is accumulated. Yeah, that should be pretty easy. What is accumulator here though? if accumulator is not given, the first element is used as the initial value. So we got to specify 0. So all we have to do is return underscore dot reduce clusters with ready game servers. Then we take the game server here and return game server dot get num ready game servers. Probably should specify this on 3 lines. There, and finally 0. There we go. First, your solution to check range collision makes sense, but now I'm thinking, what if the min is lower than another range and the max is higher? I need to check to make sure one range doesn't encapsulate another. Oh, you only want intersections? And Archboy says, have you ever thought about vector graphics for your game? Yeah, I've thought about it. They all need to get rasterized eventually because it's going through OpenGL. What, Deadbringer? What? What in the world did you just type? Does anyone know what this means? Alright. Do you think a bachelor's degree is enough, or should you aim to get a master's or even a PhD? I think none of them are necessary. I think it's all up to, well, okay, I'm only speaking about computer science. I think for other professions, like being a doctor, you probably need a PhD. I mean, a medical doctor. Obviously, to have the title, you need a PhD. But for computer science, I think as long as you can prove that you've learned the concepts and you're willing to deal with the slightly uphill battle in some areas because people expect you to have a college degree sometimes, then yeah, you'll be totally fine. That random gibberish was on the Mozilla Developer Network. Oh, so it's not your random gibberish. Yeah, wow. Look at that. Where is that? Contributors to this page. Huh. Weird. Well, yes, but I think they're rasterized client side. But normally, vector graphics is just text. Well, right, so vector graphics can be specified as just text. I mean, but kind of in the same way that any graphics can be represented as just text. If you serialize anything, yeah, the contributors, and yeah, I'm cool. Let's just reload. Okay, this should be it. This should be the only function I need here. I'd like to be able to test this, of course. Also, this is an iterative process. It's O of n. We filter over all of the non-critical endpoints. I'm not really super concerned right now. Eventually, I could make it better. I did that 3 times? Huh, weird. Are you on their HTML5 player? Returns all game server clusters that have at least one game ready to be played on them. So return an array of game server endpoint. And does this actually mention anything about clusters? Yes, it does. Google Chrome, no app. Do other streams work for you? Oh, actually, you can't. Other streams work for you. I tried talking to someone whose stream doesn't work. It's not a smart way to communicate. Yeah, cool. Are you planning to stream again when Botland is done? It all depends on what happens after that. Oops, I wrote 2 KB. Whoops, whoops. I 2 MB. I accidentally wrote the wrong power of 10. And yeah, so okay, if Botland is super successful, actually, I'll say this: it's it's very likely that I'll be streaming at a reduced rate, if at all. There's a very slim chance of me continuing at the same rate that I'm continuing. That I'm currently at, I meant. Sometimes I just leave my brain on autopilot and try to have it finish sentences for me, and it doesn't work. Yeah, it gets the number of game server instances. So this, I think this is fine. I think I do want to test this out by putting in that test code here. Yeah, let's go into rest server. Where is this here? There. Okay, so we have test. We have get. Let's do this. Let's call this right here. Console.log num ready game server instances plus that. There. How about updates, revisions? That can be streamed. Yeah, that can be streamed. The problem is that if, let's say, Botland is super popular, chances are there are going to be a lot of fires to fight. Any bug fixes or updates, or, I mean, things just become a little bit harder to do at that point. Especially because, remember, the only way I can keep working on Botland is if Botland is making some amount of money. And if it's making some amount of money, that means there are players. If there are players, then that means people would probably be very keen on looking at any bugs that I'm coding into the code base that I don't notice. And streaming exposes those very readily. It'll be tough. It'll be tough. Oh, it's working now? Good. Well, hello then. Okay, so let's call this function. The only other thing I need to do is go change this so that it looks like this. Cluster run. Yeah, save that. Okay, good. Let's try this out. So I rerun this. Should work. Good. I rerun this. Should connect. Good. Then I run this. Now let's see what happens here. It says num ready game server instances undefined. That is really bad. Yeah, that's really bad. Alright, what's going on here? Get all ready game server clusters. Good and good. Then reduce clusters with ready game servers. Game server. Oh, whoops. Oh, I meant to call the function. That's why there was a parenthesis there. Whoops. Okay, well, hopefully that fixes it. Okay, so what happened here? Get num ready game servers is not a function. Okay, fine. Fine. Alright, here goes take 3. Whoops. Good. Get num ready game servers is not a function. What? Where is this coming from? Get num ready game servers. Game server endpoint. Get num ready game servers. It is a function. Something's amiss. These are endpoints. What's happening here? I don't know. Let's inspect this. Do you ever use your mouse? Yeah, I do. And actually, that's why my mouse has so many buttons on it, because I figured if I'm going to use my mouse, I might as well have a keyboard there. So if I wanted to, I can switch between tabs. I could just show you my mouse here. I can switch between tabs and page up and page down. And if I want to actually move the cursor, I could close tabs if I want. Like this one, press enter, backspace, etc. Move windows around. It's pretty nice. Why do you pass a function which calls a function instead of just passing that function in the first place? Wait, no, I am doing this wrong, aren't I? No, I'm not. No, this is just the syntax for reduce. Oh yeah, Archboy, I think it is positive in general. I just also think I can't commit to that without knowing what the future is going to hold. If, yeah, we'll have to see. But I should be streaming for the next 11 months or so, so that problem is pretty far off. Have you ever found probability concepts useful in any of your projects? Yeah, definitely. I think what's important to know is if you're ever trying to design a game that you expect to have tons of players, imagine if you made World of Warcraft and there was a bug that happened to 1 out of 1 million people. That's happening to like 10 or 12 people then. There are actually people who are affected by that. If you're making a game that's supposed to just target you and your friends or something and you have 5 or 10 users, then it's fine. You can ignore the 1 out of 1 million bugs. So I think just knowing even that of like you will have probably hundreds or thousands of trials is pretty important. The other thing at K's that I've been doing is some modeling around the, I don't want to talk about this too much, but how salvage packs are going to work. Like how many items do you get? How long do we expect it to take for you to collect all the items in the game, etc. What's your, yeah, there's a lot of things I did there. All right, I still haven't figured this out, so let's figure it out. Also, I never should have started that Amazon instance. I'm not using it right now. At the very least, I should go set it up. All right, what's in here? So there's a game server endpoint, and for some reason, I don't have that function that I want. Why? Unless... No, what? That doesn't make any sense. Num total game servers, num ready game servers. It should be this right here. Did I type something wrong? No. What is happening? It says this is not a function. All right, you know what we're gonna do then? I'm gonna print out what is in here. So let's inspect this. Actually, it's not even inspect it. Let's just do this. For var_k in game server console.log. Okay, there. Let's try that out. What happens if there's nothing there? What is that? Num ready game server instance is 0. Okay, that works fine, but what happens if there is something there? Now we let the registration go through, and now what does it say? Something's very wrong here. And I don't know what it is. Okay, let's try this out. Reduce is a stupidly useless function. I disagree. But I also don't know what I'm doing wrong. Let's take a look. Node, actually infra of node, const ld equals require load dash. So let's say I had an array of objects. Servers equals like A5, B, whatever, A6. Okay, and then I do ld.reduce servers. This should give me 11. Whoops. Double whoops. Okay. So much I know. Why doesn't this work? Huh. How do they use this on the documentation here? Oh, the function is supposed to take in the accumulator. Result value key. Return result. Oh, that must be the problem. I never actually... Oh, so all I needed to do, sum comma n. So wait, if I did sum comma s... Oh. I got it. I figured it out. I did it. Okay, let's fix this now. All right, so all I need to do is type sum here and then return sum plus that. There. Perfect. Yeah, a case of read the manual. Yeah, I know. Well, whatever. It should be fixed. So now what we should get is the number 2. Yep, there it is. Cool. And if I call this again, it should give me 1. Good. If I call it again, it should give me 0. Good. Perfect. Yeah, that worked. Well, it's a good thing I tested it. Can't stress that enough. The car alarm's going off again. Alright, so then the only other thing I should do, does this asynchronous or no? Return promise.resolve. Yeah, why is this asynchronous? Oh, because it's got to call out to the cluster and, okay, yeah. So fine, here's what we could do. We could do this dot then obj. We did that. There, so console.log got a ready game server instance, json.stringify obj. So here's what's going to happen. Everything's going to work. I called it. Now let's see. So we got null. Why did that happen? There we go. All right, so IP address, port, that looks great. IP address and port, the port is different. That's important. That's also good. And then finally I call it again and it says there's nothing there and we get null. Yeah, so everything's working. Okay, you know what? I am going to take a look outside. That car alarm has gone off like 5 times now. Okay, I don't know where that's coming from. There's no use case in which it's more straightforward than just a for loop. Well, let me read my code and see if I like what I wrote or not. Take everything in here. The for loop case of this would have just been this, I guess. Let sum equals 0, for let I equals 0, eyes. Oh, I guess I could just for each through this. I mean, to me, the code looks pretty much the same. Yeah, I don't think it matters really that much. You sure it's not your car? I can't hear my car from here. Yeah, you're right. I could use summon map. I don't know. I don't think this is bad. Okay, well, that's good. This is going to be needed for the next bit of code that I write. I really think starting the matchmaker stuff is going to be a good idea. I just think testing it is going to be hard. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is those smallish tasks that I talked about. So it gets the number of ready game server instances that are ready to play games on, returns all of those, that's good. Then why is this all marked as new? This isn't new code. I think it's just an error with how the diff works. Okay. So the endpoint monitor. When you finish the game, can you send me a copy? The game's going to be free. The game is actually, if I hadn't gone over my billing limit for this month, then you would have been able to play it now. But unfortunately, it's offline because I went over my billing limit. So yeah, nobody can play it right now. But yeah, if you come back tomorrow on the stream, you can just start playing tomorrow if you want. Well, I shouldn't promise tomorrow. Maybe Wednesday. I'm pretty sure the billing thing ends today, but you know, eventually that car's battery is gonna die, and the alarm won't go off anymore. The endpoint monitor can now report how many. Actually, there's no endpoint for this. I should surface this. Oh, why didn't I think of this? That is what I will do. I shall do this now. All right, so let's do a /get on what? Game servers? No, like account though. Num game servers? Probably that. Do I ever use, let me take a look at this. Do I ever use, let me just take a look through these. I want to make sure I'm never using camel case in my URLs. Users, bays, blah, blah, blah. No, this is all fine. Bay costs. Yeah, that's lowercase. Yeah, so I think we stick with lowercase. Okay, sounds good to me. When does the next billing month start? I'm pretty sure it's tomorrow. So you'll get revenue from ads in the game when it's released. Yeah, probably. On Twitch right now, no. And we're not running any like ads that could give us money. In fact, I'm spending money on ads for the stream on Facebook. And should you happen to see the ad on Facebook, you should share it with your friends. All right, so num game servers. I think this is fine, and I think we'll surface it that way. So I'll do this, and instead of this, we'll just say get num ready bready game server instances. I'll just say num ready games. Nah, game server instances. Yeah, sure. Okay. So all we're gonna do here is rest.send 200 comma this. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all that's needed. Let's test this out by just running this. And now I can use Postman to call into that if I want. So let's just do a plus here and do HTTP localhost 8080/num game servers. This should give me 2. It gave me a 500. Okay, why is that? Get num ready game servers is not a function. What? I could have sworn. Did I not test this? No, something's wrong here. Something's very wrong. Where's this coming from? Here. Get num ready game servers. What is this? Oh, whoops. What's going on here? I already had num game servers. Huh. I don't remember this. Alright, and I returned it as a count. I don't think I need to do that. How do I want to change this then? Probably to look like this. Can we just change the function name? Yeah, that's fine. Excuse me. What does the ad look like? I don't use Facebook, so I'll never see it. It's just a what is Botland video. Brady servers are coming up. They let go. Okay. Yeah, so let's test this out. Cannot read property bind of undefined. No. This just has to change. Or I just gotta get rid of this. Yeah, let's put this up here. Also, somebody just followed. I need to know who it is. Tell me, Botland bot. Ah. The coolest. Thank you for following. Alright, so count 0. Yes, that is correct. Now we run this, and then it should say count 2. Perfect. And anytime we were to use up a game server, I think we'd know that too. In fact, I should probably surface that function. I think I can hear the car alarm. It won't stop. Just won't stop. Can't stop. Get, actually reserve game server instance recres next. All right, here we get the game server. Get ready game server instance. This is actually not just get, it is reserved because of this right here. Is this used anywhere else? No, it's not. You must have Superman hearing. All I hear is Adam and typing. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that the typing isn't overpowering. The microphone is very close to the keyboard. In fact, I don't know if you can see the mic. No, you can't. But there, now my hand is touching the microphone. And now my hand's touching the keyboard. You only have to move it that far. That's it. Very faint, and headphones help. Judge Bacon, you don't need to downplay it. You just have super hearing. It's not a bad thing. We just know that you have special abilities now. Keyboard isn't loud enough. You're totally wrong. Mechanical keyboard would bother everybody. Or at least the mechanical keyboard would bother everybody with the microphone layout I have now. So this isn't gets. This is gets and returns a single gets and marks it as being in use. This involves contacting the cluster that controls the game server instance that is eventually returned. That is eventually returned. I think it's fine. So then as far as calling this goes, we could say something like ready game server equals this dot endpoint monitor reserve ready instance, and then if ready game server not equal to null, or actually just util.exists, I guess. Yeah. Oops. What am I doing here? All right, there we go. Rest.send 200, comma, ready game server. Else rest.send 404. There's only one thing that can mean. It's not loud, it's perfect. That's good. I think I put too much spinach in this smoothie. Although at least spinach is a tasty vegetable. Sweet sounds of switches. Okay, cool. So let's expose this to callers. This is probably going to be a post, and it's going to be to what's create game server? Game server. I don't know what I want to say here. Reserve game server. I think that's what I want. Reserve game server instance. Oh, whoa, that's wrong. This is totally wrong. Okay, num ready game server instance .bind. No, this is wrong. I must have screwed something up. Where did that used to be? I can't read this. I want to read this one. Check is accepting traffic. That's the part I needed. Whoops. Yeah, and same thing here. All right. And now I have an arch point. All right, so let me try this out. So here we go. We're running this. This same thing here, which is a get, we should still, okay, yep, that works. So we got 0. Now we start this up and we should get 2. Okay, good. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to post to reserve game server. And we're going to do a post, and I'm going to hit send, and we got back a 200. So now this is going to return 1. And now we do another send, got a 200, return 0. Good. We do another send, and we get a 404. No, we did not. That's weird. What does this return? 0 still. Something's amiss. Reserve game server instance. Ready game server. If it doesn't exist, then send 404. Why? It exists? That's not right. This says return null. Oh, I am not throwing the error. That's why. REST client here is probably wrong. No, it is throwing an error. What is going on then? Weird. Okay, I'm gonna need some logging here. So let's just do stringify ready game server. And let me try that out. Okay, so let's see here. I reserve one. Wait, ready game server is nothing. What? Count one. Yeah, something's wrong here. Reserve game server. It's going to here, yeah. That makes sense. Reserve game server instance. What is this returning? If it doesn't exist, just return null. Okay. And if it does exist, ready game server cluster. Do that and then return the server info. It can't return an empty object. What is going on? I don't understand. Also, I should add this to the small tasks thing. Add logging on a cluster when a game server is reserved. Also, I'm gonna go try out the air conditioner now. It's starting to get really hot in here. Okay. Well, this window is impossible to open. No. Actually, you know what? Let me just write this down really fast. PRV setting up air conditioner. I'm just 4 feet to the side of the stream. Oh, there we go. Well, there we almost go. I can't do this. Oh, and Lepko, you're probably right. Oh, what am I doing here? Man. Well, there we almost go. I can't do this. Oh, and Lepko, you're probably right. Oh, what am I doing here? Man, it's just so hot in this room. I just want some reprieve from this. Alright, I can't check this. How did I ever do this in the first place? There goes the rest of the stream. No, I just get duct tape. This was set up in the window. All right, let me try for a little bit longer. Otherwise, I'm gonna need to get a fan or something. Okay, I got it. All right, now I just put this in the window. Oops. Okay, it fell out. Whatever. It's super annoying. Hang on a second, let me put up a proper BRB screen. I'll be back. Hopefully not sweated how I'm done with this. I'll just leave the mic on. You can hear me ruin everything. Oh, I was putting it in backwards. Okay. Okay, how loud is that? Is that like super noisy? Let me show you guys something. Let me just find this. Yes, that is probably super loud. It sounds like static. It's very noisy, but also pretty chilly here. Okay, so if it's really loud, I think what I'm going to do is, well, first I'm going to link this in, which was me trying to build a computer. So if you like watching me struggle, then you can continue at that link. And second, I'm going to go move that to the side to see if I can position it in such a way that it's not so noisy. So let me trying to reposition it so that it's not so noisy. Is that better? Video is private. Oh man, I'm screwing everything up. Let me go make it not private. Okay, still the same. Doesn't your OneNote glitch when you connect it to the internet for OneDrive syncing purposes? No, it doesn't glitch when I do that. Okay, well, I'll just leave the air conditioner on for like 5 minutes or something then. Maybe I could just turn it away so that it's not... What is it, AC? Yeah, it's air conditioning. Okay, so the stream is now, that video that I linked is now unlisted. I'm just making sure all the other ones are unlisted too. And then I'll get back to, okay, fixing YouTube stuff. Sorry for this. The thing is like breaking left and right over there. Should have never took it out of the window. Music drowns it out, it's all good. Try putting ice cubes under your shirt instead. Alright, hang on, I gotta go fix that again. The frames? Oh yeah, I am dropping frames. Wow. Amazing. Okay, so now let me see if there's some audio way that I can fix this. There is... Yeah, this. Microsoft Noise Gate. Okay, can you hear anything when I'm not talking? Is it better now? Like, you'll still hear the static when I talk. Totally can. So I need to... Okay. Okay, I'm going to test that out. Is that better? No difference. Huh. Think you should stop breaking things? If you have an equalizer, try killing high frequencies. I don't, and I don't know how I would do that either. Are you saying in my microphone? Well, once it cools off at least a little bit, I can set this back to what it used to be. I'm sorry about the problems in the meantime. I'll leave it for like another 2 minutes, and then I'll go change it. In fact, let me turn this way. Maybe that'll help a bit too. Actually, I can't do that. Let me turn this here. There, that should probably help a tiny bit. Oh well. Alright, so REST server reserves a game server instance and returns the information about how to connect to it. It's going to be a real problem as summer approaches. Yeah, I got to figure out how to set up the equalizer thing. If anyone knows, figure out how to set up an equalizer for my microphone so that it cuts out the AC sound. Yeah, and Mike, no problem to me. It's all okay. I wonder if there's a way I can change this here. Windows microphone equalizer. Ooh, bunch of this free download stuff. Hey Proxy. Yeah, well, I'll have to look into this. Sorry about that, guys. It's just, I have streamed before when I'm like too hot in order to stream, and then the quality of my programming goes down. Yeah, this is the first result that I saw. Oh wait, Audacity. This... Nah, I'd have to look into this more. Yeah, I'll have to look into it more. And yeah, as summer arrives, this is actually what I was worried about. I knew like 7 months ago when I started the stream, I thought, you know, it's going to get really hot and I'm going to need the AC, and I don't know how I'm going to use that. Oh well. Let's finish checking this in. So, the endpoint, there are now APIs in the Overseer. You need an audio compressor. Yeah, but is there anything, does anyone know of anything that I could just use on Windows? Like, I think, yeah. Already got an air compressor. Alright, so we're now surfacing both of these. Overseer's REST server that will get the total number of game server instances available or reserve one. with a collar. Okay, let me just look through this one more time. Okay, looks good. Gonna commit it. Push. Now I'm gonna fix all these smaller things. General guide to... I got this one. Mic placement. First thing is configure your mic levels. Noise gate. Try liquid cooling. Do I still have this setting open over here? Microsoft noise gate. Yeah. Microphone noise gate. Try not to talk and see where the green bar hovers. It's our baseline. How did this not help at all, though? Yeah, alright. Huh. The part I don't understand is why this doesn't work. Also, is this not something I... Maybe I can't change while this is running? Yeah, I did apply the settings before. It looks like they're changing though. I don't know. Whatever. Alright, I'll figure this out later. I'll just set this to off for right now. There. Now there's no noise gate. Oh, noise gate is temporarily disabled while this configuration window is open. Oh, okay, wait. Let me try that then. Okay, so when I close this window, you should hopefully not see anything. Or hear anything, I mean. Lepko, I'll try that out later. Okay, so let me know. Did that help now? Now that I've closed the dialogue and everything? Didn't change? No difference? Okay, I'm just gonna turn it off then. I'll figure out the equalizer thing later. And like I said, in about like 5 minutes or so, I can probably turn the AC off. Yeah, I might need a stream restart. Yeah, I'll mess around with this later. I'll make another Twitch account or something and try streaming from that. That way nobody finds me. Okay, well, I'm gonna continue to work on this. Voting for the stream restart. I mean, like I said, I'll just turn off the AC in a sec. Or I wonder, hang on. Whatever, I'll just turn it off. There's no point ruining the quality of the stream just so I can be comfortable in here. Okay, so add logging on the cluster when a game server is reserved. Cluster master. Okay, this stuff looks fine. So let's go do that. Don't think I need that, and I don't think I need that. The noise is still here? No way. You mean you're super secret? Adam Troll. The world's best investment. Okay, so when this is reserved, we just need to say that it's reserved. What am I doing? Rest server. Reserve. So we don't have logger here though. Guess we'll get it. So logger.error reserved game server instance was called despite that we have no instances. And I guess that didn't need to be backticks. And then here we can say logger.info reserved the game server instance. I'll just say, yeah, reserved the game server instance on. Actually, if I print out what this thing is, it's going to have its own tag. Game server instance. Here. We have an ID tag, worker dash whatever. Reserved game server instance. Ready game server instance. There. That's it. That's all we need. Okay, let's try it out. Let me lower this microphone so I can see my screen. Alright, so when we call reserve now, we should see something print out over here. Yep, reserved game server instance and reserved another one. Okay, we should really print out how many are left at that point because that'll be really helpful information. And we don't know how many total we have, but ready instances remaining. Okay, let's try that out. So now when we call reserve, yep. And what happens if I were to do this? Cool, and then this returns, it's still returning 200. There's a bug there. Oh, it thinks like the count is 1. Oh, there's definitely a bug. Yeah, here it is. Connection refused. What's the point of backtick strings again? Isn't regular string concat less verbose? So backtick strings count person. They're really useful when you want to do something like this because it's string interpolation. So let's say you wanted to do something like, what in the world? What happened here? Huh. That's weird. This string is not being syntax highlighted correctly. I don't know why. Now what, I paste this in and it just works all of a sudden? Okay, it did. Yeah, so they're really useful when you want to say something like, you know, the count is count. And then the non-interpolated way of doing that would be the count is like that. And so it saves some space, but it also makes it easier for you to change things. Like let's say you wanted to say counter plus 1 here. For you to do that here, you need parentheses around the whole thing. And yeah, if you ever want to change the format or where things go, I just think it's easier. Which broadcast platform did you download? I have OBS, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, so can you guys hear like any noise that you can't normally hear right now? That you don't normally hear, I mean? Like my window is open ever so slightly to let the air conditioner exhaust out, but the air conditioner's off. So let me know. And yeah, Esco, I think it's a matter of preference. I like it and I think it makes things easier. It's also way easier to type. Let me put it that way. When you're trying to say something like console.log, the person's name is person plus their age is age. I feel like this just becomes more unwieldy. How do you get OBS to not crash? Actually, OBS I don't think has ever crashed on me. don't think I've ever had any problems with it. But I did hear a car. Yeah, that'll happen. You'll probably still hear it. Even when my window was totally shut, you could still hear motorcycles and everything. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to figure this out. Because I only really need this when it gets too hot in the room, which is going to happen a lot in the coming months. Okay, so there is a bug, and it's that it's not returning a 404 when it should be. And there's a lot of bugs actually. Let's take a look at this. Health check failed. Game servers failed 1 health check, which is less than 2, so ignoring this for now. And it just keeps saying that? This is not good. No, this is definitely not good. Let's set health checks to just 5 seconds for now. We'll run this, and then we'll run one of these. It'll register, and then we'll make it fail health checks. There. Now it's going to fail them. Failed 1 health check. If we were to say get the number of game servers, it thinks it's 2. Now it failed the other one, so now we know that we have 0. So we don't actually return a game server instance if that thing failed. So it'll fail a health check. We do this. Okay, what happened here? Game server instance. Return error. Connection refused. Error in reserve game server instance. That's here. So connection refused. In that case, we are going to return an error. And then we'll return null from here. But then that's what's not working. This could be something like econ refused. If the cluster just went down. Where is this called? An endpoint monitor. Do that, then return server info, otherwise return null. That's what I don't understand here. Yeah, I don't get it. And if this doesn't exist, then we return 404, and yet that's not working for some reason. Okay, logging time. Actually, debugging time is probably a better idea. I just only want it to run on one of these processes. I think this will just be easier for now. Let's try this out. So I should get returning null from there. There are no clusters with ready game servers. Oh, I see. Okay. So something is cutting off this call. Right there. Promise.resolve null. Maybe it should be, no, weird. What's going on here? And then REST server has that call. This is, I think, what Lepko was talking about right before I went to fix the air conditioner. So we get this. Oh, right. This is the promise. Yeah, that's why. Gotta not do that ever again. Jeez. Okay. Then ready game server. And then that's where all this code is going to go. And then a .catch here, I guess, of... Actually, this promise can't resolve with... Yeah, you don't ever need to catch from here. Because in all cases, we're going to have a return value. So this is fine. Alright, so that should fix everything. Let's try that out. So if I try reserving an instance, I get 500. Oh, that's fine. So 404 not found. Perfect. Now I start up a game server, and now I should be able to get 2 here. Perfect. Get this. So reserved game server instance 3003. 1 ready instance is remaining. I got to change the wording on that. 0 ready instances remaining. And finally, I get a 404. Perfect. All right, points to Lepko. Light control token to Lepko. All right, so then the only other thing to fix is this. There, perfect. Right, and this thing already knows how to print out correctly? Yeah. Okay, I like that. I think that's fine. And the unhealthy check, I should test that out really quickly. Let's set this back to 60,000. So we're going to have a game server register with us. Good and good. It's going to register, and then we're going to kill it. So now this thing is going to think that we have 2 ready game servers, but we don't. It failed its health check. So now when we hit send here, oh, it actually returned 404. That's correct. Returning null from here. Error, connection refused. Yeah, perfect. Wow, that's exactly what I wanted. Granted, it can't just keep returning null, because we might start a new game server in that time, and it'll never do anything. Like, we'll just keep getting 404 from here. Oh, no, we don't. Interesting. How many of these exist now? 2, yeah, wow. I have a feeling there's still something wrong with this. Yeah, I think so. Was the error already logged though? Yeah. Had no ready game servers. Oh, it's the same endpoint because it started with the same IP address. Yeah, that's an issue. I think something needs to be done to fix this. I don't know what though. Yeah, so here's the problem. We try scheduling games on a cluster that is least utilized first. That is least utilized. So suppose cluster A. Alright. I think I gotta go close that. Alright, everything's broken. Well, I just trashed that thing. Okay, so let's fix air conditioner here. Your light token doesn't work? Yeah, yeah. Everything's still broken. I'm pretty sure it... No, wait, what? Someone is trying to use an expired token. That's weird. Very weird. Yeah, it is broken. Wow. Amazing how all of this is failing. All at once. Oh, cool, Hydra. Congrats. Do you have a currency model for your game servers? Oh, concurrency model. Yes. It's start multiple processes and have one thing control all of them. Okay. Thank you for sending me this, Archboy. Look into that too, alright. And see, Archboy, thanks for joining today. Link user time allowed, spaces around your username. Yeah, that's something that should have been fixed. So many problems. So many things are going wrong right now. Okay, well, anyway, we try scheduling games on a cluster that's least utilized. So suppose cluster A has 0 servers running and 10 available. And suppose cluster B has 1 server running and 10 available. Now, suppose cluster A crashes. The matchmaker says, give me a game server. The overseer will continually try cluster A for the next 120 seconds for up to, wait, is that even correct? 120 seconds, 1, 2, yeah, so that's the issue. So I think what I need to do is change it so that this counts as a failed health check if the connection's refused. Yeah, I think that's what I have to do. So let's inspect the error here. And then let's try this out. Can't believe light tokens are broken. Can't believe everything's broken. Will the 10 games be lost? So in this scenario, you have 0 servers running. So there's nothing to lose in that case. But let's say you instead had 9 servers running and this one had 10 and 0 available and this one had 1 available. So in this case, suppose cluster A crashes, yeah, the games are lost. Like that's a machine that went down and that was hosting a bunch of games. I mean, there's only so much you can do to account for crashes, and I don't think it's important in botland to be able to recover the games. That would mean maintaining the state in multiple places, because, for example, the game's been going on for 8 minutes, and this team has this many points, and this team has this many points, and these bots are out, and there are resources here and here. It's way too much to keep track of, and also it's not important. I mean, if this were something like World of Warcraft and you lost 20 levels on your character, then yeah, sure. But in botland, you'll lose, what, 5 minutes of a random game that doesn't matter. And even if you were winning, there's no guarantee you'd still win it after another 10 minutes. I don't think it's super important. I also think it's way more effort than it's worth the code. Okay, so let's print this out. Let's try this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this thing intentionally fail. So there we go. And now we're going to hit send, and it's going to print out the error message. Perfect. So we have code is econ refused. But we don't have a game server instance or anything, do we? A cluster holding all the data, cluster of clusters. Just end to be a cluster. Yeah. So here's what our error looks like. Is there anything we can do with this information though? Actually, yes, there is. We can just perform a health check on this. You see, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll say if error.code, or rather if underscore.get error code equals econ refused, then perform a health check immediately on this game server, on this cluster. If it fails enough times, we will eventually terminate the cluster. But we have some special handling here. Okay, so perform a health check on the cluster. This needs to happen immediately. So check health of endpoint. I think this is all I need to do here. Just do check health of endpoint, passing the endpoint. If it fails, we just say that, we can consider this to have failed at a health check at this point. If we just say that, it'll print out health check failed. And then we can terminate. Yeah, let's do that. That's a better idea. I like that. So we'll say that it failed a health check, this one. Okay, and then we'll also put an info call here of, we tried reserving a game server instance on ready game server cluster, but it returned econ refused. So we're treating it as though a health check failed. Hey, Smooth Dog. By doing this, we'll filter out bad instances without having to wait for a real health check. No. That doesn't need to print out in the log message. Yeah, so don't perform a health check. So here's what I want to write. If we failed to connect to the machine due to a refused connection, then it's likely that the game server crashed. We shouldn't have to wait until the next health check is performed. Or else we may continually try reserving games from this crashed instance. Right, if we fail to connect to the machine due to a refused connection, then it's likely that the game server crashed, I'll say the cluster crashed. We shouldn't have to wait until the next health check is performed, or else we may continually try reserving games from this crashed instance. So treat this as a failed health check, enough of which will eventually terminate the whole cluster, which was probably already kaput. So, yeah, this is good. And we fixed that bug. That's also done. Okay, so let's just test this out one more time. Let's set health check. Actually, let's not even set health checks. Let's just run this. Watch what happens. So this is going to register itself, and I'm going to terminate it immediately. So now it's dead. Now I try scheduling a game on it, and it fails. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Yeah, that's okay. I done goofed. It says that it's failed 0 health checks, then 0, then 0. So I must increment that number somewhere else. I don't know where though, but clearly. Get num consecutive failed health checks. Where do I increment this? Probably check health of endpoint. The endpoint is healthy. Oh, here. Performed health check false. Why don't I do this in here? What? What is this? What was I thinking? No, this is totally wrong. This needs to be in here. There. Now I keep track of the failure in here. Count the number of failures. Alright, and then when I rerun this, everything should be fine. So I run this, I kill it immediately, good, and then I try scheduling on this machine, and it says it's failed 1 health check. So now when the next one is attempted, because maybe this comes back online in that time, although it's very unlikely. When we do this again, there we go. So now it says removing it from our data structures. We prohibited, and now when we do this search, we get 0 back, yeah. Okay, perfect. That's all working fine. Okay, so let's check that in. Don't need that, don't need that. So this is just logging. The game server cluster now logs messages when the overseer tries to reserve a game server instance. Okay, there's that commit, and then there's another commit, which, come on, finish. There's another commit that I just did, which fixes a pretty important bug. So I'll check that in too. Then we'll move on to the other 3 or 4 things. And I think I can finish those up today. I don't think I can start the matchmaker today. I think that's going to be pretty tough. But we'll see. All of this is the underpinnings for that anyway. So we're still working toward it, even if we're not doing it. When the overseer gets econ refused from reserve, what's it called? I don't know. Here. It will now treat that response as though the cluster failed a health check. That way we can only hit this failure a maximum of 2 times before terminating the game server, before terminating a cluster. And really any games that are running on it, which is what Original Piper was asking about. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. Then ready game server. Yeah, and then fix the bug where reserve game server instance was. What was this doing? It was always returning 200. Yeah. Fixed a bug. Actually, that bug could probably be fixed in another commit, right? Yeah, I think that could be fixed in another commit. I think we just change this. Good. And then we fix the bug in a different commit. That way we keep this pretty clean. Okay, and check in this. Fixed a bug where could never return 404. I was checking whether a promise existed, not the resolution of the promise. All right, there we go. Okay, that's done. So close these things. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Stuff can all be removed. All right, good. So created a REST client whose root URL is this, is not printing with info in front of it, which likely means that it's referring to a different botland logger. Let's get a repro for this. How's about? And then let's try it out. So cluster run, does this do it? No. What was supposed to do this? Created a REST client whose root URL, it's not here. Was it the account server? No. What? Okay. I'm being a little bit daft here. Let's search for the right text, and I can stop driving you all insane with all these tab switches. There we go. That still doesn't work. I found it. All right, REST client. So this is in the shared folder. So whatever it includes from this, that's where this is happening. I find this very bizarre. Created a REST client whose root URL is that. This must happen in the overseer. So if I go to game server run, cluster run maybe? Yeah, right here, look at this, connect to overseer. What's going on then? Creating the overseer REST client, created a REST client. This is printing info at the beginning. Maybe, oh, I bet I know what was wrong. I bet this was just an NPM update that I'd forgotten to do. That's probably it. Am I willing to conclude that? I don't think this is a bug any longer. I think I had forgotten to NPM update. I'm thinking of a way to handle sessions across multiple servers and just trying to apply it to this. It was way too much for a game to be kept alive. Well, it's a cost versus benefit thing, and I think a lot of programming comes down to that, or at least designing what the certain features you want to include are. And in this case, it's very little is lost by a game server crashing. If it happens all the time, then there's a different problem that I have to fix. Which means that very little is gained by me working around that. So I'm going to cancel this. Update documentation on flow. Let's do the documentation stuff in a bit when I'm like closer to the end of these tasks. Configure the overseer so that there's an environment variable or something that lets me tell it not to expect Ansible to ever run. Yeah, so overseer run.cmd. Let's say set, what should we call this? Do not require Ansible equals false. Or rather, how about set require Ansible equals false? So then in the Ansible runner, if we're not requiring Ansible, then I guess we just don't run this thing. If this dot overseer state dot require Ansible, then we do this stuff. Rather, it's better to wrap this. Yeah. Okay, get rid of this. If not require Ansible, return promise.result. Otherwise, return the real promise. EJ's probably finishing up class right now. All right. So that part's done. The part that's not done is overseer state doesn't know how to use this. So when we read the environment variables, where does that happen? Apparently in here. So it's this dot require Ansible equals true unless you specified it to be false. If process dot m dot require Ansible equals false, then this dot require Ansible equals false. Whoops. Yeah, let's just change it to this. In fact, I can make that even easier. No, wait, right, yeah. Coolest. If false, oh, so it defaults to true. If false, this will not even check to see if Ansible is on the current machine. Which, this probably leads to other weird scenarios here. Like if I go to this and I go into endpoint monitor and I check to see where I'm using this, provision game server, so that's just going to be a failure, I guess. And that's it. That's the only problem we're ever going to have. So just don't call this function, I guess. Yeah, that's not going to fly. I'm pretty sure that's not going to fly. However, now, here's what we can do. Check this out. We go into Ansible runner again, and we diff the current file. And, oh, it's already fixed. Okay, cool. So now we can run the overseer, and nothing will go wrong. Perfect. I almost didn't expect that to work, but that was a pretty simple change. So let's check that into. Good. Ensures that Ansible exists on the machine. Yeah, I don't know how I want to write this. We could say installed. If we launch the program in such a way that we don't expect Ansible, then just log and return. And I'll write here which actually that may not be true at some point, but let's just do logger.info. We'll say require Ansible is not set, so not testing if it's installed. Cool. Go back to here, make that. There we go. So now it should just print out. There we go. It's not set, so not testing if it's installed on the machine. Cool. Done and probably done. So that's important to keep there. That's important to keep there. And let's set that to true for just a second and make sure that it works. So we just set this to true and rerun this. This should fail completely. Good. And now it's back to normal. Great. All right. And everything's been checked. So cool. You can now specify require Ansible equals false in your environment, and there won't be a check to see if Ansible is installed. This is helpful for testing on Windows machines. Alright, that's good. Why is this taking so long? Alright, don't debug on the master in a cluster because the workers will try again and it'll crash. Yeah. This is the bit of code that EJ gave me. And I had to use this code, or at least some form of it. Man. Alright, let me go get some ice water. I'll be right back. too hot in here. All the ice kind of congealed into this one master ice cube. I had to ask for its permission to chip away. So here's the code we got. And I've got to do this in the cluster master. And that's got to be before we fork. Setup master, debug. Okay, all of this stuff can go into here. Well, except for it's got to be the right file. Alright, so where do we have the fork call? Right here. So where should this be done? And where is start game server done? Right here. Okay, great. So we want to do something like this. If debug was specified in the arguments of this process, then run it with debug mode equals true. I think I'd rather do this slightly differently. I think how I want to do this is in cluster M, we'll specify some debug argument. And for right now, I will just check the environment. So let's do this. Const debug equals process.m.debug equals true. And, well, I'm not sure how I want to do this exactly. But something along those lines. And then setup master is part of the cluster module, yeah. So we do this, setup master, exec argv, pass in debug. S not equal to debug. So get all of the arguments that didn't have debug in it. But I'm controlling this via environment variable. I guess maybe I should do it differently though. Yeah, maybe I will do it this way. Or I could do it via that. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay, good. So then this is set. Good, and then we can iterate over here. So if debug okay, cool. Cluster settings exec argv.push. Now, we don't have any sort of iterator here, so this would actually have to take place somewhere above this. Alright, fine. Let's copy and paste all this out of here. Here we do have it, so we can just do this in here. There. Okay. And that's it. That should work. Let's try it out. So if I want to debug, let's close out of most of this stuff. A day late and a dollar short. Thanks for following. Man, all my follower rewards are broken right now, and I don't know why it keeps saying every 45 seconds. I've really got to fix some of this stuff. Whew. There's a lot to fix. All right, so in order to test this out, also this is just unfortunate. I should have never started that instance. In fact, I should probably kill it now. When did I start it? 12:19. Yeah, whatever. As long as I remember to stop it, I think we're fine. Okay, so as far as starting this up, let's do node inspector, and then let's run the cluster program. So if I just run this, this should be fine. It shouldn't wait for anything. Oh, this is gonna fail. What am I doing? We gotta do web port equals 7895. Yeah, so now we can visit this. So here, that's open. And then we start up the cluster with set debug equals true. That didn't work. What even happened here? Oh, right. It's setting that all to a string. I need to put ampersands here. There we go. So it says debugger's listening on port 5859 and 5860. I don't know if that's true. 5859. Is it working? Oh, it is working. Wow. So, does the game server know its own state? Game server instance? No, it's not that. Game server env. Game server instance state. It does. And it's never told whether or not it's in a game. It's probably never read either. Yeah, it's never used. It's used in cluster env. Game server instance. This can't be right. Yeah, the process itself is never told about this. But then again, this is never used. I gotta write this down before I forget. Nothing tells a game server instance, instance, that it's running a game. The cluster needs to process.send to it. Alright, let me stand up here. Alright, well, one thing I should definitely do, if I can't figure out the air conditioning thing, is basically every time I leave the room, I should turn on the air conditioner for even just a few minutes. Oh, except for it's not even connected to the window anymore. Oh, and that's what happened. That's why my light stopped working. When I was messing around with the air conditioner, I knocked the plug out of the wall. Wow, I really destroyed everything over there. Alright, let me go fix that really fast. I just gotta plug this in. Okay. Does that work now? What happens if I do this? No. It's all broken. I mean, it looks like it should work, but yeah, it's definitely not doing anything. Error changing lights. Return with value timeout. I don't know, something went wrong here. Oh well. The stream's not suffering, Adam is suffering. Well, cluster needs a process.send to it. So if I put a breakpoint in the server somewhere, this should be running game server code. So I should have arena. I don't. Oh, there it is. It just took a long time. Okay, and then there should be an update function in here. Update reveal landmark, update game logic. If I put a breakpoint here, that should stop, right? Nope. Hey, EJ. Yeah, it's been done. Okay, these aren't breaking in. I wonder what I've messed up. Probably debugging isn't working correctly. I mean, the ports are wrong. And yet, no, that's not the case, because I got this. That means the update must not be running. How would that be possible? Maybe if I go to game server main, I'd find out something here. Main.js. Is it gonna find the file? Yeah. Okay, and then I put a breakpoint here. That doesn't get hit either. Is it just those two? Yeah. Also, EJ, I showed my wife Slither.io, and she started playing it. Our Wi-Fi isn't great, so she started lagging, and she started complaining about the lag. That's it. That's my story. There's no good end of the story. Ruck says, hey, what IDE would you use for basic HTML and CSS websites? And would you use Visual Studio? I think for basic sites, there's actually, is it called Lightbox? I think Lightbox is supposed to be really good for this. Lightbox editor? No, there was some, what's that thing called? Well, anyway, most people would probably suggest either Vim, Sublime, or Atom to you. Brackets? Yeah, maybe it was brackets. I don't remember. Something had like a live preview on the side. Yeah, this one, live preview, here it was. But I don't think it really matters too much. I would just go with something like Sublime or Atom. No, those aren't IDEs though. I'm not sure. Yeah, Rock, I think you'll have to look into what you like. And in the end, you don't necessarily need an IDE. It all depends on your workflow. Okay, so EJ, I'm trying to adapt the code you gave me to work here, and I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong. Actually, wait a second. Setup master, hang on a second. So start game server. This calls into, oh, there, okay, good. Cluster main, require bin www, yeah. What's happening then? Why can't I break into this? So 5859 and 5860 were the ports that I had. Late table, that's what I was thinking of. Oh, right. Yeah, neat. Everything broke today. Yeah, no, everything. Like everything. It's all gone. Botland is down because I apparently hit my billing total. I accidentally knocked the plug for my lights out of the wall, and now I can't connect to them anymore, so no one's been able to control those. The bot doesn't think that people are in chat right now. My air conditioner is too loud, and I couldn't set up an equalizer for it, so I'm like burning up in this room right now. There's a car alarm that went off 9 times outside. Not even continually. It was continuously. It was like a break of about a minute or two, and then again. Yeah. Code-wise, I think things are going okay today. All right, so now we're connected to 5860, and yet again, I don't know why this breakpoint's not getting hit. In fact, no breakpoints are probably getting hit. What if I just hit pause right now? What happened? Hey, at least the troll face worked. Yeah, okay, nothing's getting hit. It's not even paused right now. I have no idea what's going on. How would I go about fixing this? Maybe I have to debug. Yeah, maybe that's what I have to do. Oh, I never thought about that. Okay, let's try that out. So cluster run. Let's go modify that. Cluster run to do node dash dash debug. Maybe this is how you have to do things. Now let's try that out. So debugger listening. Okay, cool. Now we refresh this page, go over to sources, and now maybe it'll all work. Yeah, that's the good news from today. That's the only good news. Does this break in now? No. Why? Why though? Why? This is so weird. It's set to run every 16 milliseconds. Yeah, wow, weird. I don't know. It's possible that this just isn't getting hit, and then I don't have an answer to that either, but I am not sure. So I gotta make this handle, make it handle dash dash debug break as well. Figure out if the master needs to run with dash dash debug. try breaking on the main file just to see if it works. You mean a debug break? Where did that go? Problem is I don't check for -- debug break. I would need to do that. Oh, just put a debugger there? Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll try that out. Okay, so let's kick that off again. Oh, I said it's a debug break, didn't I? Yeah, I did. We gotta fix that. Where'd that go? Here. Great. All right, so try that again. That should load up. The second one shouldn't actually do anything though. Yeah, good. It didn't. Well, it kind of did. It said it started these things. Is this broken in or no? I don't think breakpoints propagate between the ports until it's a hard debugger in the file. How did this even get that far? I put this right here and it says listening on port 3004. The only way that could happen is if it just ignored this and went down to here. Because there's a listen somewhere here. Yeah, weird. And yet it's not executing. It's not doing anything over here. Oh, I hit the pause button and then it went over to debugger. So how is this stuff printing out? Listening on port 3004, starting socket server. I don't think this is where it says it is. Huh, maybe it is. That's very peculiar. Oh, no, I understand. That happens from app.js. Yeah, before we even get anywhere. Okay, so let me try to figure out what this is doing then. It sounds like the thing I need to do is rerun this. So this will go all the way through. Good, perfect. We refresh this page. And Harlock, thanks for following. Normally, like I said earlier, you'd get a reward for following, but everything's broken right now. I think breakpoints propagate between it. Yeah. So here's what I think I need to do based on what you said. I set a breakpoint here, and then I just hit. Oh, what? Now it worked. What? I didn't do anything. Strange. So, no, despite having -- debug specified, you may still need to hit the pause button in Chrome or put a debugger at the beginning of the server worker, the game server worker program. Strange. Yeah, strange. But yeah, this is working, right? So now I can go in here and debug this if I want. Yeah, okay. Well, I couldn't have asked for anything else, I guess, other than it working the first time. So let's see if I needed the debug that I had here. That might not be necessary. In fact, I kind of hope it's not. Oh, I think I know why this failed this whole time. Wait, did I? That doesn't make any sense. I used to have code here that did what? Oh, checked for the debug flag, that's what. So if I say this or true, so this is always going to be set now. So now we should see the debugger start up. Perfect. Great. Now I connect to this again and go to sources, wait for this to load up. Shouldn't take very long. Another 5 seconds. There it goes. And now I put a breakpoint here, and yeah, everything works. Okay. Okay, well, I'll just write that down. We should document that too. It's a bunch of documenting the rest of today, I think. So, note number 2, you do not need -- debug running on the master if you don't want in order to debug workers. I mean, that makes sense. They're totally different processes. So now we just set this. And now when we run normally, there will be no debugger. Good. And when we run by manually changing this, which I'm totally fine with, where is it? Here, dash dash debug. Now it should run with the debugger. Perfect. Okay, good. Hey, old man, how's it going? All right, cool. Well, this is pretty good. And like I said, the rest of this is mostly just, yeah, this I'm just gonna cancel. This is done. This is done. This is pretty much done. There's just this. Update documentation about how to debug cluster/worker processes. Let me check that in. That's not even this code base. Don't know what I'm clicking. That's not needed. That's not needed. That's fine. So despite having debug specified, I kind of want to comment this a little bit more. Okay. If dash dash debug was specified, what's going on, as a flag to the master, then we'll pass that off to the workers with their own specific debugger ports. Oh, Jafili is also named Adam. There's actually someone in chat who has an even more Adamy name than mine, Adam McAdamson. And it is strange because there's no way to call this person, for me, anything other than Adam. So it's, yeah. Huh. Imposter. Well, hey, now you have your own icon here. If only I looked exactly like you too. If only. Okay, and then the only other thing I want to fix is this. I don't like this lack of braces here. And finally, let's do a gulp lint on both of these. Hey, you notice that the new troll face looks like you? Oh, you don't see those emotes? Oh. Okay, well, it's just my face. There you go. See? And this one is that Adam Art and Adam Troll. You need better Twitch TV for those. Okay, linting passed. Yeah, everything's working. So added code that will start debuggers for worker processes in a cluster such that they have their own specific debugging port. You know any coding websites for practice for OOP? I tried coding that, but I found the problems for Python quite easy. I don't. I learned a lot of this before there were so many resources on the web, and yeah, so I learned in a very different way than I think people would learn today. So I just don't know the websites. I'm not saying they're not out there, I just can't help you find them. Okay, so nothing tells a game server instance that it's running a game. The cluster needs to process.send to it. Yeah, it's been reserved maybe? Maybe that's all I do? Do I even have handlers for this stuff? Let me take a look at this, because I don't think I do have a lot of this framework set up yet. So the master gets a reserve instance, and it gets it here, reserve. However, there's no way to send back that this was reserved. I mean, I guess we have the instance right here. Maybe we could just do that. Oh. I lifted my cup of water and the coaster was still there, and then it fell on the microphone. Alright. Oh, was that loud? I know that hit the pop filter actually, so I don't know how loud that was. So reserved game server instance, right here is where I could send to this process. I don't think there's any handlers on the game server side of things. Maybe there is. If I go into game server main, there's something about cluster in here. Process.send, that's the only thing. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing. So I at some point need a handler for cluster messages. And those need to be done somewhere. Chifil, you might just have to refresh the page because I think these were approved after I started the stream. So yeah, I was in the other room with a headset on installing a hard drive and I thought I broke something. I'll try to be careful with the coasters. So I have process.send, and then in order to get things, I think I just do process.onMessage. Did I write that in here somewhere? Cluster logging, cluster design, cluster flow. I don't think I ever wrote things on here for that. I didn't. Well, thankfully this works the same way in the cluster master as it does here too. I think we just search for message. Yeah, work it on message. Let me try this. Oh, good, Chipilly. Good, because that's what I had to do earlier too. Okay, so let's do a process.on right over here. And what does this take in? Handle worker message. And we bind the game server instance. So we just get a message object. On message logger.info got message. Okay, so there we go. Now let's try this out. I didn't really do anything so that like this probably won't show up with anything meaningful on it. Yeah, so there's nothing meaningful there. Now let's add something that's meaningful. So in here, when we say finished initializing everything, let's do game server instance dot what worker cluster worker dot send hello world. Does that work? Yeah, I got a message hello world. Perfect. Very easy. That emote, it's a beautiful emote. One of the best. Alright, fine. I'm going to change my own lights if they don't work for anybody else. Hopefully they at least work for me. Yes, good, they do. Perfect. Oh, wait, there. Okay. I did it. Dad, when you first started making the game, was it a serious thing or did it become more serious over time? So, what it... Orange Ray. Jeez. I'm savage. It started as just a prototype, just a fun thing to do. And there was 7 months of that. And then when I decided to quit my job, yes, I was very serious about it because I thought, I'm quitting my job. This is like the one time in my... Oh, God, it just changed. This is like the one time in my life I'll have the chance to do this. So I better not screw it up. That's what I thought to myself. Yeah. So, okay, nothing tells this. I still need to get this to work. So when we do set game server instance state, I guess I can know that it itself is ready for a game. But then when anything is reserved, we need to tell it that it's reserved. So let's do this, game server instance, send, we'll say type, and then I need to keep track of these types somewhere. Where do I do this now? Type, right here, I have message handlers, they're saved up here, game server constants cluster log message. Yeah, cluster message type. Okay, so over overseer or reserved what do I say? Set state. Oh, I don't know what to call this. Maybe just change state. I'll just change it to reserve for right now. Reserve game. This is sent from master to worker when the overseer reserves a particular game. Reserves that worker. Nah, I'll just leave it as worker. Yeah, okay, great. So now I need to send this across. So we do this, and I send this from here. So we say type this. This changes into reserve, whatever I called it, reserve game. And yeah, let's just leave it at that for now. So that means game server constants needs to be included here because it is not currently included. Good. And then I just need to know that that's the case over here. So let's set up handlers for this. Game server M, set up REST client. I think we can do this here. Actually, this thing can be done first because this can't ever produce an error. So this dot setup cluster message handlers. And this is only if we're in a cluster. If we're not, then there's no point in doing this. So if not cluster.isWorker, then just return. There's nothing to do. But if there is something here, then we can do process.onMessage. And I want to do it similarly to how I did it here. Message handlers. Yeah. Okay, so the master communicates to us via process.send with the JSON object that has a type property based on the type will handle the message. Yep. Sounds good. Okay, so message handlers. So this is going to be a handle cluster master message. This dot bind this. Yeah, that's fine. Handle cluster master message. Should probably be the exact same structure as it is here. Shouldn't be too bad to set up. I can just set those up. So we have reserve game. Handle reserve game dot bind this. Okay, cool. Handle cluster master message is the same as handle worker message. Here, it's gonna be kind of the same. I don't know if PM2 is going to change this at all. Have I ever watched a speed run? I have watched tons of speed runs, and back before Twitch was a thing, I watched like all of the speed runs. And now I can't possibly watch them all. Okay, so I want to do things this way. Let's change this to blue. There. Except for that one. it's totally messing up the white balance. That looks like a weird camera trick. Alright, I'm leaving it that way. I'll just confuse my webcam. Yeah, so I want the same stuff here. I just don't know how this is going to work in PM2. And I think after I figure that out, then it's Zeef hosting time. Type equals, so message object.type, message handler, we get it. If it exists, then we handle it. And if it doesn't exist, then we don't handle it. And then we hope PM2 doesn't interfere with this. There. Okay, so now we just need handle reserve game, which is just going to do this dot game server env dot, we can change the state, set state game server instance state ID. All right, I'll just copy this line of code here. There. All right, so we just call into that. This dot game server env dot set state game server constants. I don't think that's right. It's game server instance state, which doesn't exist here. This is just wonderful. IDs dot running game. Logger.info. Got a reserve message from the master. We are now running a game. That's not even entirely true. I want to fix that at some point, but for now, I think we'll try this out. That's kind of like this is fine. It'll be 2 right after the weekend. Yeah, that's true. Wow, the savagery won't stop. Hey, Pickle. Thanks for following. All right. So, there was something I wanted to check first. It's running this from PM2, right? So, try running the game server cluster inside PM2 again to see if the game server instances get wacky messages. How did you meet your female? Well, fellow praying mantis, we met at work. Which is which? Did I screw up somewhere? Where do I go about acquiring one of these? All right. Yeah, so it's just a matter of testing this, and it should tell us when it was reserved. Oh, EJ, you missed it earlier. I won't say who in case it's important to that person, but someone came in today to the channel and said that they were fired for having an affair with the daughter of the boss. That was quite unexpected. Am I not allowed to say female? I mean, female is not typically a thing you say. You're talking about how'd you meet your wife. But I guess whatever works. I'm gonna go to bed. It's 1 a.m. and I have to be able to say, wow. All right. See you, Adam. Have a nice night. That's some dedication. I'm about to finish up, by the way. And then I want to host Zeef, and unfortunately my viewer count keeps dropping because I told him earlier at lunchtime, I'm like, I'm gonna host you later if you're still online. And yeah, it's just dropped a lot. All I want to do is finish up this one thing. So what am I even waiting for? Let's just do this. So I'm gonna run this, I'm gonna run this, and then I'm gonna reserve one of these instances. Let's try this out. I click this button right here. Oh, that's a big failure. That is game server instance is not defined. Yep, probably doesn't exist. Oh, that's nice. Rest server, here we go. Game server instance. Oh, it's called ready game server instance. All right, let's try that again. Oh, all right, I see you, Weedley. And old man, if you're going too, see ya. Everybody's... Oh, man. Alright. Did it work? Did it work? Reserved game server instance. One ready instance remaining. Got a reserved message from the master. We're now running a game. Perfect. Okay. Great. So now we can just finish this up. And now running here until the bitter end. Well, the bitter end is relatively soon. I just need to finish checking this in. Okay, we're looking good there. What about here? Almost. Let's just do this compliment. Yep, good, cool. So I just gotta clean this up. So this isn't checked in, this isn't checked in. This apparently had no changes. What? What changed in this file? I'm just reverting this. Okay, cool. That's fine. That's mostly fine. That I should really comment. Game main. Setup cluster message handlers. In the case that we're a cluster worker, this will set up the communication, the message handlers for master messages. Oh yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Wednesday is the only weird day this week. Wednesday I'm going for a speech midday. I don't know how long it's gonna be. The meeting is at least an hour, but I don't know how long it's going to take to get there. I don't know if I'm going to do lunch afterward. I don't know when I have to leave. So I might stream for like an hour and then leave and then come back 4 hours later, or only, it'll basically be a half day. For once, Orange Ray, did you hear that? Okay, good. Good, good, good. All that's fine. So C handle cluster master message for comments on. Yeah. All right. This is called whenever we get a message from the master process. A JSON object that at least contains a type property. Cool. All right, not bad. So that's all done. And this is the last thing, and that's done. Cool. Game server instances are now told when they were reserved by the overseer. All right, so that's everything. I needlessly started an AWS instance today. I never once did anything on it. So we can just do kill all now and we're done. Too bad, just too bad. Adam Champ, that would be pretty funny. I'll have to think about it. That's not something I'm going to try to do on stream though. Alright, so like I said, I was going to host Big Zeef, who's doing his 1,000 follower celebration. You guys will see. I think the rules are something like this. I think he said he's going to try to play every NES game for a maximum of 5 minutes unless he gets donations. But I'm not totally sure how that's supposed to work. So yeah, I'm going to leave you guys with Zeef. And I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll be online 16 hours from now. Take care, everyone. Bye.